Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Guns of Bull Run by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. The Guns of Bull Run. Chapter 1. News from Charleston. It would soon be Christmas, and Harry Kenton, at his desk at the Pendleton Academy, saw the snow falling heavily outside. The school stood on the skirt of the town, and the forest came down to the edge of the playing field. The great trees, oak and ash and elm, were clothed in white, and they stood out, a vast and glittering tracery, against the somber sky. The desk was of the old kind, intended for two, and Harry's comrade in it was his cousin Dick Mason, of his own years and size. They would graduate in June, and both were large and powerful for their age. There was a strong family resemblance, and yet a difference. Harry's face was the more sensitive, and at times the blood leapt like quicksilver in his veins. Dick's features indicated a quieter and more stubborn temper. They were equal favorites with teachers and pupils. Dick's eyes followed Harry's, and he, too, looked at the falling snow and the white forest. Both were thinking of Christmas and the holiday season so near at hand. It was a rich section of Kentucky, and they were the sons of prosperous parents. The snow was fitting at such a time, and many joyous hours would be passed before they returned to school. The clouds darkened, and the snow fell faster. A wind rose and drove it against the panes. The boys heard the blast roaring outside, and the comfort of the warm room was heightened by the contrast. Harry's eyes turned reluctantly back to his Tacitus, and the customs and manners of the ancient Germans. The curriculum of the Pendleton Academy was simple, like most others at that time. After the primary grades, it consisted chiefly of the classics and mathematics. Harry led in the classics and Dick in the mathematics. Bob Turner, the free-colored man who was janitor at the academy, brought the morning mail, a dozen letters and 3 or 4 newspapers, gave it to Dr. Russell, and withdrew on silent feet. The doctor was principal of the Pendleton Academy, and he always presided over the room in which sat the larger boys, nearly 50 in number. His desk and chair were on a low dais, and he sat facing the pupils. He was a large man, with a ruddy face and thick hair as white as the snow that was falling outside. He had been a teacher 50 years, and 3 generations in Pendleton owed to him most of the learning that is obtained from books. He opened his letters one by one and read them slowly. Harry moved far away into the German forest with old Tacitus. He was proud of his Latin, and he did not mean to lose his place as first in the class. The other boys also were absorbed in their books. It was seldom that all were studious at the same time, but this was one of the rare moments. There was no shuffling of feet, and 50 heads were bent over their desks. It was a full half-hour before Harry looked up from his Tacitus. His first glance was at the window. The snow was driving hard, and the forest had become a white blur. He looked next at the doctor, and he saw that the ruddy face had turned white. The old man was gazing intently at an open letter in his hand. 2 or 3 others had fallen to the floor. He read the letter again, folded it carefully, and put it in his pocket. Then he broke the wrapper on one of the newspapers and rapidly read its columns. The whiteness of his face deepened into pallor. The slight tearing sound caused most of the boys to look up, and they noticed the change in the principal's face. They had never seen him look like that before. It was as if he had received some sudden and deadly stroke. Yet he sat stiffly upright, and there was no sound in the room but the rustling of the newspaper as he turned its pages. Harry became conscious of some strange and subtle influence that had crept into the very air, and his pulse began to leap. The others felt it too. There was a tense feeling in the room, and they became so still that the soft beat of the snow on the windows could be heard. Not a single eye was turned to a book now. All were intent upon the doctor, who still read the newspaper, his face without a trace of color, and his strong white hands trembling. He folded the paper presently, but still held it in his hand. As he looked up, he became conscious of the silence in the room, and of the concentrated gaze of 50 pairs of eyes bent upon him. A little color returned to his cheeks, and his hands ceased to tremble. He stood up, took the letter from his pocket, and opened it again. Dr. Russell was a striking figure, belonging to a classic type found at its best in the border states. A tall man, he held himself erect despite his years, and the color continued to flow back into the face, which was shaped in a fine, strong mold. "Boys," he said, in a firm, full voice, although it showed emotion, "I have received news which I must announce to you. As I tell it, I beg that you will restrain yourselves and make little comment here. Its character is such that you are not likely ever to hear anything of more importance." No one spoke, but a thrill of excitement ran through the room. Harry became conscious that the strange and subtle influence had increased. The pulses in both temples were beating hard. He and Dick leaned forward, their elbows upon the desk, their lips parted a little in attention. "You know," continued Dr. Russell, in a full voice that trembled slightly, "of the troubles that have risen between the states, North and South, troubles that the best Americans, with our own great Henry Clay at the head, have striven to avert. You know of the election of Lincoln, and how this beloved state of ours, seeking peace, voted for neither Lincoln nor Breckinridge, both of whom are its sons." The trembling of his voice increased as he paused again. It was obvious that he was stirred by deep emotion, and it communicated itself to the boys. Harry was conscious that the thrill, longer and stronger than before, ran again through the room. "I have just received a letter from an old friend in Charleston," continued Dr. Russell in a shaking voice, "and he tells me that on the 20th, 3 days ago, the state of South Carolina seceded from the Union. He also sends me copies of 2 of the Charleston newspapers of the day following. In both of these papers, all dispatches from the other states are put under the head Foreign News, with the abolitionists of New England pouring abuse upon all who do not agree with them, and the hotheads of South Carolina rushing into violence. God alone knows what will happen to this distracted country that all of us love so well." He turned anew to his correspondence, but Harry saw that he was trembling all over. An excited murmur arose. The boys began to talk about the news, and the principal, his thoughts far away, did not call them to order. "I suppose since South Carolina has gone out that the other southern states will do the same," said Harry to his cousin, "and that 2 republics will stand where but one stood before." "I don't know that the second result will follow the first," replied Dick Mason. Harry glanced at him. He was conscious of a certain cold tenacity in Dick's voice. He felt that a veil of antagonism had suddenly been drawn between these two, who were the sons of sisters, and who had been close comrades all their lives. His heart swelled suddenly, as if by inspiration. He saw ahead long and terrible years. He said no more, but gazed again at the pages of his Tacitus, although the letters only swam before his eyes. The great buzz subsided at last, although there was not one among the boys who was not still thinking of the secession of South Carolina. They had shared in the excitement of the previous year. A few had studied the causes, but most were swayed by propinquity and kinship, which, with youth, are more potent factors than logic. The afternoon passed slowly. Dr. Russell, who always heard the recitations of the seniors in Latin, did not call the class. Harry was so much absorbed in other thoughts that he did not notice the fact. Outside, the clouds still gathered, and the soft beat of the snow on the window panes never ceased. The hour of dismissal came at last, and the older boys, putting on their overcoats, went silently out. Harry did not dream that he had passed the doors of Pendleton Academy for the last time as a student. While the seniors were quiet, there was no lack of noise from the younger lads. Snowballs flew, and the ends of red comforters dancing in the wind touched the white world with glowing bits of color. Harry looked at them with a sort of pity. The magnified emotion of youth had suddenly made him feel very old and very responsible. When a snowball struck him under the ear, he paid no attention to it, a mark of great abstraction in him. He and his cousin walked gravely on, and left the shouting crowd behind them. 300 or 400 yards further, they came upon the main street of Pendleton, a town of 1,500 people, important in its section as a market, and as a financial and political center. It had 2 banks as solid as stone, and it was the proud boast of its inhabitants that, excepting Louisville and Lexington, its bar was of unequaled talent in the state. Other towns made the same claim, but no matter. Pendleton knew that they were wrong. Lawyers stood very high, especially when they were fluent speakers. It was a singular fact that the 2 boys, usually full of talk, after the manner of youth, did not speak until they came to the parting of their ways, when Harry, the more emotional of the 2, and conscious that the veil of antagonism was still between them, thrust out his hand suddenly and said, "Whatever happens, Dick, you and I must not quarrel over it. Let's pledge our word here and now, that being of the same blood, and having grown up together, we will always be friends." The color in the cheeks of the other boy deepened. A slight moisture appeared in his eyes. He was, on the whole, more reserved than Harry, but he too was stirred. He took the outstretched hand and gave it a strong clasp. "Always, Harry," he replied. "We don't think alike, maybe, about the things that are coming, but you and I can't quarrel." He released the hand quickly because he hated any show of emotion, and hurried down a side street to his home. Harry walked on into the heart of the town, as he lived farther away on the other side. He soon had plenty of evidence that the news of South Carolina secession had preceded him here. There had been no such stir in Pendleton since they heard of Buena Vista, where 50 of her sons fought and half of them fell. Despite the snow, the streets about the central square were full of people. Many of the men were reading newspapers. It was 15 miles to the nearest railroad station, and the mail had come in at noon, bringing the first printed accounts of South Carolina's action. In this border state, which was a divided house from first to last, men still guarded their speech. They had grown up together, and they were all blood kin, near or remote. "What will it mean?" said Harry to old Judge Kendrick. "War, perhaps, my son," replied the old man sadly. "The violence of New England in speech and the violence of South Carolina in action may start a flood. But Kentucky must keep out of it. I shall raise my voice against the fury of both factions, and thank God our people have never refused to hear me." He spoke in a somewhat rhetorical fashion, natural to time and place. But he was in great earnest. Harry went on, and entered the office of the Pendleton News, the little weekly newspaper which dispensed the news, mostly personal, within a radius of 50 miles. He knew that the news would appear on the following day, and he was anxious to learn what Mr. Gardner, the editor, a friend of his, would have to say in his columns. He walked up the dusty stairway, and entered the room where the editor sat amid piles of newspapers. Mr. Gardner was a youngish man, high-colored, and with longish hair. He was absorbed so deeply in a copy of the Louisville Journal that he did not hear Harry's step or notice his coming until the boy stood beside him. Then he looked up and said dryly, "Too many sparks make a blaze at last. If people keep on quarreling, there's bound to be a fight some time or other. I suppose you've heard that South Carolina has seceded. Dr. Russell announced it in school. Are you telling Mr. Gardner what the news will have to say about it?" "I don't mind," replied the editor, who was fond of Harry and who liked his alert mind. "If it comes to the breach, I'm going with my people. It's hard to tell what's right or wrong, but my ancestors belonged to the South, and so do I." "That's just the way I feel," exclaimed Harry vehemently. The editor smiled. "But I don't intend to say so in the news tomorrow," he continued. "I shall try to pour oil upon the waters, although I won't be able to hide my Southern leanings. The colonel, your father, Harry, will not seek to conceal his." "No," said Harry, "he will not. What's that?" The sound of a shot came from the street. The two ran hurriedly down the stairway. 3 men were holding a fourth, who struggled with them violently. One had wrenched from his hand a pistol, still smoking at the muzzle. About 20 feet away was another man standing between two, who held him tightly, although he made no effort to release himself. Harry looked at the 2 captives. They made a striking contrast. The one who fought was a powerful build, and dressed roughly. His whole appearance indicated a primitive human being, and Harry knew immediately that he was one of the mountaineers who came long distances to trade or carouse in Pendleton. The man who faced the mountaineer, standing quietly between those who held him, was young and slender, though tall. His longish black hair was brushed carefully. The natural dead whiteness of his face was accentuated by his black mustache, which turned up at the ends like that of a duelist. He was dressed in black broadcloth, and a long coat buttoned closely around his body, but revealing a full and ruffled shirt bosom, as white as snow. His face expressed no emotion, but the mountaineer cursed violently. "I can read the story at once," said the editor, shrugging his shoulders. "I know the mountaineer. He's Bill Skelly, a rough man prone to reach for the trigger, especially when he's full of bad whiskey as he is now. And the other, Arthur Travers, is no stranger to you. Skelly is for the abolition of slavery. All the mountaineers are. Maybe it's because they have no slaves themselves and hate to the more prosperous and more civilized lowlanders who do have them. Harry, my boy, as you grow older, you'll find that reason and logic seldom control men's lives." "Skelly was excited over the news from South Carolina," said Harry, continuing the story, which he too had read, as an Indian reads a trail. "And he began to drink. He met Travers and cursed the slaveholders. Travers replied with a sneer, which the mountaineer could not understand except that it hurt.
Skelly snatched out his pistol and fired wildly. Travers drew his and would have fired, although not so wildly. But friends seized him. Meanwhile, others overpowered Skelly, and Travers is not excited at all, although he watches every movement of his enemy while seeming to be indifferent. "You read truly, Harry," said Gardner. "It was a fortunate thing for Skelly that he was overpowered. Somehow those two men facing each other seem, in a way, to typify conditions in this part of the country at least." Harry was now watching Travers, who always aroused his interest. A lawyer, 27 or 8 years of age. He had little practice, and seemed to wish little. He had a wonderful reputation for dexterity with cards and the pistol. A native of Pendleton, he was the son of parents from one of the Gulf states, and Harry could never quite feel that he was one of their own Kentucky blood and breed. "You can release me," said Travers quietly to the young men who stood on either side of him holding his arms. "I think the time has come to hunt bigger game than a fool there like Skelly. He is safe from me." He spoke with a supercilious scorn which impressed Harry, but which he did not wholly admire. Travers seemed to him to have the quiet deadliness of the cobra. There was something about him that repelled. The men released him. He straightened his long black coat, smoothed the full ruffles of his shirt, and walked away as if nothing had happened. Skelly ceased to struggle. The aspect of the crowd, which was largely hostile, sobered him. Steve Allison, the town constable, appeared, and putting his hand heavily upon the mountaineer's shoulder, said, "You come with me, Skelly." But old Judge Kendrick intervened. "Let him go, Steve," he said. "Send him back to the mountains." "But he tried to kill a man, Judge." "I know. But extraordinary times demand extraordinary methods. A great and troubled period has come into all our lives. Maybe we're about to face some terrible crisis. Isn't that so?" "Yes," said the crowd. "Then we must not hurry it, or make it worse by sudden action. If Skelly is punished, the mountaineers will say it's political. I appeal to you, Dr. Russell, to sustain me." The white head of the principal showed above the crowd. "Judge Kendrick is right," he said. "Skelly must be permitted to go. His action, in fact, was due to the strained conditions that have long prevailed among us, and was precipitated by the alarming message that has come today. For the sake of the peace, we must let him go." "All right, then," said Allison. "But he goes without his pistol." Skelly was put upon his mountain pony, and he rode willingly away amid the snow and the coming dusk, carrying, despite his release, a bitter heart into the mountains, and a tale that would inflame the jealousy with which upland regarded lowland. The crowd dispersed. Gardner returned to his office, and Harry went home. He lived in the best house in or about Pendleton, and his father was its wealthiest citizen. George Kenton, having inherited much land in Kentucky, and 2 or 3 plantations further south, had added to his property by good management. A strong supporter of slavery, actual contact with the institution on a large scale in the Gulf states had not pleased him, and he had sold his property there and reinvesting the money in his native and, as he believed, more solid state. His title of colonel was real. A graduate of West Point, he had fought bravely with Scott in all the battles in the Valley of Mexico, but now retired and a widower. He lived in Pendleton with Harry, his only child. Harry approached the house slowly. He knew that his father was a man of strong temper, and he wondered how he would take the news from Charleston. All the associations of Colonel Kenton were with the extreme southern wing, and his influence upon his son was powerful. But the Pendleton home, standing just beyond the town, gave forth only brightness and welcome. The house itself, large and low, built massively of red brick, stood on the crest of a gentle slope in 2 acres of ground. The clipped cones of pine trees adorned the slopes and made parallel rows along the brick wall leading to the white portico that formed the entrance to the house. Light shone from a half-dozen windows. It seemed fine and glowing to Harry. His father loved his home, and so did he. The twilight had now darkened into night, and the snow still drove, but the house stood solid and square to the wind and winter, and the flame from its windows made broad bands of red and gold across the snow. Harry went briskly up the walk, and then stood for a few moments in the portico, shaking the snow off his overcoat, and looking back at the town, which lay in a warm cluster in the hollow below. Many lights twinkled there, and it occurred to Harry that they would twinkle later than usual that night.
End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Recorded by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. Chapter 1, Part 2. Of the Guns of Bull Run by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. The Guns of Bull Run. Chapter 1. News from Charleston. Part 2. He opened the door, hung his hat and overcoat in the hall, and entered the large apartment which his father and he habitually used as a reading and sitting room. It was more than 20 feet square, with a lofty ceiling. A homemade carpet, thick and closely woven and rich in colors, covered the floor. Around the walls were cases containing books, mostly in rich bindings, and nearly all English classics. American work was scarcely represented at all. The books read most often by Colonel Kenton were the novels of Walter Scott, whom he preferred greatly to Dickens. Scott always wrote about gentlemen. A great fire of hickory logs blazed on the wide hearth. Colonel Kenton was alone in the room. He stood at the edge of the hearth, with his back to the fire and his hands crossed behind him. His tanned face was slightly pale, and Harry saw that he had been subjected to great nervous excitement, which had not yet wholly abated. The colonel was a tall man, broad of chest, but lean and muscular. He regarded his son attentively, and his eyes seemed to ask a question. "Yes," said Harry, although his father had not spoken a word. "I heard of it, and I've already seen one of its results." "What was that?" asked Colonel Kenton quickly. "As I came through the town, Bill Skelly, a mountaineer, shot at Arthur Travers. It came out of hot words over the news from Charleston. Nobody was hurt, and they sent Skelly on his pony towards the mountains." Colonel Kenton's face clouded. "I'm sorry," he said. "I fear that Travers will be much too free with stinging remarks. It's a time when men should control their tongues. Do you be careful with yours. You're a youth in years, but you're a man in size, and you should be a man in thought, too. You and I have been close together, and I have trusted you, even when you were a little boy." "It's so, father," replied Harry, with affection and gratitude, "and I'm going to trust you yet further. It may be that I shall give you a task requiring great skill and energy." The colonel looked closely at his son, and he gave silent approval to the tall, well-knit form and the alert, eager face. "We'll have supper presently," he said, "and then we will talk with visitors. Some you know and some you don't. One of them, who has come far, is already in the house." Harry's eyes showed surprise, but he knew better than to ask questions. The colonel had carried his military training into private life. "He's a distant relative of ours, very distant, but a relative still," continued Colonel Kenton. "You will meet him at supper. Be ready in a half-hour." The dinner of city life was still called supper in the South, and Harry hastened to his room to prepare. His heart began to throb with excitement. Now they were to have visitors at night, and a mysterious stranger was there. He felt dimly the advance of great events. Harry Kenton was a normal and healthy boy, but the discussions, the debates, and the passions sweeping over the Union throughout the year had sifted into Pendleton also. The news today had merely struck fire to tinder prepared already, and infused with the spirit of youth, he felt much excitement, but no depression. Making a careful toilet, he descended to the drawing-room, a little before the regular time. Although he was early, his father was there before him, standing in his customary attitude with his back to the hearth and his hands clasped behind him. "Our guest will be down in a few minutes," said Colonel Kenton. "He comes from Charleston, and his name is Raymond Louis Bertrand. I will explain how he is related to us." He gave a chain of cousins extending on either side from the Kenton family to the Bertrand family until they joined in the middle. It was a slender tie of kinship, but it sufficed in the South. As he finished, Bertrand himself came in, and was introduced formally to his Kentucky cousin. Harry would have taken him for a Frenchman, and he was, in very truth, largely of French blood. His black eyes and hair, his swarthy complexion, gleaming white teeth, and quick, volatile manner, showed some descent from France, who had come from the ancient soil by way of Haiti, and the great Negro rebellion to the coast of South Carolina. He seemed strange and foreign to Harry, and yet he liked him. "And this is my young cousin, the one who is likely to be so zealous for our cause," he said, smiling at Harry with flashing black eyes. "You are a stalwart lad. They grow bigger and stronger here than in our warm Carolina coast." "Raymond arrived only 3 hours ago," said Colonel Kenton in explanation, "leaving only 3 hours after the resolution in favor of secession was adopted." "And a rough journey it was," said Bertrand vivaciously. "I was rattled and shaken by the trains, and I made some of the connections by horseback over the wild hills. Then it was a long ride through the snow to your hospitable home here, my good cousin Colonel Kenton. But I had minute directions, and no one noticed a stranger who came so quietly around the town, and then entered your house." Harry said nothing, but watched him intently. Bertrand spoke with a rapid lightness and grace, and an abundance of gesture, to which he was not used in Kentucky. He ate plentifully, and although his manners were delicate, Harry felt to an increasing degree his foreign aspect and spirit. He did not wonder at it when he learned later that Bertrand, besides being chiefly of French blood, had also been educated in Paris. "Was there much enthusiasm in South Carolina when the state seceded, Raymond?" asked Colonel Kenton. "I saw greatest joy and confidence everywhere," he replied, the color flaming through his olive face. "The whole state is ablaze. Charleston is the heart and soul of our new alliance. Rhett and Yancey of Alabama, and the great orators make the souls of men leap. Ah, sir, if you could only have been in Charleston in the course of recent months, if you could have heard the speakers, if you could have seen how the great and righteous Calhoun's influence lives after him, and then the writers. The able newspaper, the Mercury, has thundered daily of our cause. Sims, the novelist, and Timrod and Hayne, the poets, have written of it. All the cities of the North boast of their size and wealth, but they cannot match Charleston in culture and spirit and vivacity." Harry saw that Bertrand felt and believed every word he said, and his enthusiasm was communicated to the colonel, whose face flushed, and to Harry, too, whose own heart was beating faster. "It was a great deed," exclaimed Colonel Kenton. "South Carolina has always dared to speak her mind. But here in Kentucky some of the cold North blood flows in our veins, and we pause to calculate and consider. We must hasten events. Now, Raymond, we will go into the library. Our friends will be here in a half hour. Harry, you are to stay with us. I told you are to be trusted." They left the table and went into the great room where the fire had been built anew, and was casting a ruddy welcome through the windows. The two men sat down before the blaze, and each fell silent, engrossed in his thoughts.
Harry felt it pleased excitement. Here was a great and mysterious affair, but he was going to have admittance to the heart of it. He walked to the window, lifted the curtain, and looked out. A slender, erect figure was already coming up the walk, and he recognized Travers. Travers knocked at the door and was received cordially. Colonel Kenton introduced Bertrand, saying, "The messenger from the south." Travers shook hands and nodded also to signify that he understood. Then came Culver, the state senator from the district, a man of middle years, bulky, smooth-shaven, and oratorical. He was followed soon by Bracken, a tobacco farmer on a great scale, Judge Kendrick, Reed and Wayne, both lawyers, and several others, all of wealth or of influence in that region. Besides Harry, there were 10 in the room. "I believe that we are all here now," said Colonel Kenton. "I keep my son with us because, for reasons I will explain later, I shall nominate him for the task that is needed." "We do not question your judgment, Colonel," said Senator Culver. "He is a strong and likely lad, but I suggest that we go at once to business. Mr. Bertrand, you will inform us what further steps are to be taken by South Carolina and her neighboring states. South Carolina may set an example, but if the others do not follow, she will merely be a sacrifice." Bertrand smiled. His smile always lighted up his olive face in a wonderful way. It was a smile, too, of supreme confidence. "Do not fear," he said. "Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, and Louisiana are ready. We have word from them all. It is only a matter of a few days until every state in the lower South goes out. And we want also, and we need greatly, those on the border, famous states like your Kentucky and Virginia. Do you not see that you are threatened? With the triumph of the rail-splitter Lincoln, the seat of power is transformed to the North. It is not alone a question of slavery. The balance of the Union is destroyed. The South loses leadership. Her population is not increasing rapidly, and hereafter she will merely hold the stirrup while the North sits in the saddle." A murmur arose from the men. More than one clenched his hands until the nails pressed into the flesh. Harry, still standing by the window, felt the influence of the South Carolinian's words more deeply, perhaps, than any other. The North appeared to him cold, jealous, and vengeful. "You are right about Kentucky and Virginia," said Senator Culver. "The secession of 2 such strong states would strike terror in the North. It would influence the outside world, and we would be in a far better position for war, if it should come. Governor Magoffin will have to call a special session of the legislature, and I think there will be enough of us in both Senate and House to take Kentucky out." Bertrand's dark face glowed. "You must do it," he exclaimed. "And if you do, our cause is won." There was a thoughtful silence, broken at last by Colonel Kenton, who turned an inquiring eye upon Bertrand. "I wish to ask you about the Knights of the Golden Circle," he said. "I hear they are making a great headway in the Gulf States." Raymond hesitated for a moment. It seemed that he too felt for the first time a difference between himself and these men about him, who were so much less demonstrative than he. But he recovered his poise quickly. "I speak to you frankly," he replied. "When our new confederation is formed, it is likely to expand. A hostile union will lie across our northern border, but to the south the way is open. There is our field. Spain grows weak, and the great island of Cuba will fall from her grasp, and Mexico is torn by one civil war and another. It is a grand country, and it would prosper mightily in strong hands. Beyond lie the unstable states of Central America, also awaiting good rulers." Colonel Kenton frowned, and the lawyers looked doubtful. "I can't say that I like your prospect," the colonel said. "It seems to me that your Knights of the Golden Circle meditate a great slave empire which will eat its way even into South America. Slavery is not wholly popular here. Henry Clay long ago wished it to be abolished, and his is a mighty name among us. It would be best to say little in Kentucky of the Knights of the Golden Circle. Our climate is a little too cold for such a prospect." Bertrand bit his lip. Swift and volatile, he showed disappointment. But Still swift and volatile, he recovered quickly. "I have no doubt that you are right, Colonel Kenton," he said, in a tone of one who conforms gracefully. "And I shall be careful when I go to Frankfort with Senator Culver to say nothing about it." But Harry, who watched him all the time, read tenacity and purpose in his eyes. This man would not relinquish his great Southern dream, a dream of vast domination, and he had a powerful society behind him. "What news, then, will you send to Charleston?" asked Bertrand at length. "Will you tell her that Kentucky, the state of great names, will stand beside her?" "Such a message shall be carried to her," replied Colonel Kenton, speaking for them all. "And I propose that my son Harry will be the messenger. These are troubled times, gentlemen, and full of peril. We dare not trust to the mails, and a lad carrying letters would arouse the least suspicion. He is strong and resourceful. I, his father, should know best, and I am willing to devote him to the cause." Harry started when he heard the words of his father, and his heart gave a great leap of mingled surprise and joy. Such a journey, such an enterprise, made an instant appeal to his impulsive and daring spirit. But he did not speak, waiting upon the words of his elders. All of them looked at him, and it seemed to Harry that they were measuring him, both body and mind. "I have known the boy since his birth," said Senator Culver, "and he is all that you say. There is none stronger or better. The choice is good." "Good, aye, good indeed," said the impetuous Bertrand. "How they will welcome him in Charleston!" "Then, gentlemen," said Colonel Kenton very soberly, "you are all agreed that my son shall carry to South Carolina the message that Kentucky will follow her out of the Union?" "We are," they said all together. "I shall be glad and proud to go," said Harry, speaking for the first time. "I knew it without asking you," said Colonel Kenton. "I suggest to you, friends, that he start before dawn, and that he go to Winton instead of the nearest station. We wish to avoid observation and suspicion. The fewer questions he has to answer, the better it will be for all of us." They agreed with him again, and in order that he might be fresh and strong for his journey, Harry was sent to his bedroom. Everything would be made ready for him, and Colonel Kenton would call him at the appointed hour. As he withdrew, he bade them in turn good night, and they returned his courtesy gravely. It was one thing to go to his room, but it was another to sleep. He undressed and sat on the edge of the bed. Only when he was alone did he realize the tremendous change that had come into his life, nor into his life alone, but into the lives of all he knew, and of millions more. It had ceased snowing, and the wind was still. The earth was clothed in deep and quiet white, and the pines stood up, rows of white cones, silvered by the moonlight. Nothing moved out there. No sound came. He felt awed by the world of night and the mysterious future, which must be full of strange and great events. He lay down between the covers and, although sleep was long in coming, it came at last, and it was without dreams. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Recorded by Michael Packard of Western Colorado.
Chapter 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Parshall. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. By Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 2. A Courier to the South. Harry was awakened by his father shaking his shoulder. It was yet dark outside, but a small lamp burned on his table. "It is time for you to go, Harry," said Colonel Kenton, somewhat unsteadily. "Your horse, bridle and saddle on, is waiting. Your breakfast has been cooked for you, and everything else is ready." Harry dressed rapidly in his heaviest and warmest clothing. He and his father ate breakfast by lamplight, and when he finished it was not yet dawn. Then the colonel himself brought him his overcoat, comforter, overshoes, and fur cap. "The saddlebags are already on your horse," he said, "and they are filled with the things you will need. In this pocketbook you will find $500, and here is also an order on a bank in Charleston for more. See that you keep both money and order safely. I trust you to spend the money in the proper manner." Henry put both in an inside pocket of his waistcoat, and then his father handed him a heavy sealed letter. "This you must guard with your life," he said. "It is not addressed to anybody, but you can give it to Senator Yancey, who is probably in Charleston, or Governor Pickens of South Carolina, or General Beauregard, who, I understand, is coming to command the troops there, and whom I knew in former days, or to General Ripley. It contains Kentucky's promise to South Carolina, and it is signed by many of us. And now, Harry, let prudence watch over action. It is no common errand upon which you ride." The colonel walked with him to the gate where the horse stood. Harry did not know who had brought the animal there, but he believed that his father had done so with his own hand. The boy sprang into the saddle. Colonel Kenton gave him a strong grasp of the hand, undertook to say something, but as he did so the words choked in his throat, and he walked hastily toward the house. Harry spoke to his horse, but 100 yards away, before he came to the first curve in the road, he stopped and looked back. Colonel Kenton was standing in the doorway, his figure made bright in the moonlight. Harry waved his hand, and a hand was waved in return. Tears arose to his own eyes, but he was youth in the saddle, with the world before him, and the mist was gone quickly. The snow was 6 or 7 inches deep, and lay unbroken in the road, but the horse was powerful, shod carefully for snow and ice, and Harry had been almost from infancy an expert rider. His spirits rose. He had no fear of the stillness and the dark, but one could scarcely call it the dark, since brilliant stars rode high in a bright blue heaven, and the forest on either side of him was a vast and intricate tracery of white touched with silver. He examined his saddlebags and found in them a silver-mounted pistol and cartridges, which he transferred to his belt. The line of the mountains lay near the road, and he remembered Bill Skelly and those like him. The weapon gave him new strength. Skelly and his comrades might come on any pretext they chose. The road lay straight toward the south, edged on either side by forest. Now and then he passed a silent farmhouse, set back among the trees, and once a dog barked, but there was no sound save the tread of the horse's feet in the snow, and his occasional puff when he blew the steam from his nostrils. Harry did not feel the cold. The heavy overcoat protected his body, and the strong action of his heart, pouring the blood in a full tide through his veins, kept him warm. The east whitened. Dawn came. Thin spires of smoke began to rise from distant houses in the woods or fields. Harry was already many miles from Pendleton, and then something rose in his throat again. He remembered his father standing in the portico, and strangely enough, the Tacitus. lying in his locked desk at the academy. But he crushed it down. His abounding youth made him consider as weak and unworthy an emotion which a man would merely have reckoned as natural. The station at Winton was a full 20 miles from Pendleton, and, with such heavy snow, Harry did not expect to arrive until late in the afternoon. Nor would there be any need for him to get there earlier, as no train for Nashville reached that place until 6:30 in the evening. His horse showed no sign of weariness, but he checked his speed and went on at an easy walk. The road curved nearer to a line of blue hills, which sloped gradually upward for scores of miles until they became mountains. All were clothed with forest, and every tree was heavy with snow. A line between the trees showed where a path turned off from the main road and entered the hills. As Harry approached it, he heard the crunching of the horse's hooves on the snow. A warning instinct caused him to urge his own horse forward, just as 4 riders came into view. He saw that the men in the saddles, who were 40 or 50 yards away, were mountaineers like Skelly. They wore fur caps. Heavy blanket shawls were drooped about their shoulders, and every one carried a rifle. As soon as they saw the boy, they shouted to him to halt. Harry's alert senses took alarm. They must have gained some knowledge of his errand and its nature. Perhaps word had been sent from Pendleton by those who were arraying themselves on the other side that he be intercepted. When they cried to him to stop, he struck his horse sharply, shouted to him, and bent far over against his neck. Colonel Kenton had chosen well. The horse responded instantly. He seemed to gather his whole powerful frame compactly together and shot forward. The nearest mountaineer fired, but the bullet nearly whistled where the horse and rider had been and sent snow flying from the bushes on the other side of the road. A second rifle cracked, but it too missed the flying target, and the mountaineers, turning into the main road, gave pursuit. Harry felt a cold shiver along his spine when the leading man pulled trigger. It was the first time in his life that anyone had ever fired upon him, and the shiver returned with the second shot. And since they had missed, confidence came. He knew that they could not overtake him, and that they would not dare to pursue him long. He glanced back. They were a full 100 yards in the rear, riding all 4 abreast. He remembered his own pistol, and, drawing it from his belt, he sent a bullet toward the pursuit. It was too long a range for serious work, but he intended it as a warning that he too was armed and would fight. The road still ran through the forest with the hills close on the left. Up went the sun, casting a golden glory over the white earth. Harry beheld afar only a single spire of smoke. The houses were few in that region, and he might go 4 or 5 miles without seeing a single human being, save those who pursued. But he was not afraid. His confidence lay chiefly in the powerful animal that he rode, and he saw the distance between him and the 4 men lengthen from 100 to 200 yards. One of them fired another shot at him, but it only shook the snow from a tree 15 feet away. He could not keep from sending back a taunting cry. On went the sun up the curve of the heavens, and the brilliant light grew. The forest thinned away. The line of hills retreated, and before him lay fields, extending both right and left. The eye ranged over a great distance, and he counted the smoke of 5 farmhouses. He believed that the men would not pursue him into the open country, but he urged his horse to greater speed, and did not turn in his saddle for a quarter of an hour. When he finally looked back, the mountaineers were gone. He could see clearly a half-mile, and he knew now that his surmise had come true. They dared to pursue only in the forest, and having failed, they would withdraw into the hills. He drew his horse down to a walk, patted his shoulder, and spoke to him words of approval. He was not sorry now that he had passed through the adventure. It would harden him to risks and dangers to come. He made up his mind also to say nothing about it. He could send a warning back from Winton, but the men in Pendleton knew how to protect themselves, and the message might fall into the wrong hands. His journey continued in such peace that it was hard to believe men had fired upon him, and in the middle of the afternoon he reached Winton. He left his horse, saddle, and bridle at a livery stable, stating that they would be called for by Colonel Kenton, who was known throughout the region, and sought food at the crude little wooden hotel. He was glad that he saw no one whom he knew, because, after the fashion of the country, they would ask him many questions, and he felt relief, too, when the train arrived. Dark had come when Henry entered the car. There were no coaches for sleepers, and he must make himself comfortable as best he could on the red plush seat, sprinkled thickly with ashes and cinders from the engine. Fortunately, he had the seat alone, although there were many people in the car. The train, pouring out a huge volume of black smoke, pulled out of the station with a great clatter that never ceased. Now Harry felt an ebb of the spirits and melancholy. He was leaving behind Pendleton and all that he had known. In the day, the excitement, the cold air, and the free world about him had kept him up. Now, the swaying and jarring of the train, crude like most others in that early time of railways, gave him a sense of illness. The window at his elbow rattled incessantly, and the ashes and cinders sifted in, blackening his face and hands. 3 or 4 smoking lamps, hung from the ceiling, lighted the car dimly, and disclosed but partly the faces of the people around him. Some were asleep already, others ate supper from baskets. Harry felt of his pockets at intervals to see that his money and letters were safe, and he kept his saddlebags closely on the seat beside him. The nausea created by the motion of the train passed away soon. He put his face against the dusty window pane and tried to see the country, but he could catch only glimpses of snowy woods and fields, and once or twice flashes of water as they crossed rivers. The effort yielded little, and he turned his attention to the people. He noted only one who differed in aspect from the ordinary country passenger. A man of middle years sat rigidly erect at the far end of the car. He wore a black hat, broad of brim, and all his clothing was black and precise. His face was shaven smoothly, save for a long gray mustache with an upward curve. While the people about him talked in a miscellaneous fashion, he did not join them, and his manner did not invite approach, even in those easy times. Harry was interested greatly. The stranger presently opened a valise, took out some food, and ate delicately. Then he drew a small silver cup from the same valise, filled it at the drinking stand, drank, and returned it to the same valise. Without a crumb having fallen on clothing or floor, he resumed his seat and gazed straight before him. Harry's interest in the stranger increased. He had a fine face, cut clearly, and of a somewhat severe and melancholy cast. Always he gazed straight before him, and his mind seemed to be far from the people in the car. It was obvious that he was not the ordinary traveler, and the boy spent some time in trying to guess his identity. Then he gave up because he was growing sleepy. Excitement and the long physical strain were now telling upon Harry. He leaned his head against the corner of the seat and the wall, drew his overcoat as a blanket about his body and shoulders, and let his eyelids droop. The dim train grew dimmer, and he slept. The train was due at Nashville between midnight and morning, and Harry was awakened by the conductor a half hour before he reached the city. He shook himself, put on his overcoat that he had used as a blanket, and tried to look through the window. He saw only darkness rushing past, but he knew that he had left Kentucky behind, and it seemed to him that he had come into an alien land, a land of future friends, no doubt, but, as yet, the land of the stranger. All the people in the train were awakening, and were gathering their baggage sleepily about them. But the stranger who drank from the silver cup seemed not to have been asleep at all. He still sat rigidly erect, and his melancholy look had not abated. His valise lay on the seat beside him. Harry noticed that it was large and strong, with metal clasps at the corners. The engine was whistling already for Nashville, and Harry threw his saddlebags over his arm. He was fully awake now, alert and eager. This town of Nashville was full of promise. It had been the home of the great Andrew Jackson, and it was one of the important cities of the South, where cities were measured by influence rather than population, because all, except New Orleans, were small. As the train slowed down, Harry arose and stood in the aisle. The stranger also stood up, and Harry noticed that his bearing was military. He looked around. His eyes met Harry's. Perhaps he had been observing him in the night, and he smiled. It was a rare, illuminating smile that made him wonderfully attractive, and Harry smiled back. He did not know it, but he was growing lonely, with the loneliness of youth, and he wanted a friend. "You are stopping in Nashville?" said the man with the friendliness of the time. "For a day only. I am then going further south." Harry had answered without hesitation. He did not believe it possible that this man could be planning anything against him or his errand. The tall stranger looked upon him with approval. "I noticed you in the train last night when you slept," he said, speaking in the soft, musical accents of the seaboard South. "Your sleep was very deep, almost like a collapse. You showed that you had been through great physical and mental strain, and even before you fell asleep, your anxious look indicated that you rode on an errand of importance." Harry gazed at him in surprise, mingled with a little alarm. The strange man laughed musically and with satisfaction. "I am neither a detective nor a conspirator," he said. "These are times when men travel upon anxious journeys. I go upon one myself, but since we are in Tennessee, well south of the Mason and Dixon line, I make no secret of it. I am Leonidas Talbot of South Carolina. Until a week ago a colonel in the American army, but now bound for my home in Charleston. You boarded this train at a station in Kentucky, either the nearest or among the nearest to Pendleton. A resemblance, real or fancied, has caused me to notice you closely." The man was looking at him with frank blue eyes set well apart, and Harry saw no need of concealing his identity. "My name is Kenton, Henry Kenton, though people generally call me Harry, and I live at Pendleton, in Kentucky," he replied. Now the smile of Leonidas Talbot, late Colonel USA, became rarely sweet. "I should have guessed it," he said. "The place where you joined us and the strong resemblance should have made me know. You must be the son of Colonel George Kenton." "Yes," said Harry. "Then, young sir, let me shake your hand." His manner seemed so warm and natural that Harry held out his hand, and Colonel Talbot gave it a strong clasp. "Your father and I have served together," he said. "We were in the same class at West Point, and we fought in the same command against the Indians on the plains. I saw him again at Cerro Gordo, and we were side by side at Contreras, Molino del Rey, and the storming of Chapultepec. He left the service some time after we came back from Mexico, but I remained in it until recent events. It is fitting that I should meet his son here, when we go upon errands which are perhaps similar in nature." "I infer that your destination is Charleston." "Yes," said Harry, and he was not sorry that he had obeyed the impulse. "Then we shall go together," said Colonel Talbot. "I take it that many other people are now on their way to this same city of Charleston, which since the secession of South Carolina has become the most famous in the Union." "I shall be glad if you will take me with you," said Harry. "I know little of Charleston in the lower South, and I need company." "Then we will go to a hotel," said Colonel Talbot. "On a journey like this, two together are better than one alone. I know Nashville fairly well, and while it is of the undoubted South, it will be best for us while we are here to keep quiet tongues in our heads. We cannot get a train out of the city until the afternoon." They were now in the station, and everybody was going out. It was not much past midnight, and a cold wind blowing across the hills and the Cumberland River made Harry shiver in his overcoat. Once more he was glad of his new comradeship with a man so much superior in years and worldly wisdom. Snow lay on the ground, but not so deep as in Kentucky. Houses, mostly of wood and low, showed dimly through the dusk. No carriages met the train, and the people were melting away already to their destinations. "I'll lead the way," said Colonel Talbot. "I know the best hotel, and for travelers who need rest, the best is always none too good." He led briskly through the silent and lonely streets until they came to a large brick building with several lights shining from the wide and open door. They entered the lobby of the hotel, one carrying his saddlebags and the other his valise, and registered in the book that the sleepy clerk shoved toward them. Several loungers still sat in cane-bottomed chairs along the wall, and they cast curious glances at Harry and the colonel. The hotel was crowded, the clerk said. People had been crowding into town in the last few days, as there was a great stir in the country owing to the news from Charleston. He could give them only one room, but it had 2 beds. "It will do," said the colonel in his soft but positive voice. "My young friend and I have been traveling hard, and we need rest." Harry would have preferred a room alone, but his trust in Colonel Talbot had become absolute. This man must be what he claimed to be. There was no trace of deceit about him. His heart had never before warmed so much to a stranger. Colonel Talbot closed and locked the door of their room. It was a large bare apartment with 2 windows overlooking the town and 2 small beds against opposite walls. The colonel put his valise at the foot of one bed and walked to the window. The night had lightened somewhat, and he saw the roofs of buildings the dim line of the yellow river and the dusky haze of the hills beyond. He turned his head and looked steadily in the direction in which lay Charlestown. A look of ineffable sadness overspread his face. The light on the table was none too bright, but Harry saw Colonel Talbot's melancholy eyes, and he could not refrain from asking, "What's the trouble, Colonel?" The South Carolinian turned from the window, sat down on the edge of the bed, and smiled. It was an illuminating smile, almost the smile of youth. "I'm afraid that everything's the matter, Harry boy," he said. "South Carolina, the state that I love even more than the Union to which it belongs or belonged, has gone out, and Harry, because I'm a son of South Carolina, I must go with it, and I don't want to go. But I've been a soldier all my life. I know little of politics. I have grown up with the feeling that I must stay with my people through all things. It must be kin by blood to half the white people in Charleston. How could I desert them?" "You couldn't," said Harry empathetically. Colonel Leonidas Talbot smiled. It is possible that, at the moment, he wished for the sanguine decision of youth, which could choose a side and find only wrong in the other. "In my heart," he continued, "I do not wish to see the Union broken up, although the violence of New England orators and the raid of John Brown has appalled me. But, Harry, pay good heed to me when I say it is not a mere matter of going out of the Union. It may not be possible for South Carolina and the states that follow her to stay out." "I don't understand you," said the boy. "It means war! It means war, as surely as the rising of the sun in the morning. Many think that it does not, and that the new republic will be formed in peace. But I know better. A great and terrible war is coming. Many of our colored people in Charleston and along the Carolina coast came by the way of the West Indies. They have strange superstitions. They believe that some of their number have the gift of the second sight. In my childhood, I knew 2 old women who claimed the power, and they gave apparent proofs that were extraordinary. I feel just now as if I had the gift myself, and I tell you, Harry, although you can see only a dark horizon from the window, I see one that is blood red all the way to the zenith. Alas, our poor country!" Harry stared at him in amazement. The colonel, although he had called his name, seemed to have forgotten his presence. A vivid and powerful imagination had carried him not only from the room, but far into the future. He recovered himself with an abrupt little shrug of the shoulders. "I am too old a man to be talking such foolishness to a boy," he said briskly. "To bed, Harry, to bed! Your sleep on the train was brief, and you need more. So do I." Harry undressed quickly and put himself under the covers, and the colonel also retired, though somewhat more leisurely. The boy could not sleep for some time. One vision was present in his mind, that of Charleston, the famous city to which they were going. The effect of the Colonel Talbot's ominous words had worn off. He would soon see the city, which had been so long a leader in the Southern thought and action. And he would see, too, the men who had so boldly taken matters into their own hands. He admired their courage and daring. It was late when Harry awoke, and the colonel was already up and dressed. But the man waited quietly until the boy was dressed also, and then they went down to breakfast together. Despite the lateness of the hour, the dining room was still crowded, and the room buzzed with animated talk. Harry knew very well that Charleston was the absorbing topic, just as it had been the one great thought in his own mind. The people about him seemed to be wholly of Southern sympathies, and he knew very well that Tennessee, although she might take her own time about it, would follow South Carolina out of the Union. They found 2 vacant seats at a table where 3 men already sat. One was a member of the legislature, who talked somewhat loudly. The second was a country merchant of middle age, and the third was a young man of 25 who had very little to say. The legislator, whose name was Ramsay, soon learned Colonel Talbot's identity, and he would have proclaimed it to everybody about him had not the colonel begged him not to do so. "But will you at least permit me to shake your hand, Colonel Talbot?" he said. "One who can give up his commission in the army and come back to us, as you have done, is the kind of man we need." Colonel Talbot gave a reluctant hand. "I am proud to have felt the grasp of one who will win many honors in the coming war," said Ramsay. "Or more likely fill a grave," said Colonel Talbot dryly. The silent young man across the table looked at the South Carolinian with interest, and Harry in his turn examined this stranger. He was built well, shaven smoothly. It did not look like a Tennessean. His thin lips, often pressed closely together, seemed to indicate a capacity for silence, but when he saw Harry looking at him, he smiled and said, "I gather from your conversation that you are going to Charleston. All southern roads seem to lead to that town, and I, too, am going there. My name is Shepard, William J. Shepard, of St. Louis." Colonel Talbot turned a measuring look upon him. It was so intensive and comprehensive that the young man flushed slightly and moved a little in his seat. "So, you are from St. Louis," said the colonel. "That is a great city, and you must know something about the feeling there. Can you tell me whether Missouri will go out?" "I cannot," replied Shepard. "No man can, but many of us are at work." "What do you think?" persisted Colonel Talbot. "I'm hoping Missouri is really a southern state, the daughter of Kentucky, and she ought to join her southern sisters. As the others go out one by one, I think she will follow. The North will not fight, and we will form a peaceful Southern Republic." Colonel Leonidas Talbot of South Carolina swept him once more with that intent and comprehensive gaze. "The North will fight," he said, "as I told my young friend here last night. A great and terrible war is coming." "Do you think so?" asked Shepard, and it seemed to Harry that his tone had become one of overwhelming interest. "Then Charleston, as its center and origin, ought to be ready. How are they prepared there for defense?" Colonel Talbot's eyes never left Shepard's face, and a faint pink tint appeared again in the young man's cheeks. "There are forts, Sumter, Moultrie, Johnson, and Pinckney," replied the South Carolinian, "and I heard today that they are building earthworks also. All are helping, and it is said that Lieutenant Beauregard is going there to take command." "A good officer," said Shepard musingly. "I believe you said you were leaving for Charlestown this afternoon?" "No, I did not say when," replied Colonel Talbot somewhat sharply. "It is possible that Harry and I may linger a while in Nashville. They do not need us yet in Charlestown, though their tempers are pretty warm. There has been so much fiery talk, cumulative for so many years, that they regard Northern men with extremely hostile eyes. It would not take much to cause trouble." Colonel Talbot continued to gaze steadily at Shepard, but the Missourian looked down into his plate. It seemed to Harry that there was some sort of play between them, or rather a thread of suspicion, a fine thread in truth, but strong enough to sustain something. He could see, too, that Colonel Talbot was giving Shepard a warning veiled and vague, but nevertheless a warning. But the boy liked Shepard. His face seemed to him frank and honest, and he would have trusted him. They rose presently and went into the lobby, where the colonel evaded Shepard as the place was now crowded. More news had come from Charleston, and evidently it was to their liking. There was a great amount of talk. Many of the older men sprinkled their words with expressive oaths. The oaths came so naturally that it seemed to be a habit with them. They chewed tobacco frequently, and now and then their white shirt fronts were stained with it. All those who seemed to be of prominence wore long black coats, waistcoats cut low, and trousers of a lighter color. Near the wall stood a man of heavy build with a great shaggy head and thick black hair all over his face. He was dressed in a suit of rough gray jeans, with his trousers stuffed into high boots. He carried in his right hand a short, thick riding whip, with which he occasionally switched the tops of his own boots. Harry spoke to him civilly, after the custom of the time and place. He took him for a mountaineer, and he judged by the heavy whip he carried that he was a horse or cattle trader. "They talk of Charleston," said Harry. "Yes, they talk and talk," said the man, biting his words, "and they do nothing." "You think they ought to take Tennessee out right away?" "No, I'm aggin it. I don't want to bust up this here Union, but I reckon Tennessee is goin' out, and most the other Southern states will go out too. I 'low the South would get whipped out like all tarnation, but if she does, I'm a Southerner myself, and I'll have to get whipped along with her. But talkin' don't do no good for nobody. If the South goes out, it's hittin' that'll count, and them that hits fastest, hardest, truest, and longest will win." The man was rough in appearance and illiterate in speech, but his manner impressed Henry in an extraordinary manner. It was direct and wonderfully convincing. The boy recognized at once a mind that would steer straight through things towards its goal. "My name is Harry Kenton," he said politely. "I'm from Kentucky, and my father used to be a colonel in the army." "Mine," said the mountaineer, "is Nat Forrest, Nathan Bedford Forrest for full and long. I'm a trader in livestock, and I thought I'd look in here at Nashville and see what the smart folks was doin'. I'd tell 'em not to let Tennessee go out of the Union, but they wouldn't pay any 'tention to a hoss-tradin' mountaineer, who his neighbors say can't write his name." "I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Forrest," said Harry, "but I'm afraid we're on different sides of the question." "Mebbe we are till things come to a head," said the mountaineer, laughing. "But as I said, if Tennessee goes out, I reckon I'll go with her. It's hard to go aggin' in your own gang. Leastways, 'tain't in me to do it. Now I've had enough of this gab, and I'm goin' to skip out. Goodbye, young feller. I wish you well." Bringing his whip once more, and sharply this time across the tops of his own boots, he strode out of the hotel. His walk was like his talk, straight and decisive. Harry saw Shepard in the lobby making friends, but, imitating his older comrade, he avoided him, and late that afternoon Colonel Talbot and he left for Charleston. End of chapter 2. A Courier to the South. Recording by Sarah Parshall. Chapter 3, Part 1 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Parshall. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. By Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 3. The Heart of Rebellion. Part 1 of 2. Harry, with his friend Colonel Leonidas Talbot, approached Charleston on Christmas morning. It was a most momentous day to him. As he came nearer, the place looked greater and greater. He had read about it in the books in his father's house, old tales of the Revolution and stories of its famous families, and now its name was in the mouths of all men. He had felt a change in his own Kentucky atmosphere at Nashville, but it had become complete when he drew near to Charleston. It was a different world, different alike in appearance and in thought. The contrast made the thrill all keener and longer. Colonel Talbot also was swayed by emotion, but his was that of one who was coming home. "I was born here, and I passed my boyhood here," he said. "I could not keep from loving it if I would, and I would not if I could. Look how the cold north melts away. See the great magnolias, the live oaks, and the masses of shrubbery. Harry, I promise you that you shall have a good time in this Charleston of ours." They had left the railroad some distance back, and had come in by stage. The day was warm and pleasant. Two odors, one of flowers and foliage, and the other of the sea salt, reached Harry. He found both good. He felt for the 1,000th time of his pocketbook and papers to see that they were safe. And he was glad that he had come, glad that he had been chosen for such an important errand. The colonel asked the driver to stop the stage at a crossroad, and he pointed out to Harry a low, white house with green blinds, standing on a knoll among magnificent live oaks. "That is my house, Harry," he said, "and this is Christmas Day. Come and spend it with me there." Harry felt to the full the kindness of Colonel Leonidas Talbot, for whom he had formed a strong affection. The colonel seemed to him so simple, so honest, and in a way so unworldly, that he had won his heart almost at once. But he felt that he should decline, as his message must be delivered as soon as he arrived in Charleston. "I suppose you are right," said the colonel, when the boy had explained why he could not accept. "You take your letters to the gentlemen who are going to make the war, and then you and I, and others like us, ranging from your age to mine, will have to fight it." But Henry was not to be discouraged. He could not see things in a gray light on that brilliant Christmas morning. Here was Charleston before him, and in a few hours he would be in the thick of great events. A thrill of keen anticipation ran through all his veins. The colonel and he stood by the roadside while the obliging driver waited. He offered his hand, saying good-bye. "It's only for a day," said Colonel Leonidas Talbot, as he gave the hand a strong clasp. "I shall be in Charleston tomorrow, and I shall certainly see you." Harry sprang back to his place, and the stage rolled joyously into Charleston. Harry saw at once that the city was even more crowded than Nashville had been. Its population had increased greatly in a few weeks, and he could feel the quiver of excitement in the air. Citizen soldiers were drilling in open places, and other men were throwing up earthworks. He left the stage and carried over his arm his baggage, which still consisted only of a pair of saddlebags. He walked to an old-fashioned hotel which Colonel Talbot had selected for him as quiet and good, and as he went he looked at everything with a keen and eager interest. The deep, mellow chiming of bells, from one point and then another, came to his ears. He knew that they were the bells of St. Philip's and St. Michael's, and he looked up in admiration at their lofty spires. He had often heard in far Kentucky of these famous churches and their silver chimes. It seemed to Harry that the tension and excitement of the people in the streets were of a rather pleasant kind. They had done a great deed, and, keyed to a high pitch by their orators and newspapers, they did not fear the consequences. The crowd seemed foreign to him in many aspects. Gaelic rather than American, but very likable. He reached his hotel, a brick building behind a high iron fence, kept by a woman of olive complexion, middle years, and pleasant manners, Madame Josephine Delaunay. She looked at him at first with a little doubt, because it was a time in Charleston when one must inspect strangers, but when he mentioned Colonel Leonidas Talbot, she broke into a series of smiles. "Ah, the good colonel!" she exclaimed. "We were children at school together, but since he became a soldier he has gone far from here." "And has he returned to fight for his great mother, South Carolina?" "He has come back. He has resigned from the army, and he is here to do South Carolina's bidding." "It is like him," said Madame Delaunay. "Ah, that Leonidas, he has a great soul." "I traveled with him from Nashville to Charleston," said Harry, "and I learned to like and admire him." He had established himself at once in the good graces of Madame Delaunay, and she gave him a fine room overlooking a garden, which in season was filled with roses and oranges. Even now, pleasant aromatic odors came to him through the open window. He had been scarcely an hour in Charleston, but he liked it already. The old city breathed with an ease and grace to which he was unused. The best name he knew for it was fragrance. He had a suit of fresh clothing in his saddlebags, and he arrayed himself with the utmost neatness and care. He felt that he must do so. He could not present himself in rough guise to a people who had every night to be fastidious. He would obtain further clothing out of the abundant store of money, as his father had wished him to make a good appearance and associate with the best. He descended and found Madame Delaunay in the garden, where she gave him welcome with grave courtesy. She seemed to him in manner and bearing a woman of wealth and position, and not the keeper of an inn, doing most of the work with her own hands. He learned later that the two could go together in Charleston, and he learned also that she was the granddaughter of a great Haitian sugar planter, leaving everything to the followers of Toussaint Louverture, glad to reach the shores of South Carolina in safety. Madame Delaunay looked with admiration at the young Kentuckian, so tall and powerful for his age. To her, Kentucky was a part of the cold North. "Can you tell me where I am likely to find Senator Yancey?" asked Harry. "I have letters which I must deliver to him, and I have heard that he is in Charleston." "There is to be a meeting of the leaders this afternoon in St. Anthony's Hall in Broad Street. You will surely find him there, but you must have your luncheon first. I think you must have traveled far." "From Kentucky," replied Harry, and then he added impulsively, "I've come to join your people, Madame Delaunay. South Carolina has many and powerful friends in the Upper South." "She will need them," said Madame Delaunay, but with no tone of apprehension. "This, however, is a city that has withstood much fire and blood, and it can withstand much more. Now I'll leave you here in the garden. Come to luncheon at 1, and you shall meet my other guests." Harry sat down on a little wooden bench beneath a magnolia. Here in the garden the odor of grass and foliage was keen and thrillingly sweet. This was the South, the real South, and its warm passions leaped up in his blood. Much of the talk that he had been hearing recently from those older than he passed through his mind. The Southern states did have a right to go if they chose, and they were being attacked because their prominence aroused jealousy. Slavery was a side issue, a mere pretext. If it were not convenient to hand, some other excuse would be used. here in Charleston, among people who were charming in manner and kind, the feeling was very strong upon him. He left the house after luncheon, and, following Madame Delaunay's instructions, came very quickly to St. Andrew's Hall in Broad Street, where 5 days before the legislature of South Carolina, after adjourning from Columbia, had passed the ordinance of secession. 2 soldiers in the palmetto uniform were on guard, but they quickly let him pass when he showed his letters to Senator Yancey. Inside, a young man, a boy, in fact, not more than a year older than himself, met him. He was slender, dark and tall, dressed precisely, and his manner had that easy grace which, as Harry had noticed already, seemed to be the characteristic of Charleston. "My name is Arthur St. Clair," he said, "and I'm sort of an improvised secretary for our leaders who are in council here." "Mine," said Harry, "is Henry Kenton. I'm a son of Colonel George Kenton, of Kentucky, late a colonel in the United States Army, and I've come with important messages from him, Senator Culver, and other Southern leaders in Kentucky." "Then you will be truly welcome. Wait a moment, and I'll see if they are ready to receive you." He returned almost instantly, and asked Harry to go in with him. They entered a large room with a dais at the center of the far wall, and a number of heavy gilt chairs covered with velvet ranged on either side of it. Over the dais hung a large portrait of Queen Victoria as a girl in her coronation robes. A Scotch society had occupied this room, but the people of Charleston had always taken part in their festivities. In those very velvet chairs the chaperons had sat, while the dancing had gone on in the hall. Then the leaders of secession had occupied them when they put through their measure, and now they were sitting there again, deliberating. A man of middle years and of quick, eager countenance arose when young St. Clair came in with Harry. "Mr. Yancey," said St. Clair, "this is Henry Kenton, the son of Colonel George Kenton, who has come from Kentucky with important letters." Yancey gave him his hand and a welcome, and Harry looked with intense interest at the famous Alabama orator, who, with Slidell of South Carolina and Toombs of Georgia, had matched the New England leaders in vehemence and denunciation. Mr. Slidell, an older man, was present, and so was Mr. Jameson of Barnwell, who had presided when secession was carried. There were more present, some prominent, others destined to become so, and Harry was introduced to them one by one. He gave his letters to Yancey, and retired with young St. Clair to the other end of the room, while the leaders read what had been written from Kentucky. Harry was learning to become a good observer, and he watched them closely as they read. He saw a look of pleasure come on the face of every one, and presently Yancey beckoned to him. "These are fine assurances," said the orator, "and they have been brought by the worthy son of a worthy father. Colonel Kenton, Senator Culver, and others have no doubt that Kentucky will go out with us. Now, you are a boy, but boys sometimes see and hear more than men, and you are old enough to think, that is, to think in the real sense. Tell us, what is your opinion?" Harry flushed and paused in embarrassment. "Go on," said Mr. Yancey persuasively. "I do not know much," said Harry, slowly, wishing not to speak, but feeling that he was compelled by Mr. Yancey to do so. "But, far as I have seen, Kentucky is sorely divided. The people on the other side are perhaps not as strong and influential as ours, but they are more numerous." A shade passed over the face of Yancey, but he quickly recovered his good humor. "You have done right to tell us the truth as you see it," he said. "But we need Kentucky badly. We must have the state, and we will get it. Did you hear anything before you left of one Raymond Bertrand, a South Carolinian?" "He was at my father's house before I came away. I think it was his intention to go from there to Frankfort with some of our own people and insist in taking out the state." Yancey smiled. "Faithful to his errand," he said. "Raymond Bertrand is a good lad. He has visions, perhaps, but they are great ones, and he foresees a mighty republic for us extending far south of our present border. But now that you have accomplished your task, what do you mean to do, Mr. Kenton?" "I want to stay here," replied Harry eagerly. "This is the head and center of all things. I think my father would wish me to do so. I'll enlist with the South Carolina troops and wait for what happens." "Even if what happens should be war?" "Most of all of it should be war. Then I shall be one of those who will be needed most." "A right and proper spirit," said Mr. Jameson of Barnwell. "When we can command such enthusiasm we are unconquerable. Now, we'll not keep you longer, Mr. Kenton. This is Christmas Day, and one as young as you are is entitled to a share of the hilarity. Look after him, St. Clair." Harry went out with young St. Clair, whom he was now calling by his first name, Arthur. He too was staying with Madame Delaunay, who was a distant relative. Harry ate Christmas dinner that evening with 20 people, many of types new to him. It made a deep impression upon him then, and one yet greater afterward, because he beheld the spirit of the Old South in its inmost shrine, Charleston. It seemed to him in later days that he had looked upon it as it passed. They sat in a great dining room upon a floor level with the ground. The magnolias and live oaks and the shrubs in the garden moved in the gentle wind. Fresh, crisp air came through the windows, opened partly, and brought with it, as Harry thought, an aroma of flowers blooming in the farther south. He sat with young St. Clair. The two were already old friends, and Madame Delaunay was at the head of the table, looking more like a great lady who was entertaining her friends than the keeper of an inn. Madame Delaunay wore a flowing white dress that draped itself in folds, and a lace scarf was thrown about her shoulders. Her heavy hair, intensely black, was bound with a gold fillet after a fashion that has returned a half-century later. A single diamond sparkled upon her finger. She seemed to Harry foreign, handsome, and very distinguished. About half the people in the room were of French blood, most of whom Harry surmised were the descendants of people who had fled from Haiti or Santo Domingo. One, Hector St. Hilaire, almost 60, but a major in the militia of South Carolina, soon proved that the boy's surmise was right. Lemonade and a mild drink called claret sanger was served to the boys, but the real claret was served to the major as to the other elders, and the mellowness of Christmas pervaded his spirit. He drank a toast to Madame Delaunay, and the others drank it with him standing. Madame Delaunay responded prettily, and in a few words she asked protection and good fortune for this South Carolina which they all loved, and which had been a refuge to the ancestors of so many of them. As she sat down, she looked up at the wall, and Harry's glance followed hers. It was a long dining room, and he saw there great portraits in massive gilt frames. They were of people French in look, handsome, and dressed with great care and elaboration. The men were in gay coats and knee breeches, silk stockings and buckled shoes. Small swords were at their sides. The women were even more gorgeous in velvet or heavy satin, with their hair drawn high upon their heads and powdered. One had a beauty patch upon her cheek. Major St. Hilaire saw Harry's look as it sped along the wall. He smiled a little sadly, and then a little cheerfully. "Those are the ancestors of Madame Delaunay," he said, "and some, I may mention in passing, are my own also. Our gracious hostess and myself are more or less distantly related, less, I fear, but I boast of it, nevertheless, on every possible occasion. They were great people, in a great island, once the richest colony of France, the richest colony in all the world now. All those people whom you see upon the walls were educated in Paris or other cities of France, and they returned to a life upon the magnificent plantations of Haiti. What has become of that brightness and glory? Gone like the snow under a summer sun. 'Tis nothing but the flower of fancy now. The free black savage has made a wilderness of Haiti, and our enemies in the north would make the same of South Carolina." A murmur of applause ran around the table. Major St. Hilaire had spoken with rhetorical effect and a certain undoubted pathos. Every face flushed, and Harry saw the tears glistening in the eyes of Madame Delaunay, who, despite her 50 years, looked very handsome indeed in her white dress, with the glittering gold fillet about her great masses of hair. The boy was stirred powerfully. His sensitive spirit responded at once to the fervid atmosphere about him. The glow, the intensity of a South far warmer than the one he had known. Their passions were his passions, and having seen the black and savage Haiti of which Major St. Hilaire had drawn such a vivid picture, he shuddered lest South Carolina and the other states, too, should fall the same way to destruction. "It can never happen!" he exclaimed, carried away by impulse. "Kentucky and Virginia and the big states of the upper South will stand beside her and fight with her." The murmur of applause ran around the table again, and Harry, blushing, made himself as small as he could in his chair. "Don't regret a good impulse, Mr. Kenton," said a neighbor, a young man named James MacDonald. Harry had noticed that Scotch names seemed to be as numerous as French in South Carolina. The words that all of us believed to be true leaped from your heart. Harry did not speak again, unless he was addressed directly, but he listened closely while the others talked of the great crisis that was so obviously approaching. His interest did not make him neglect the dinner, as he was a strong and hearty youth. There were sweets for which he did not care much, many vegetables, a great turkey, and venison for which he did care, finishing with an ice and coffee that seemed to him very black and bitter. It was past 8 o'clock when they rose, and any lingering doubts that Harry may have felt were swept away. He was heart and soul with the South Carolinians. Those people in the far north seemed very cold and hard to him. They could not possibly understand. One must be here among the South Carolinians themselves to see and to know. Harry went to his room after a polite good night to all the others. He was not used to long and heavy dinners, and he felt the wish to rest and take the measure of his situation. He threw back the green blinds and opened the window a little. Once more the easy wind brought him that odor of the far south, whether reality or fancy he could not say. But he looked toward another window and looked toward the north. Away from the others and away from a subtle persuasiveness that had been in the air, some of his doubts returned. It would not all be so easy. What were they doing in the far states beyond the Ohio? He heard footsteps in the hall, and a voice that seemed familiar. He had left his door partly open, and when he turned, he caught a glimpse of a face that he knew. It was young Shepard, whom he and Major Talbot had met in Nashville. Shepard saw Harry also, and saluted him cheerfully. "I've just arrived," he said, "and through letters from friends in St. Louis, members of one of the old French families there, I've been lucky enough to secure a room at Madame Delaunay's inn." "Fortune has been with us both," said Harry, somewhat doubtfully, but not knowing what else to say. "It certainly has," said Shepard, with easy good humor. "I'll see you again in the morning, and we'll talk of what we've been through, both of us." He walked briskly on, and Harry heard his firm step ringing on the floor. The boy retired to his own room again and locked the door. He had liked Shepard from the first. He had seemed to him frank and open, and no one could deny his right to come to Charleston if he pleased. And yet Colonel Talbot, a man of delicate and sensitive mind, which quickly registered true impressions, had distrusted him. He had even given Harry a vague warning, which he felt that he could not ignore. He made up his mind that he would not see Shepard in the morning. He would make it a point to rise so early that he could avoid him. His conclusion formed, he slept soundly until the first sunlight poured in at the window that he had left open. Then, remembering that he intended to avoid Shepard, he jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and went down to breakfast, which he had been told he could get as early as he pleased. Madame Delaunay was already there, looking smooth and fresh in the morning air. But St. Clair was the only guest who was as early as Harry. Both greeted him pleasantly and hoped that he had slept well. Their courtesy, although Harry had no doubt of its warmth, was slightly more ornate and formal than that which he had been used at home. He recognized here in older society one very ancient for the New World. The breakfast was also different from the solid one that he always ate at home. It consisted of fruits, eggs, bread, and coffee. There was no meat. But he fared well, nevertheless. St. Clair, he now learned, was a bank clerk, but after hours he was drilling steadily in one of the Charleston companies. "If you enlist, come with me," he said to Harry. "I can get you a place on the staff, and that will suit you." Harry accepted his offer gladly, although he felt that he could not take up his new duties for a few days. Matters of money and other things were to be arranged. "All right," said St. Clair. "Take your time. I don't think there's any need to hurry." End of Chapter 3, Part 1 of 2. The Heart of Rebellion. Recording by Sarah Parshall.
Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallalee. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 3, Part 2. Harry left Madame Delaunay's house immediately after breakfast, still firm in his purpose to avoid Shepard, and went to the bank, on which he held drafts properly attested. Not knowing what the future held, and inspired perhaps by some counsel of caution, he drew half of it in gold, intending to keep it about his person, risking the chance of robbery. Then he went toward the bay, anxious to see the sea and those famous forts, Sumter, Moultrie, and the others, of which he had heard so much. It was a fine, crisp morning, one to make the heart of youth leap, and he soon noticed that nearly the whole population of the city was going with him toward the harbor. St. Clair, who had departed for his bank, overtook him, and it was evident to Harry that his friend was not thinking much now of banks. "What is it, Arthur?" asked Harry. "They stole a march on us yesterday," replied St. Clair. "See that dark and grim mass rising up 60 feet or more near the center of the harbor? The one with the stars and stripes flying so defiantly over it? That's Fort Sumter. Yesterday, while we were enjoying our Christmas dinner and talking of the things that we would do, Major Anderson, who commanded the United States garrison in Fort Moultrie, quietly moved it over to Sumter, which is far stronger. The wives and children of the soldiers and officers have been landed in the city with the request that we send them to their homes in the States, which of course we will do. But Major Anderson, who holds the fort in the name of the United States, refuses to give it up to South Carolina, which claims it. Harry felt an extraordinary thrill, a thrill that was in many ways most painful. Talk was one thing, action was another. Here stood South Carolina and the Union face to face, looking at each other through the muzzles of cannon. Sumter had 140 guns, most of which commanded the city, and the people of Charleston had thrown up great earthworks, mounting many cannon. Boy as he was, Harry was old enough to see that here were all the elements of a great conflagration. It merely remained for somebody to touch fire to the toe. He was not one to sentimentalize, but the sight of the defiant flag, the most beautiful in all the world, stirred him in every fiber. It was the flag under which both his father and Colonel Talbot had fought. "It has to be, Harry," said St. Clair, who was watching him closely. "If it comes to a crisis, we must fire upon it. If we don't, the South will be enslaved, and black ignorance and savagery will be enthroned upon our necks." "I suppose so," said Harry. "But look how the people gather." The battery and all the harbor were now lined with the men, women, and children of Charleston. Harry saw soldiers moving about Sumter, but no demonstration of any kind occurred there. He had not thought hereto about the garrison of the forts in the Charleston harbor. He recognized for the first time that they might not share the opinions of Charleston, and this name of Anderson was full of significance for him. Major Anderson was a Kentuckian. He had heard his father speak of him. They had served together, but it was now evident to Harry that Anderson would not go with South Carolina. "You'll see a small boat coming soon from Sumter," said St. Clair. "Some of our people have gone over there to confer with Major Anderson and demand that he give up the fort." "I don't believe he'll do it," said Harry impulsively. Someone touched him upon the shoulder, and turning quickly, he saw Colonel Leonidas Talbot. He shook the colonel's hand with vigor and introduced him to young St. Clair. "I have just come into the city," said the colonel, "and I heard only a few minutes ago that Major Anderson had removed his garrison from Moultrie to Sumter." "It is true," said St. Clair. "He is defiant. He says that he will hold the fort for the Union." "I had hoped that he would give up," said Colonel Talbot. "It might help the way to a composition." He pulled his long mustache and looked somberly at the flag. The wind had risen a little, and it whipped about the staff. Its fluttering motion seemed to Harry more significant than ever of defiance. He understood the melancholy ring in Colonel Talbot's voice. He, too, like the boy's father, had fought under that flag, the same flag that had led him up the flame-swept slopes of Cerro Gordo and Chapultepec. "Here they come," exclaimed St. Clair, "and I know already the answer that they bring." The small boat that he had predicted put out from Sumter and quickly landed at the battery. It contained 3 commissioners, prominent men of Charleston who had been sent to treat with Major Anderson, and his answer was quickly known to all the crowd. Sumter was the property of the United States, not of South Carolina, and he would hold it for the Union. At that moment the wind strengthened, and the flag stood straight out over the lofty walls of Sumter. "I knew it would be so," said Colonel Talbot with a sigh. "Anderson is that kind of man. Come, boys, we will go back into the city. I am to help in building the fortifications, and as I am about to make a tour of inspection, I will take you with me." Harry found that although secession was only a few days old, the work of offense and defense was already far advanced. The planters were pouring into Charleston, bringing their slaves with them, and white and black labored together at the earthworks. Rich men who had never soiled their hands with toil before now wielded pick and spade by the side of their black slaves. It was rumored that Toutant Beauregard, a great engineer officer, now commander at the West Point Military Academy, would speedily resign and come south to take command of the forces in Charleston. Strong works were going up along the mainland. The South Carolina forces had also seized Sullivan's Island, Morris Island, and James Island, and were mounting guns upon them all. Circling batteries would soon threaten Sumter, and however defiantly the flag there might snap in the breeze, it must come down. As they were leaving the last of the batteries, Harry noticed the broad, strong back and erect figure of a young man who stood with his hands in his pockets. He knew by his rigid attitude that he was looking intently at the battery, and he knew, moreover, that it was Shepard. He wished to avoid him, and he wished also that his companion would not see him. He started to draw Colonel Talbot away, but it was too late. Shepard turned at that moment, and the colonel caught sight of his face. "That man here among our batteries?" he exclaimed in a menacing tone. "Come away, Colonel," said Harry hastily. "We don't know anything against him." But Shepard himself acted first. He came forward quickly, his hand extended and his eyes expressing pleasure. "I missed you this morning, Mr. Kenton," he said. "You were too early for me, but we meet, nevertheless, in a place of the greatest interest. And here is Colonel Talbot, too." Harry took the outstretched hand. He could not keep from liking Shepard, but Colonel Talbot, by turning slightly, avoided it without giving the appearance of brusqueness. His courtesy, concerning which the South Carolinians of his type were so particular, would not fail him, and while he avoided the hand, he promptly introduced Shepard and St. Clair. "I did not expect to find events so far advanced in Charleston," said Shepard. "With the Federal garrison concentrated in Sumter and the batteries going up everywhere, matters begin to look dangerous." "I suppose that you have made a careful examination of all the batteries," said Colonel Talbot dryly. "Casual, not careful," returned Shepard in his usual cheerful tones. "It is impossible at such a time to keep from looking at Sumter, the batteries, and all the other preparations. We would not be human if we didn't do it, and I've seen enough to know that the Yankees will have a hot welcome if they undertake to interfere with Charleston." "You see truly," said Colonel Talbot with some emphasis. "A happy chance has put me at the same place as Mr. Kenton," continued Shepard easily. "I have letters which admitted me to the inn of Madame Delaunay, and I met him there last night. We are likely to see much of each other." Colonel Leonidas Talbot raised his eyebrows. When they walked a little further, he excused himself, saying that he was going out to meet a committee of defense at St. Andrew's Hall, and Harry and Arthur, after talking a little longer with Shepard, left him near one of the batteries. "I'm going to my bank," said St. Clair. "I'm already long overdue, but it will be forgiven at such a time as this. And I must say, Harry, that Colonel Talbot does not seem to like your acquaintance, Mr. Shepard." "It is true, he doesn't, although I don't know just why," said Harry. He saw Shepard at a distance 3 more times in the course of the day, but he sedulously avoided a meeting. He noticed that Shepard was always near the batteries and earthworks, but hundreds of others were near them, too. He did not return to Madame Delaunay's until evening, when it was time for dinner, where he found all the guests gathered with the addition of Shepard. Madame Delaunay assigned the new man to a seat near the foot of the table, and the talk ran on much as it had done at the Christmas dinner, Major St. Hilaire leading, which Harry surmised was his custom. Shepard, who had been introduced to the others by Madame Delaunay, did not have much to say, nor did the South Carolinians warm to him as they had to Harry. A slight air of constraint appeared, and Harry was glad when the dinner was over. Then he and St. Clair slipped away and spent the evening roaming about the city, looking at the old historic places, the fine churches, the homes of the wealthy, and again at the earthworks and the harbor forts. The last thing Harry saw as he turned back towards Madame Delaunay's was that defiant flag of the Union, still waving above the dark and looming mass of old Sumter. He was unlocking the door to his room when Shepard came briskly down the hall, carrying his candle in his hand. "I want to tell you good-bye, Mr. Kenton," he said. "I thought we were to be together here at the inn for some time, but it is not to be so." "What has happened?" "It appears that my room had been engaged already by another man, beginning tomorrow morning. I was not informed of it when I came here, but Madame Delaunay has recalled the fact, and I cannot doubt the word of a Charleston lady. It appears also that no other room is vacant, owing to the great number of people who have come into the city the last week or two. So I go." He did not seem at all discouraged, his tone being as cheerful as ever, and he held out his hand. Harry liked this man, although it seemed that others did not, and when he released the hand he said, Take good care of yourself, Mr. Shepard. As I see it, the people of Charleston are not taking to you, and we do not know what is going to happen." "Both statements are true," said Shepard with a laugh as he vanished down the hall. Nothing yet had been able to disturb his poise. Harry went into his own room, and, throwing open his front window to let in fresh air, he heard the hum of voices. He looked down into a piazza, and he saw two figures there, a man and a woman. They were Colonel Talbot and Madame Delaunay. He closed the blind promptly, feeling that unconsciously he had touched upon something hallowed, the thread of an old romance, a thread which, though slender, was nevertheless yet strong. Nor did he doubt that the suggestion of Colonel Leonidas Talbot had caused the speedy withdrawal of Shepard. Several more days passed. Harry found that he was taken into the city's heart, and a spell was very strong upon him. He knew that much of his welcome was due to the powerful influence of Colonel Leonidas Talbot, and to the warm friendship of Arthur St. Clair, who apparently was related to everybody. A letter came from his father, to whom he had written at once of his purpose, giving his approval and sending him more money. Colonel Kenton wrote that he would come south himself, but he was needed in Kentucky, where a powerful faction was opposing their plans. He said that Harry's cousin, Dick Mason, had joined the Home Guards, raised in the interests of the old Union, and was drilling zealously. The letter made the boy very thoughtful. The news about his cousin opened his eyes. The line of cleavage between North and South was widening into a gulf. But his spirits rose when he enlisted in the Palmetto Guards and began to see active service. His quickness and zeal caused him to be used as a messenger, and he was continually passing back and forth among the Confederate leaders in Charleston. He also came into contact with the Union officers in Fort Sumter. The relations of the town and the garrison were yet on a friendly basis. Men were allowed to come ashore and to buy fresh meat, vegetables, and other provisions. Strict orders kept anyone from offering violence or insult to them. Harry saw Anderson once, but he did not give him his name, deeming it best, because of the stand he had taken, that no talk should pass between them. He picked up a copy of the Mercury one morning and saw that a steamer, the Star of the West, was on its way to Charleston from a northern port, with supplies for the garrison in Fort Sumter. He read the brief account, threw down the paper, and rushed out for his friend St. Clair. He knew that the coming of this vessel would fire the Charleston heart, and he was eager to be upon the scene. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Recording by Bill Yallalee.
Chapter 4. Of the Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Brubaker. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 4. Harry and Arthur stood 2 days later upon the sea wall of Charleston. Sumter rose up black and menacing in the clear wintry air. The muzzles of the cannon seemed to point into the very heart of the city, and over it, as ever, flew the defiant flag, the red and blue burning in vivid colors in the thin January sunshine. The heart of Charleston, that most intense of all southern cities, had given forth a great throb. The Star of the West was coming from the north with provisions for the garrison of beleaguered Sumter. They would see her hull on the horizon in another hour. Both Harry and Arthur were trembling with excitement. They were not on duty themselves, but they knew that all the South Carolina earthworks and batteries were manned. What would happen? It still seemed almost incredible to Harry that the people of the Union, at least of the Union that was, should fire upon one another, and his pulse beat hard and strong while he waited for his comrade. As they stood gazing out to sea, looking for the black speck that should mark the first smoke of the Star of the West, Harry became conscious that another man was standing almost at his elbow. He glanced up and saw Shepard, who nodded to him. "I did not know that I was standing by you until I had been here for some time," said Shepard, as if he sought to indicate that he had not been seeking Harry and his comrade. "I thought you had left Charleston," said Harry, who had not seen him for a week. "Not at such a time," said Shepard quietly. "So much of overwhelming interest is happening here that nobody who is alive can go away." He put a pair of powerful glasses to his eyes and scanned the sea's rim. He looked a long time, and then his face showed excitement. "It comes! It comes!" he exclaimed, more to himself than to Harry and Arthur. "Is it the steamer? Is it the Star of the West?" exclaimed Harry, forgetting all doubts of Shepard in the thrill of the moment. "Yes, the Star of the West. It can be no other," replied Shepard. "It can be no other. Take the glasses and see for yourself." When Harry looked, he saw, where sea and sky joined, a black dot that gradually lengthened out into a small plume. It was not possible to recognize any ship at that distance, but he felt instinctively that it was the Star of the West. He passed the glasses to Arthur, who also took a deep look, and then drew a deep breath. Harry handed the glasses back to Shepard, saying, "I see the ship, and I have no doubt that it's the Star of the West. Do you know anything about this vessel, Mr. Shepard?" "I've heard that she's only a small steamer, totally unfitted for offense or defense. If the batteries fire upon her, she's bound to go back." "You put it right." "Then, in effect, this is a test, and it rests with us whether or not to fire the first shot." "I think you're right again." Others also saw the growing black plume of smoke rising from the steamer's funnel, and a deep thrilling murmur ran through the crowd gathered on the sea walls. To many, the vessel steaming toward the harbor was foreign, carrying a foreign flag, but to many others it was not and could never be so. Shepard passed the glasses to the boy again, and he looked a second time at the ship, which was now taking shape and rising fast upon the water. Then he examined the walls of Sumter and saw men in blue moving there. They too were watching the coming steamer with the deepest anxiety. Arthur took his second look also, and Shepard watched through the glasses a little longer. Then he put them in the case, which he hung over his shoulder. Glasses were no longer needed. They could now see with the naked eye what was about to happen, if anything happened at all. "It will soon be decided," said Shepard, and Harry noticed that his voice trembled. "If the Star of the West comes without interference up to the walls of Sumter, there will be no war. The minds of men on both sides will cool. But if she is stopped, then—" He broke off. Something seemed to choke in his throat. Harry and Arthur remained silent. The ship rose higher and higher. Behind her hung the long black trail of her smoke. Soon she would be in the range of the batteries. A deep, shuddering sigh ran from the crowd, and then came moments of intense, painful silence. The little blue figures lining the walls of Sumter were motionless. The sea moved slowly and sleepily, its waters drenched in wintry sunshine. On came the Star of the West, straight toward the harbor mouth. "They will not fire! They dare not!" cried Shepard in a tense, strained whisper. As the last word left his lips, there was a heavy crash. A tongue of fire leaped from one of the batteries, followed by a gush of smoke, and a round shot whistled over the Star of the West. A tremendous shout came from the crowd, and then it was silent, while that tongue of flame leaped a second time from the mouth of a cannon. Harry saw the water spring up, a spire of white foam near the steamer, and a moment later a third shot clipped the water close by. He did not know whether the gunners were firing directly at the vessel or merely meant to warn her that she had come nearer at her peril. But in any event, the effect was the same. South Carolina with her cannon was warning a foreign ship, the ship of an enemy, to keep away. The Star of the West slowed down and stopped. Then another shout, more tremendous than ever, a shout of triumph, came from the crowd. But Harry felt a chill strike to his heart. Young St. Clair, too, was silent, and Harry saw a shadow on his face. He looked for Shepard, but he was gone, and the boy had not heard him go. "It is all over," said St. Clair, with the certainty of prophecy. "The cannon have spoken, and it is war. Why, where is Shepard?" "I don't know. He seems to have slipped away after the first 2 or 3 shots." "I suppose he considered the 2 or 3 enough." "Look, Harry! The ship is turning. The cannon have driven her off." He was right. The Star of the West, a small steamer, unable to face heavy guns, had curved about and was making for the open sea. There was another tremendous shout from the crowd, and then silence. Smoke from the cannon drifted lazily over the town, and caught by a contrary breeze, was blown out over the sea in the track of the retreating steamer, where it met the black trail left by that vessel's own funnel. The crowd, not cheering much now, but talking in rather subdued tones, dispersed. Harry felt the chill down his spine again. These were great matters. He had looked upon no light event in the harbor of Charleston that day. He and Arthur lingered on the wall, watching that trailing black dot on the horizon until it died away and was gone forever. The blue figures on the walls of Sumter had disappeared within, and the fortress stood up, grim and silent. Beyond lay the blue sea, shimmering and peaceful in the wintry sunshine. "I suppose there's nothing to do but go back to Madame Delaunay's," said Harry. "Nothing now," replied St. Clair. "But I fancy that later on we'll have all we can do. If not more. Yes, if not more." Both boys were very grave and thoughtful as they walked to Madame Delaunay's most excellent inn. They realized that as yet South Carolina stood alone, but in the evening their spirits took a leap. News came that Mississippi also had gone out. Then other planting states followed fast. Florida was but a day behind Mississippi. Alabama went out the next day after Florida, Georgia 8 days later, and Louisiana a week after Georgia. Exultation rose high in Charleston. All the Gulf and South Atlantic states were now sure, but the great border states still hung fire. There was a clamor for Virginia, Kentucky, Maryland, and Missouri, and, though the promises from them came thick and fast, they did not go out. But the fiery energy of Charleston and the lower South was moving forward over all obstacles. Already arrangements had been made for a great convention at Montgomery in Alabama, and a new government would be formed, differing but little from that of the old Union. Now Harry began to hear much of a man of whom he had heard his father speak, but who had slipped entirely from his mind. It was Jefferson Davis, a native of Kentucky like Abraham Lincoln. He had been a brave and gallant soldier at Buena Vista. It was said that he had saved the day against the overwhelming odds of Santa Anna. He had been Secretary of War in the old Union, now dissolved forever, according to the Charleston talk. Other names, too, began to grow familiar in Harry's ears. Much was said about the bluff Bob Toombs of Georgia, who feared no man, and who would call the roll of his slaves at the foot of Bunker Hill Monument. And there was little weazened Stevens, also of Georgia, a great intellect in a shrunken frame, and Benjamin, of the oldest race, who had inherited the wisdom of ages. There would be no lack of numbers and courage and penetration when the great gathering met at Montgomery. These were busy and on the whole happy days for Harry and St. Clair. Harry drilled with his comrade in the Palmetto Guards now, and, in due time, they were going to Montgomery to assist at the inauguration of the new president, whoever he might be. No vessel had come in place of the Star of the West. The North seemed supine, and Sumter, grim and dark though she might be, was alone. The flag of the Stars and Stripes still floated above it. Everywhere else the Palmetto flag waved defiance. But there was still no passage of arms between Sumter and its hostile neighbors. Small boats passed between the fort and the city, carrying provisions to the garrison, and also the news. The Charlestonians told Major Anderson of the states that went out, one by one, and the brave Kentuckian, eating his heart out, looking vainly toward the open sea for the help that never came. Exultation still rose in Charleston. The ball was rolling finely. It was even gathering more speed and force than the most sanguine had expected. Every day brought the news of some new accession to the cause, some new triumph. The Alabama militia had seized the forts, Morgan and Gaines. Georgia had occupied Pulaski and Jackson. North Carolina troops had taken possession of the arsenal at Fayetteville, and those of Florida on the same day had taken the one at Chattahoochee. Everywhere, the South was accumulating arms, ammunition, and supplies for use, if they should be needed. The leaders had good cause for rejoicing. They were disappointed in nothing, save that their northern tier of border states still hesitated or refused. Harry in these days wondered that so little seemed to happen in the North. His strong connections and his own good manners had made him a favorite in Charleston. He went everywhere, perhaps most often to the house of the Mercury, controlled by the powerful Rhett family, among the most fiery of the Southern leaders. Exchanges still came there from the northern cities, but he read little in them about preparations for war. Many attacked Buchanan, the present president, for weakness, and few expected anything better from the uncouth Western figure Lincoln, who would soon succeed him. Meanwhile, the Confederate convention at Montgomery was acting. In those days, apathy and delay seemed to be characteristic of the North, courage and energy of the South. The new government was being formed with speed and decision. Jefferson Davis, it was said, would be president, and Stevens of Georgia would be vice president. The time for departure to Montgomery drew near. Harry and Arthur were in fine gray uniforms as members of the Palmetto Guards. Arthur, light, volatile, was full of pleased excitement. Harry also felt the thrill of curiosity and anticipation. But he had been in Charleston nearly 6 weeks now, and while 6 weeks are short, they had been long enough in such a tense time to make vital changes in his character. He was growing older fast. He was more of a man, and he weighed and measured things more. He recognized that Charleston, while the second city of the South in size and the first in leadership was only Charleston after all, far inferior in weight and numbers to the great cities of the North. Often he looked toward the north over the vast intervening space and tried to reckon what forces lay there. The evening before their departure, they sat on the wide piazza that swept along the entire front of the inn of Madame Delaunay. Colonel Leonidas Talbot and Major Hector St. Hilaire sat with them. They too were going to Montgomery. Mid-February had passed, and the day had been one of unusual warmth for that time of year, like a day in full spring. The wind from the south was keen with the odor of fresh foliage and of roses, and of faint far perfumes, unknown but thrilling. A sky of molten silver clothed city, bay, and forts in enchantment. Nothing seemed further away than war. Yet they had to walk but a little distance to see the defiant flag over Sumter, and the hostile palmetto flags waving not far away. Madame Delaunay appeared in the doorway. She was dressed, as usual, in white, and her shining black hair was bound with the slender golden fillet. "We are going away tomorrow, madam," said Colonel Talbot, "and I know that we cannot find in Montgomery any such pleasant entertainment as my young friends have enjoyed here." Harry was confirmed in his belief that the thread of an old romance still formed a firm tie between them. "But you will come back," said Madame Delaunay. "You will come back very soon. Surely they will not try to keep us from going our ways in peace." A sudden thrill of passion and feeling had appeared in her voice. "That no one can tell, Julie," said Colonel Talbot, very gravely. It was the first time that Harry had ever heard him call her by her first name. "But it seems to me that I should tell what I think. A union such as ours has been formed amid so much suffering and hardship, courage and danger, that it is not to be broken in a day. We may come back soon from Montgomery, Julie, but I see war, a great and terrible war, a war by the side of which those we have had will dwindle to mere skirmishes. I shut my eyes, but it makes no difference. I see it close at hand, just the same." Madame Delaunay sighed. "And you, Major St. Hilaire?" she said. "There may be a great war, Madame Delaunay," he said. "I fear that Colonel Talbot is right, but we shall win it." Colonel Talbot said nothing more, nor did Madame Delaunay. Presently she went back into the house, and after a long silence the colonel said, "If I were not sure that our friend Shepard had left Charleston long since, I should say that the figure now passing in the street is his." A small lawn filled with shrubbery stretched before the house, but from the piazza they could see into the street. Harry, too, caught a glimpse of a passing figure, and like the colonel, he was sure it was Shepard. "It is certainly he!" he exclaimed. "After him!" cried Colonel Talbot, instantly, all action. "As sure as we live, that man is a spy, drawing maps of our fortifications, and I should have warned the government before." The four sprang from the piazza and ran into the street. Harry, although he had originally felt no desire to seize Shepard, was carried along by the impetus. It was the first manhunt in which he had ever shared, and soon he caught the thrill from the others. The colonel, no doubt, was right. Shepard was a spy and should be taken. He ran as fast as any of them. Shepard, if Shepard it was, heard the swift footsteps behind him, glanced back, and then ran. "After him!" cried Major St. Hilaire, his volatile blood leaping high. "His flight shows that he's a spy." But the fugitive was a man of strength and resource. He ran swiftly into a cross street, and when they followed him there, he leaped over the low fence of a lawn surrounding a great house, darted into the shrubbery, and the four, although they were joined by others, brought by the alarm, sought for him in vain. "After all, I'm not sorry he got away," said Colonel Talbot, as they walked back to Madame Delaunay's. "There is no war, and hence, in a military sense, there can be no spies. I doubt whether we should have known what to do with him had we caught him. But I am certain that he has complete maps of all our defenses." Harry, with Arthur and many others whom he knew, started the next day for Montgomery. Jefferson Davis had already been chosen president, and Alexander H. Stephens vice president, and Davis was on his way from his Mississippi home to the same town to be inaugurated. In the excitement over the great event so near at hand, Harry forgot all about Shepard and his doubts. He bade a regretful farewell to Charleston, which had taken him to its heart, and turned his face to his new place, much smaller, and, as yet, without frame. Harry, Arthur, and their older friends began the momentous journey across the land of King Cotton, passing through the very heart of the lower South as they went from Charleston to Montgomery. Davis and Stephens would be inaugurated on the 17th of that month, which was February. But the Palmetto Guards would arrive at Montgomery before Davis himself, who had left his home and who would cross Mississippi, Alabama, and a corner of Georgia before he reached the new capital to receive the chief honor. Trains were slow and halting, and Harry had ample opportunity to see the land, and the people who crowded to the stations to bring news or to hear it. He crossed a low, rolling country with many rivers, great and small. He saw large houses with white-pillared porticos sitting back among the trees, and swarms of Negro cabins. Much of the region was yet dead and brown in the touch of winter, but in the valleys the green was appearing. Spring was in the air, and the spirits of the Palmetto Guards, nearly all of whom were very young, were rising with it. The train drew into Montgomery, the little city that stood on the high banks of the Alabama River. Here they were in the very heart of the new Confederacy, and Harry and Arthur were eager to see the many famous Southern men who were gathered there to welcome the new president. Jefferson Davis was expected on the morrow, and would be inaugurated on the day following. They heard that his coming was already a triumphal progress. Vast crowds held his train at many points, merely to see him and to listen to a few words. Generally, he spoke in the careful, measured manner that was natural to him, but it was said that in Opelika, in Alabama, he had delivered a warning to the North, telling the northern states that they would interfere with the Southern at their own peril. Harry and Arthur, despite their eagerness to see the town and the great men, were compelled to wait. The Palmetto Guards went into camp on the outskirts, and their commander, Colonel Leonidas Talbot, late of the United States Army, was very strict in discipline. His second in command, Major Hector St. Hilaire, was no whit inferior to him in sternness. Harry had expected that this old descendant of Huguenots, reared in the soft air of Charleston, would be lax, or at least of easy temper. But whatever of military rigor Colonel Talbot forgot, Major St. Hilaire remembered. The guards were about 300 in number, and their camp was pitched on a hill, a half-mile from the town. The night, after a beautiful day, turned raw and chill, warning that early spring, even in those southern latitudes, was more of a promise than a performance. but the young troops built several great fires, and those who were not on guard basked before the glow. Harry had helped to gather the wood, most of which was furnished by the people living near, and his task was ended. Now he sat on his blanket with his back against a log, and with a great feeling of comfort, saw the flames leap up and grow. The cooks were at work, and there was an abundance of food. They had brought much themselves, and the enthusiastic neighbors doubled and tripled their supplies. The pleasant aroma of bacon and ham frying over the coals and a boiling coffee arose. He was weary from the long journey and the work that he had done, and he was hungry too, but he was willing to wait. All the troops were South Carolinians except Harry and perhaps a dozen others. They were a pleasant lot, quick of temper, perhaps, but he liked them. Their prevailing note was high spirits, and the most cheerful of all was a tall youth named Tom Langdon, whose father owned one of the smaller of the sea islands off the South Carolina coast. He was quite sanguine that everything would go exactly as they wished. The Yankees would not fight, but if by any chance they did fight, they would get a most terrible thrashing. Tom, with a tin cup full of coffee in one hand and a tin plate containing ham and bread in the other, sat down by the side of Harry and leaned back against the log also. Harry had never seen a picture of a more supreme content than his face showed. In 36 hours, we'll have a new president. Do you appreciate that fact, Harry Kenton? Asked young Langdon. I do, replied Harry, and it makes me think pretty hard. What's the use worrying? Why, it's just the biggest picnic that I ever took part in. And if the Yankees object to our setting up for ourselves, I fancy we'll have to go up there and teach them to mind their own business. I wouldn't object, Harry, to a march at somebody else's expense to New York and Philadelphia and Boston. I suppose those cities are worth seeing. Harry laughed. Langdon's good spirits were contagious, even to a nature much more serious. I don't look on it as a picnic altogether, he said. The Yankees will fight very hard, but we live on the land almost wholly, and the grass keeps on growing, whether there's war or not. Besides, we're an outdoor people, good horsemen, hunters, and marksmen. These things ought to help us. They will, and we'll help ourselves the most, said Langdon gaily. I'm going to be either a general or a great politician, Harry. If it's a long war, I'll come out a general. If it's a short one, I mean to enter public life afterward and be a great orator. Did you ever hear me speak, Harry? No, thank heaven, replied Harry fervently. Don't you think that South Carolina has enough orators now? What on earth do all your people find to talk about? Langdon laughed with the utmost good nature. We fire the human's heart, he replied. Words, words, empty words. It is not so. Words in themselves are often deeds, because the deeds start from them or are caused by them. The world has been run with words. All great actions result from them. Now, if we should have a big war, it would be said long afterward that it was caused by words spoken at Charleston and Boston, though, of course, the things they say at Boston are wrong, while those said at Charleston are right. Harry laughed in his turn. It's quite certain, he said, that you'll have no lack of words yourself. I imagine that the sign over your future office will read, Thomas Langdon, wholesale dealer in words. Any amount of any quality supplied on demand. Not a bad idea, said Langdon. You mean that as a satire, but I'll do it. It's no small accomplishment to be a good dictionary. But my thoughts turn back to war. You think I never looked beyond today. But I believe the North will come up against us. And you'll have to go into it with all your might, Harry. You are of fighting stock. Your father was in the thick of it in Mexico. Remember the lines. We were not many, we who stood, before the iron sleet that day. Yet many a gallant spirit would give half his years, if he but could, have been with us at Monterey." "I remember them," said Harry, much stirred. "I have heard my father quote them. He was at Monterey, and he says that the Mexicans fought well. I was at Frankfort, the capital of our state, myself with him, when they unveiled the monument to our Kentucky dead, and I heard them read O'Hara's poem, which he wrote for that day. I tell you, Langdon, it makes my blood jump every time I hear it." He recited in a low chant. The neighboring troop, the flashing blade, the bugle's stirring blast, the charge, the dreadful cannonade, the din and shout are past. Nor war's wild note, nor glory's peal shall fill with fierce delight those breasts that never more may feel the rapture of the fight. They were very young, and in some respects it was a sentimental time, much given to poetry. As the darkness closed in, and the lights of the little city could be seen no longer, their thoughts took a more solemn turn. Perhaps it would be fair to call them emotions or feelings rather than thoughts. In the day all had been talk and lightness, but in the night omens and presages came. Langdon was the first to rouse himself. He could not be solemn longer than 3 minutes. "It's certain that the president is coming tomorrow, Harry, isn't it?" he asked. "Beyond a doubt. He is so near now that they fixed the exact hour, and the guards are among those to receive him. I wonder what he looks like. They say he is a very great man." They were interrupted by St. Clair, who threw himself down on a blanket beside them. "That's the 3rd cup of coffee you're taking, Tom," he said to Langdon. "Here, give it to me. I've had none." Langdon obeyed, and St. Clair drank thirstily. Then he took from the inside pocket of his coat a newspaper, which he unfolded deliberately. "This came from Montgomery," he said. "I heard you two quoting poetry, and I thought I'd come over and read some to you. What do you think of this? It was written by a fellow in Boston named Holmes, and published when he heard that South Carolina had seceded. He calls it Brother Jonathan's Lament for Sister Caroline." "Read it!" exclaimed the others. Here goes. "She is gone. She has left us in passion and pride, our stormy-browed sister, so long at our side. She has torn her own star from our firmament's glow, and turned on her brother the face of a foe. O Caroline, Caroline, child of the sun, we can never forget that our hearts have been won, our foreheads both sprinkled in liberty's name, from the fountain of blood with the fingers of flame." St. Clair read in a full, round voice, and when he stopped with the 2nd verse, Harry said, "It sounds well. I like particularly that expression, the fingers of flame. After all, there's some grief in parting company, breaking up the family, so to speak." "But he's wrong when he says we left in passion and pride," exclaimed Langdon. "In pride, yes, but not in passion. We may be children of the sun, too, but I've felt some mighty cold winds sweeping down from the Carolina hills, cold enough to make fur-lined overcoats welcome. But we'll forget about cold winds and everything else unpleasant before such a jolly fire as this." They finished an abundant supper, and soon relapsed into silence. The flames threw out such a generous heart that they were content to rest their backs against the log and gaze sleepily into the coals. Beyond the fire, in the shadow, they saw the sentinels walking up and down. They finished an abundant supper, and soon relapsed into silence. The flames threw out such a generous heat that they were content to rest their backs against the log and gaze sleepily into the coals. Beyond the fire, in the shadow, they saw the sentinels walking up and down. Harry felt for the first time that he was really within the iron bands of military discipline. He might choose to leave the camp and go into Montgomery, but he would choose and nothing more. He could not go. Colonel Leonidas Talbot and Major Hector St. Hilaire were friends, but they were masters also, and he was recognizing sooner than some of the youths around him that it was not merely play and spectacle that awaited them. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rocca. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER, the new president. Their great day came. Clear sunlight shone over the town, the hills, and the brown waters of the Alabama. It was a peculiarly southern country, different, Harry thought, from his own Kentucky, more enthusiastic, perhaps, and less prone to count the cost. The people had come not only on the railroad, but they were arriving now from far places in wagons and on horseback. Men of distinction, almost universally, wore black clothes, the coats very long, black slouch hats, wide of brim, and white shirts with glistening or heavily ruffled fronts. There were also many black people in a state of pleasurable excitement, although the war, if one should come, would be over them. Harry and his two young friends were anxious to visit Montgomery and take a good look at the town, but they did not ask for leave, as Colonel Talbot had already sternly refused all such applications. The military law continued to lie heavily upon them, and soon after they finished a solid breakfast, with appetites sharpened by the open air, they were ordered to fall into line. Arrayed in their fine new uniforms, to which the last touch of neatness had been added, they marched away to the town. They might see it as a company, but not as individuals. They walked with even step along the grassy slopes, their fine appearance drawing attention and shouts of approval from the dense masses of people of all ages and all conditions of life who were gathering. Harry, a cadet with a small sword by his side, felt his heart swell as he trod the young turf, and heard the shouting and applause. The South Carolinians were the finest body of men present, and they were conscious of it. Eyes always to the front, they marched straight on, apparently hearing nothing, but really hearing everything. They reached the houses presently, and Harry saw the dome of the Capitol on its high hill rising before them. But a moment or two later, the guards, with the palmetto flag waving proudly in front, wheeled and marched toward the railroad station. There they halted in close ranks and stood at attention. Although the young soldiers remained immovable, there was not a heart in the company that did not throb with excitement. Colonel Talbot and Major St. Hilaire were a little in advance, erect and commanding figures. Other troops, volunteer companies, were present, and they spread to right and left of the South Carolinians. Behind and everywhere, except in the cleared space before them, gathered the people, a vast mass through which ran the hum and murmur of expectancy. Overhead the sun leaped out and shone for a while with great brilliancy. A good omen, many said. And to Harry it all seemed good too. The excitement, the enthusiasm were contagious. If any prophet of evil was present, he had nothing to say. A jet of smoke standing black against the golden air appeared above a hill, and then came the rumble of a train. It was that which bore the president-elect, coming fast, and a sudden great shout went up from the multitude, followed by silence.
broken only by the heavy breathing of so many. Harry's heart leaped again, but his will kept his body immovable. The rumble became a roar, and the jet of smoke turned to a cloud. Then the train drew into the station and stopped. The people began a continuous shout. Bands played fiercely, and a tall, thin man of middle years, dressed in black broadcloth, descended from a coach. All the soldiers saluted. The bands played more fiercely than ever, and the shouting of the crowd swelled in volume. It was the first time that Harry had ever seen Jefferson Davis, and the face, so unlike that which he expected, impressed him. He saw a cold gray silent man with lips pressed tightly together. He did not behold here the Southern fire and passion of which he was hearing so much talk, but rather the reserve and icy resolve of the far North. Harry at first felt a slight chill, but it soon passed. It was better at such a time to have a leader of restraint and dignity than the homely joker Lincoln, of whom such strange tales came. Mr. Davis lifted his black hat to the shouting crowd and bowed again and again. But he did not smile. His face remained throughout set in the same stern mold. As the troops closed up, he entered the carriage waiting for him, and drove slowly toward the heart of the city, the multitude following and breaking at intervals into shouts and cheers. The Palmetto Guards marched on the right of the carriage, and Harry was able to watch the president-elect all the time. The face held his attention. Its sternness did not relax. It was the face of a man who had seen the world, and who believed in the rule of strength. The procession led on to a hotel, a large building with a great portico in front. Here it stopped. The band ceased to play. Mr. Davis descended from the carriage and entered the portico, where a group of men famous in the South stood, ready to welcome him. The troops drew up close to the portico, and back of them every open space was black with people. Harry, in the very front rank, saw and heard it all. Mr. Davis stopped as soon as he reached the portico, and Yancey, the famous orator of Alabama, to whom Harry had delivered his letters in Charleston, stepped forward, and, in behalf of the people of the South, made a speech of welcome in a clear, resonant, and emphatic tone. The applause compelled him to stop at times, but throughout Mr. Davis stood rigid and unsmiling. His countenance expressed none of his thoughts, whatever they may have been. Harry's eyes never wandered from his face, except to glance now and then at the weazened, shrunken little man who stood near him, Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia, who would take the oath of office as vice president of the new Confederacy. He had been present throughout the convention as a delegate from Georgia, and men talked of the mighty mind imprisoned in the weak and dwarfed body. Harry thrilled more than once as the new president spoke on in calm, measured tones. He was glad to be present at the occurrence of great events, and he was glad to witness this gathering of the mighty. The tide of youth flowed high in him, and he believed himself fortunate to have been at Charleston when the cannon met the Star of the West, and yet more fortunate to be now at Montgomery, when the head of the new nation was taking up his duties. His gaze wandered for the first time from the men in the portico to the crowd that rimmed them around. His eyes, without any particular purpose, passed from face to face in the front ranks, and then stopped, arrested by a countenance that he had little expected to see. It was the shadow Shepard standing there, and listening, and looking as intently as Harry himself. It was not an evil face, cut clearly and eager, but Harry was sorry that he had come. If Colonel Talbot's belief about him were true, this was a bad place for Shepard. But his eyes went back to the new president and the men on the portico before him. The first scene in the first act of a great drama, a mighty tragedy, had begun, and every detail was of absorbing interest to him. Shepard was forgotten in an instant. Harry noticed that Mr. Davis never mentioned slavery, a subject which was uppermost in the minds of all, North and South, but he alluded to the possibility of war, and thought the new republic ought to have an army and navy. The concluding paragraph of his speech, delivered in measured but feeling tones, seemed very solemn and serious to Harry. "It is joyous in the midst of perilous times," he said, "to look around upon a people united in heart, where one purpose of high resolve animates and actuates the whole, where the sacrifices to be made are not weighed in the balance against honor and right and liberty and equality. Obstacles may retard, but they cannot long prevent the progress of a movement sanctified in justice and sustained by a virtuous people. Reverently let us invoke the God of our fathers to guide and protect us in our efforts to perpetuate the principles which by his blessing they were able to vindicate, establish, and transmit to their posterity. With the continuance of his favor ever gratefully acknowledged, we may look hopefully forward to success, to peace, and to prosperity." The final words were received with a mighty cheer which arose and swelled thrice, and again Jefferson Davis stood calmly through it all, his face expressing no emotion. The thin lips were pressed together tightly. The points of his high collar touched his thick, close beard. He wore a heavy black bow tie, and his coat had broad, braided lapels. His hair was thick and slightly long, and his face, though thin, was full of vitality. It seemed to Harry that the grave, slightly narrowed eyes emitted at this moment a single flash of triumph, or at least of fervor. Mr. Davis was sworn in, and Mr. Stevens after him, and when the shouting and the applause sank for the last time, the great men withdrew into the hotel, and the troops marched away. The head of the new republic had been duly installed, and the separation from the old Union was complete. The enthusiasm was tremendous, but Harry, like many others, had an underlying and faint but persistent feeling of sadness that came from the breaking of old ties. Nor had any news come telling that Kentucky was about to join her sister states of the South. The Palmetto Guards marched back to their old camp, and Harry, Langdon, and St. Clair obtained leave of absence to visit the town. Youth had reasserted itself, and Harry was again all excitement and elation. It seemed to him at the moment that he was a boy no longer. The Tacitus lying peacefully in his desk was forgotten. He was a man in a man's great world, doing a man's great work. But both he and his comrades had all the curiosity and zest of boys as they walked about the little city in the twilight, looking at everything of interest, visiting the Capitol, and then coming back to the Exchange Hotel, which sheltered for a night so many of their great men. They stayed a while in the lobby of the hotel, which was packed so densely that Harry could scarcely breathe. Most of the men were of the tall, thin, but extremely muscular type, either clean-shaven or with short beards trimmed closely, and no mustaches. Black was the predominant color in clothing, and they talked with soft, drawling voices. But their talk was sanguine. Most of them asked what the North would do, but they believed that whatever she did do, the South would go on her way. The smoke from the pipes and cigars grew thicker, and Harry, leaving his comrades in the crowd, walked out upon the portico. The crisp, fresh air of the February night came like a heavenly tonic. He remained there a little while, breathing it in, expanding his lungs and rejoicing. Then he walked over to the exact spot upon which Jefferson Davis had stood when he delivered his speech of acceptance. He was so full of the scene that he shut his eyes and beheld it again. He tried to imagine the feelings of a man at such a moment, knowing himself the chosen of millions and feeling that all eyes were upon him. Truly, it would be enough to make the dullest heart leap. He opened his eyes, and although he stood in darkness on the portico, he saw a dusky figure at the far edge of it, standing between two pillars, and looking in at one of the windows. The man, whoever he was, seemed to be intently watching those inside, and Harry saw at once that it was not a look of mere curiosity. It was the gaze of one who wished to understand as well as to know. He moved a little nearer. The figure dropped lightly to the ground and moved swiftly away. Then he saw that it was Shepard. The boy's feelings toward Shepard had been friendly, but now he felt a sudden rush of hostility. All that Colonel Talbot had hinted about him was true. He was there, spying upon the Confederacy, seeking its inmost secrets, in order that he might report them to its enemies. Harry was armed. He and all his comrades carried new pistols at their belts, and driven by impulses, he too dropped from the portico and followed Shepard. He saw the dusky figure ahead of him still going swiftly, but with his hand on the pistol he followed at greater speed. A minute later Shepard turned into a small side street, and Harry followed him there. It was not much more than an alley, dark, silent, and deserted. Montgomery was a small town in which people retired early after the custom of the times, and tonight the collapse after so much excitement seemed to have sent them sooner than usual into their homes. It was evident that the matter would lie without interference between Shepard and himself. Shepard went swiftly on and came soon to the outskirts of the town. He did not look back, and Harry wondered whether he knew that he was pursued. The boy thought once or twice of using his pistol, but could not bring himself to do it. There was really no war, merely a bristling of hostile forces, and he could not fire upon anybody, especially upon one who had done him no harm. Shepard led on, passed through a group of Negro cabins, crossed an old cotton field, and entered a grove, with his pursuer not 50 yards behind. The grove was lighted well by the moon, and Harry dashed forward, pistol in hand, resolved at last to call a halt upon the fugitive. A laugh and the blue barrel of a leveled pistol met him. Shepard was sitting upon a fallen log facing him. The moon poured a mass of molten silver directly upon him, showing a face of unusual strength and power, set now with stern resolution. Harry's hand was upon the butt of his own pistol, but he knew that it was useless to raise it. Shepard held him at his mercy. "Sit down, Mr. Kenton," said Shepard. "Here's another log, where you can face me. You feel chagrin, but you need not. I knew that you were following me, and hence I was able to take you by surprise. Now tell me, what do you want?" Harry took the offered log. He was naturally a lad of great courage and resolution, and now his presence of mind returned. He looked calmly at Shepard, who lowered his own pistol. "I'm not exactly sure what I want," he replied with a little laugh. "But whatever it is, I know now that I'm not going to get it. I've walked into a trap. I believe that you were a spy, and it seemed to me that I ought to seize you. Am I right?" Shepard laughed also. "That's a frank question, and you shall have a frank reply," he said. "The suspicions of your friend Colonel Talbot were correct. Yes, I am a spy, if one can be a spy when there is no war. I am willing to tell you, however, that Shepard is my right name, and I am willing to tell you also that you and your Charleston friends little foresee the magnitude of the business upon which you have started. I don't believe there is any enmity between you and me, and I can tell the thoughts that I have." "Since you offered me no harm when you had the chance," said Harry, "I give my word that I will seek to offer none myself. Go ahead. I think you have more to say, and I want to listen." Shepard thrust his pistol in his belt, and his face relaxed somewhat. As they faced each other on the logs, they were not more than 10 feet apart, and the moon poured a shower of silver rays upon both. Although Shepard was a few years the older, the faces showed a likeness, the same clearness of vision and strength of chin. "I liked you, Harry Kenton, the first time I met you," said Shepard, "and I like you yet. When I saw that you were following me, I led you here in order to say some things to you. You are seeing me now probably for the last time. My spying is over for a long while, at least. A mile further on, a horse saddled and bridled is waiting for me. I shall ride all the remainder of the night, board a train in the morning, and passing through Memphis and Louisville, I shall be in the North in 48 hours. And what then? I shall tell to those who ought to know what I have seen in Charleston and Montgomery. I have seen the gathering of forces in the South, and I know the spirit that animates your people. But listen to me, Harry Kenton. Do you think that a union such as ours, formed as ours was, can be broken up in a moment, as you would smash a china plate? The forces on the other side are sluggish, but they are mighty. I foresee war, terrible war, crowded with mighty battles. Now, I'm going to offer you my hand, and you are going to take it. Don't think any the less of me because I've been playing the spy. You may be one yourself before the year is out." His manner was winning, and Harry took the offered hand. What right had he to judge? Each to his own opinion. Despite himself, he liked Shepard again. "I'm glad I've known you, but at the same time I'm glad you're leaving," he said. Shepard gave the boy's hand a hearty grasp, which was returned in kind. Then he turned and disappeared in the forest. Harry walked slowly back to Montgomery. Shepard had given him deep cause for thought. He approached the Exchange Hotel, thinking that he would find his friends there and return with them to the camp, but it was later than he had supposed. As he drew near, he saw that nearly all the lights were out in the hotel, and the building was silent. He was sure that St. Clair and Langdon had already gone to the camp, and he was about to turn away when he saw a window in the hotel thrown up, and a man appear standing full length in the opening. It was Jefferson Davis. The same flood of moonlight that had poured upon Shepard illuminated his face also. But it was not the face of a triumphant man. It was stern, sad, even gloomy. The tight lips were pressed together more tightly than ever, and the somber eyes looked out over the city, but evidently saw nothing there. Harry felt instinctively that his thoughts were like those of Shepard. He, too, foresaw a great and terrible war, and so foreseeing, knew that this was no time to rejoice and glorify. Harry, held by the strong spell of time and place, watched him a full half-hour. It was certain now that Jefferson Davis was thinking, not looking at anything, because his head never moved, and his eyes were always turned in the same direction. Harry noticed at last that the direction was the north. The new president stepped back, closed the window, and no light came from his room. Harry hurried to the camp, where, as he had surmised, he found St. Clair and Langdon. He gave some excuse for his delay, and telling nothing of Shepard, wrapped himself in his blankets. Exhausted by the stirring events of the day and night, he fell asleep at once. 3 days later, they were on their way back to Charleston. They heard that the inauguration of the new president had not been well received by the doubtful states. Even the border slave states were afraid the lower South had been a little too hasty. But among the youths of the Palmetto Guards there was neither apprehension nor depression. They had been present at the christening of a new nation, and now they were going back to their own Charleston. "Everything is for the best," said young Langdon, whose unfailing spirits bubbled to the brim. "We'll have down here the tightest and finest republic the world ever heard of. New Orleans will be the biggest city, but our own Charleston will always be the leader, its center of thought." "What you need, Tom," said Harry, "is a center of thought yourself. Don't be so terribly sanguine, and you may save yourself some smashes." "I wouldn't gain anything even then," replied Langdon joyously. "I'll have such a happy time before the smash comes that I can afford to pay for it. I'm the kind that enjoys life. It's a pleasure to me just to breathe." "I believe it is," said Harry, looking at him with admiration. "I think I'll call you Happy Tom." "I take the name with pleasure," said Langdon. "It's a compliment to be called Happy Tom. Happy I was born, and happy I am. I'm so happy I must sing. Old Dan Tucker was a mighty fine man. He washed his face in the frying pan. He combed his hair with a wagon wheel, and died with a toothache in his heel." "That's a great poem," said a long North Carolina youth named Ransom, "but I've got something that beats it all holler. Old Dan Tucker is nothing to Aunt Dinah's tribulations." "How does it go?" asked St. Clair. "It's powerful pathetic, telling a tale of disaster and pain. The first verse will do, and here it is. Old Aunt Dinah, she got drunk, felled in a fire and kicked up a chunk. Red-hot coal popped in her shoe, Lord Almighty, how the water flew. We've had French and Italian opera in Charleston, said St. Clair, and I've heard both in New Orleans, too, but nothing quite so moving as the troubles of old Dan Tucker and old Aunt Dinah. They sang other songs, and the guards, who filled 2 coaches of a train, joined in a great swinging chorus which thundered above the rattle of the engine and the cars, so noisy in those days. Often they sang Negro melodies with a plaintive lilt. The slave had given his music to his master. Harry joined with all the zest of an enthusiastic nature. The effect of Shepard's words, and of the still, solemn face of Jefferson Davis, framed in the open window, was wholly gone. Spring was now advancing. All the land was green. The trees were in fresh leaf, and when they stopped at the little stations in the woods, they could hear the birds singing in the deep forest. And as they sped across the open, they heard the negroes singing, too, in their deep, mellow voices in the fields. Then came the delicate flavor of flowers, and Harry knew that they were approaching Charleston. In another hour they were in the city, which was, as yet, the heart and soul of the Confederacy. Charleston, with its steepled churches, its quaint houses, and its masses of foliage, much of it in full flower, seemed more attractive than ever to Harry. The city preserved its gay and light tone. It was crowded with people. All the rich planters were there. Society had never been more brilliant than during those tense weeks on the eve of men knew not what. But the Charlestonians were sure of one fact, the most important of all, that everything was going well. Texas had joined the great group of the South, and while the border states still hung back, they would surely join. Harry found that the batteries and earthworks had increased in size and number, forming a formidable circle about the black mass of Sumter, above which the defiant flag still swung in the wind. The guards were distributed among the batteries, but St. Clair, Langdon, and Harry remained together. Toutant Beauregard, after having resigned the command at West Point, as the Southern leaders had expected, came to Charleston and took supreme command there. Harry saw him as he inspected the batteries, a small, dark man, French in look, as he was French in descent, full of nervous energy and vitality. He spoke approving words of all that had been done, and Harry, St. Clair, and Tom glowed with enthusiasm. "Didn't I tell you that everything would come just right?" exclaimed Happy Tom. "We're the boys to do things. I heard today that they were preparing a big fleet in the north to relieve Sumter, but no matter how big it is, it won't be able to get into Charleston harbor. Will it, old fellow?" He addressed his remarks to one of the great guns, and he patted the long, polished barrel. Harry agreed with him that Charleston harbor could be held inviolate. He did not believe that ships would have much chance against heavy cannon in earthworks. He was back in Charleston several days before he had a chance to go to Madame Delaunay's. She was unfeignedly glad to see him, but Harry saw that she had lost some of her bright spirits. "Colonel Talbot tells me," she said, "that mighty forces are gathering, and I'm afraid for all the thousands of gallant boys like you, Harry." But Harry had little fear for himself. Why should he, when the Southern cause was moving forward so smoothly? They heard a day or two later that the rail-splitter Lincoln had been duly inaugurated president of what remained of the old Union, although he had gone to Washington at an unexpected hour and partly in disguise. On the same day the Confederacy adopted the famous flag of the Stars and Bars, and Harry and his friends were soon singing in unison and with fiery enthusiasm. "Hurrah, hurrah, for Southern rights, hurrah! Hurrah for the bonny blue flag that bears a single star!" The spring deepened, and with it the tension and excitement. The warm winds from the south blew over Charleston, eternally keen with the odor of rose and orange blossom. The bay moved gently, a molten mass, now blue, now green. The blue figures could be seen now and then on the black walls of Sumter, but the fortress was silent, although the muzzles of its guns always threatened. Harry received several letters from his father. The latest stated that he might want him to return, but he was not needed yet. The state had proved more stubborn than he and his friends had expected. A powerful Union element had been disclosed. and there would be an obstinate fight at Frankfort over the question of going out, he would let him know when to come. Harry was perhaps less surprised than his father over the conflict of opinion in Kentucky, but his thoughts soon slipped from it, returning to his absorption in the great and thrilling drama in Charleston, which was passing before his eyes, and of which he was a part. April came, and the glory of the spring deepened. The winds blowing from the soft shores of the Gulf grew heavier with the odors of blossom and flower, but Charleston thrilled continually with excitement. Fort after fort was seized by the Southerners, almost without opposition, and wholly without the shedding of blood. It seemed that the stars in their courses fought for the South, or at least it seemed so to youthful Harry and his comrades. "Didn't I tell you everything would come as we wished it?" said the sanguine Langdon. "Abe Lincoln may be the best rail-splitter that ever was, but I fancy he isn't such a terrible fighter." "Let's wait and see," said Harry, with the impression of Shepard's warning words still strong upon him. His caution was not in vain. That day the rulers of Charleston received a message from Abraham Lincoln that Sumter would be revictualled, whether Charleston consented or not. The news was spread instantly through the city, and fire sprang up in the South Carolina heart. The population, increased far beyond its normal numbers by the influx from the country, talked of nothing else. Beauregard was everywhere, giving quick, nervous orders, and always strengthening the already powerful batteries that threatened Sumter. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Rocca. Chapter 6 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rocca. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Sumter. Harry saw an increase of energy after the arrival of Beauregard. There were fresh rumors about the great fleet the North was going to send down for the relief of Sumter. Major Anderson, the commander in the fort, steadily refused all demands for surrender. It was said freely that the Northern states did not intend to let their Southern sisters go in peace. The Mercury, with all the power and fire of the Rhett family behind it, thundered continually for action. Sumter, with its guns menacing the city, should not be allowed to remain under the hostile flag. It seemed to Harry afterward that he was in a sort of fever, not a fever that parched and burned, but a fever that made his pulse leap faster and his heart long for the thrill of conflict. Often he sat with St. Clair and Langdon on their earthworks and looked at Sumter. "I wonder when the word will come for us to turn these big guns loose," Langdon said one day as he looked at the cannon. "Seems to me we ought to take Sumter before that fleet comes." "But wouldn't it be better for them to make the first hostile move, Happy?" asked Harry. "Then we'd put them in the wrong." "What difference does it make if we should happen to fight them anyhow? The question who began it, we'd settle afterwards on victorious fields." "Oh, we're bound to win, Harry. We can't help it. If there's any war, I expect inside of a year to sleep with my boots on in the president's bed in the White House, and then I'd go on to Philadelphia and New York and Boston and show myself as a fair specimen of the unconquerable Southern soldier." "Happy," said Harry in a rebuking tone, "you're the most terrific chatterer I ever heard. Before you've done anything whatever, you talk about having done it all. And they call us Charlestonians fiery boasters," said St. Clair. "Why, there's nobody in all Charleston who's half a match for this sea islander, Happy Tom Langdon." Charleston received Lincoln's threat and gave it back. Many were glad that he had made the issue. The enthusiasm swelled yet further when they heard that the Confederate envoys at Washington, treating for a peaceful separation, had left the capital at once when Lincoln had sent his message that Sumter would be relieved. "It looks more like war now," said Langdon with satisfaction, "and I may make my victorious march into the North after all." Harry said nothing. As events marched forward on swift foot, he felt more intensely their gravity. For every month that had passed since he put the Tacitus in his desk at the Pendleton Academy, the boy had grown a year in mind and thought. So, that rumor about the relieving fleet had come true, and they might look for it in Charleston in 2 or 3 days. Harry had his place in one of the batteries nearest Sumter, and he often went with Colonel Talbot on tours of the inspection, and once or twice he was in General Beauregard's own party. The fact that his father had been a graduate of West Point, and for many years an officer, was of the greatest service to him. In the little army of the United States before the Civil War, the officers constituted a family. Everybody knew who everybody else was, and those of the same age had been at West Point together. General Beauregard and Colonel Kenton had met often, and the Southern commander became very partial to the colonel's son. Harry was present when Beauregard, some of his more important officers, and the civil authorities of Charleston conferred after Lincoln's warning message came. "If Lincoln's fleet tries to force the harbor," said Rhett, "we must fire upon it. Sumter should be ours, and if Lincoln succeeds in revictualling the fort, it will be a great blow to our prestige. It will hurt the whole South. What do you think, General?" "I think as you do, Mr. Rhett," replied Toutant Beauregard. "But have no fear, gentlemen. No fleet that Lincoln may send can reach Sumter. Our batteries are able to blow out of the water every vessel that flies the Northern flag." "We must reduce Sumter itself before the fleet comes," said Jameson of Barnwell. Beauregard smiled slightly. "We can do that too," he said, "and I'm glad to see that you gentlemen are for action. The fleet, I am accurately informed, consists of the warship Baltic, 3 sloops of war, and 2 tenders. The Baltic, with Fox, the Assistant Secretary of the Northern Navy, on board, left New York 2 days ago. The other vessels started earlier, and we may expect the whole fleet in a day." "Then," said Rhett, "we must send to Sumter another and a final demand for its surrender." They were all agreed, and Beauregard chose his messengers, putting Harry among the number. Hoisting a white flag, they entered a large boat and were rowed by powerful oarsmen toward Sumter. Harry, looking back, saw the whole front of the harbor lined with people. Even at the distance it looked like a holiday crowd. He saw hundreds of women and girls in white and pink dresses, and there were roses of the same colors in hats and bonnets. Great parasols of every shade threw back the brilliant sunlight. It was still a holiday spectacle, a pageant, and many of the light hearts along the seawall could not realize that it might yet be something far more. Anderson, the commander of Sumter, appeared upon the esplanade to meet the boat coming with the white flag. Harry watched him closely. He saw a face worn, but set hard and firm, and a figure upright and steady. The Southerners tied their boat to the wall and climbed upon the esplanade. "What do you want, gentlemen?" asked Anderson. "We have come with our final demand for your surrender," replied the chief Southern officer. "If you do not yield, we will fire upon you." Anderson shrugged his shoulders. "I fear that a fleet from New York is coming to my relief. It will never be able to force a passage into the harbor. That may or may not be, but in any event, gentlemen, I tell you that the flag will not come down. If you fire, we fire back." He spoke with no quiver in his voice, although his supply of ammunition was low, and the fort had a food supply for only 4 days. "Then it is scarcely worth while for us to talk longer." "No, it would be a waste of time by both of us." The Southerners turned back to their boat. Harry was the last, and Anderson said to him in a low tone, "I'm sorry to see your father's son here." "I am where he would wish me to be," replied the boy stiffly. "Even so, I hope you will come to no harm," said Anderson in a generous tone. After such a noble rejoinder, Harry's heart softened instantly, and he returned the wish. Then he followed the others into the boat, and they pulled back to the mainland. The crowd surmised from the quick return of the boat the nature of the answer that it brought. It seemed to feel one gigantic throb of passion, and perhaps of relief also, that the issue was made after so many weeks of waiting. Yet the holiday aspect disappeared, as if a cloud had passed suddenly before the sun. Harry noted the shadow even before he landed. The people had become silent, and faces that had laughed turned grave. As they set foot upon the mainland, they told their news freely, and then the crowd dispersed, almost in silence. It was the first time that Harry had seen Charleston, gay and light of heart, in the shadow, but he was sure that it could not last long. His errand over, he returned to his own battery, and told Langdon and St. Clair of everything that had happened. "It's all for the best," said Langdon cheerfully. "Sumter will be ours in another day." "Wait and see, Happy," said Harry. "All right, old wait and see I will," returned Langdon. Harry tried to suppress, or at least conceal, his intense excitement. The whole city was in the same state. The batteries were filled with men of wealth and position, serving as mere volunteer privates. The wives and daughters of many of them were at the Charleston Hotel, or at the Mills House, or at such inns as they kept by Madame Delaunay. Governor Pickens and his wife were at the Charleston Hotel, and with them were chief officers of the city and state. Nearly everybody knew that something was going to happen, but few knew when it would happen. Harry noticed a tightening of discipline at their battery. The orders were sharp, and they had to be obeyed. Nothing was wasted in politeness. Visitors were no longer allowed to gratify curiosity. Women and children in their white or pink dresses were not permitted to come near and smile at their husbands or brothers or sweethearts in the trenches. The ammunition was stacked neatly behind the guns, and every man was compelled to be ready at an instant's notice. "Looks like business," Langdon whispered joyfully to his comrades. "I'm hoping that fleet will come just as soon as it can." "Happy, you sanguinary wretch," Harry whispered back. "I'm thinking the fleet will come soon enough for you and all the rest of us." The afternoon faded. The sun sank in the hills behind them, and dusk came over city and harbor. But Harry, from the battery, could still see the black bulk of Sumter, and above it the gleaming red and blue of a flag. Coffee and food were served to his comrades and himself in the battery, and then they remained by their guns waiting. The night deepened. Harry could yet see the flash of waters and the dim bulk of Sumter, but the flag itself was no longer visible. No sound came from the city. The silence there seemed singular and heavy. The boy felt the night and the waiting. Even Happy Tom ceased to be light and frivolous. The three had nothing to do, and they sat together, always looking toward the sea, where the smoke of the relieving fleet might appear. Colonel Leonidas Talbot and Major Hector St. Hilaire passed together on a tour of inspection. They gave approving looks to the three trim youths with the frank open faces, but said nothing and went on. Harry heard their footsteps for a moment or two, and then the oppressive silence came again. The same stillness endured a long time, so long that the three began to believe nothing would happen. Despite himself, Harry began to nod, and he was forced to bring himself back to earth with a jerk. Then he stretched a little and peered over the earthwork. It was brighter now. A fine moon rode high, and the sea was dusted with starshine. The bulk of Sumter, black no longer, was coated with silver. "Looks peaceful enough," whispered Langdon. "The ships have heard that you and St. Clair and I are here waiting for them, and have turned back." Harry made no answer. This waiting in the silence and the night made his blood quiver just a little. He was about to turn back when he saw a sudden flash of fire from another point further up. It was followed by a heavy crash that echoed and re-echoed over the still sea and city. Harry's heart leaped, but his body stiffened to attention. Tom and St. Clair by his side pressed against the earthwork. "What is it?" they whispered. "The moonlight is good," replied Harry, "but I don't see any ship. It must be a signal of some kind." "Hush!" said Langdon. "There it goes again." Another cannon thundered, and the echoes, as before, came back from sea and shore, followed, as the echoes died, by that strange, heavy silence. But, straining their eyes to the utmost, the three boys could see nothing on the sea. It swayed gently, like a vast mass of molten silver in the starshine, and lapped softly against the shore. The report of a third heavy gun came, and then the reports of several more. After that, the silence was complete. It had seemed to Harry, his brain surcharged with excitement, like the tolling of great bells. Langdon and St. Clair whispered together, but he said nothing. It was permitted to the three to lie down in their blankets, in the earthwork and sleep, but they did not think of trying it. They wished to know the meaning of those cannon shots, and they waited, tense with excitement. It was nearly midnight when Colonel Leonidas Talbot came. "We have learned that the northern vessels will appear before Charleston tomorrow," he said, "and the shots were a signal to all our people to be ready. The attack on Sumter will begin in the morning. Now you three boys must go to sleep. We shall need tomorrow soldiers who are fresh and strong, not those who are worn and weak from loss of sleep." They tried it and found it easier now because they knew the mystery of the shots. Harry became conscious that the night was crisp and cold, and wrapped in his blanket, he lay with his back against an inner wall of the earthwork. The blood, the result of his tension and excitement, pounded in his ears for some time, but at last his pulses became quiet, and his heavy eyes closed. He was awakened at the first shot of dawn by Colonel Leonidas Talbot. "Up, boys," he said, "snatch a bite of food and drink coffee, and make yourselves as neat as possible. General Beauregard is coming to this very battery." His voice was quick and sharp, and the boys obeyed with the lightning speed of youth. It was a pale dawn. Gray clouds drifted along the sea's far rim, and a sharp wind came out of the northwest. Heavy waves rolled into the mouths of the narrow and difficult passes that led into the bay. "The Lord himself fights for us," Harry heard Colonel Leonidas Talbot murmur. "No ships on such a sea would dare the passes in the face of our guns." The pale light widened. Sumter was black and threatening again, and the flag waved there before it. General Beauregard, his staff, and a body of civilians arrived, and almost overflowed the battery. Harry noticed among the civilians an old man, 75 at least, with long hair, snow-white. Despite his years, his face was as keen and eager as that of any boy. "Who is he?" Harry whispered to St. Clair, who knew everybody. "His name's Ruffin, but he's not a South Carolinian. He's a Virginian. But he has come to join us, and his heart and soul's with us. He's ready to fight at the drop of a hat." Harry, there pointing, stood on Cummings Point, glanced toward the city, and uttered a low cry of surprise. "Look," he said to his friends, "all Charleston is here." "Yes, and a lot more of South Carolina, too," said St. Clair. The people, learning the meaning of those signal guns in the night, were packed in every open space, and the very roofs were black with them. 40 or 50,000 men, women, and children were looking on, but nothing more than a murmur ran through the great mass. Harry knew that every heart in the 50,000 beat like his own, with strained expectancy. A great gun in the battery was trained upon Sumter, and the gunner stood ready at the lanyard. But the old man with the long white hair and the keen, eager face, stepping forward, begged General Beauregard to allow him the honor of firing the first shot. The general consented at once, and the old man pulled the lanyard. There was a terrible crash that almost deafened Harry, a gush of flame followed by smoke, and a shell, screaming in a curve, dropped upon Sumter. For a few moments no one spoke, and Harry could hear the blood pounding in his ears. In a sudden flash of insight he saw a long and terrible road that they must tread. But neither he nor any other present realized to the full what had happened. The first real shot in the mightiest war of history had been fired, and the years of promises, kept or broken, of mutual jealousies and mutual abuse, had ended at the cannon's mouth. The silence was broken by a shout like the roar of a storm that came from the people in the town. A puff of smoke rose from Sumter, and the fort sent its answering shot. But it struck no enemy, and again the shout came from the town, now a cry of derision. Then all the batteries in the wide curve about Sumter leaped into fiery life. Cannon after cannon poured shot and shell against the black walls. The fort was ringed with fire. It seemed to Harry that the earth rocked. He tried to speak to his comrades, but he could not hear his own voice. He thought he was about to be deafened for his whole life, but Langdon handed him pieces of cotton, which he quickly stuffed in his ears. Langdon and St. Clair had already taken the precaution. Happy Tom had proved himself the most forethoughtful of them all, and yet Langdon, careless and easy, was aflame with the fire of battle. It seemed to Harry that he thought little of consequences. "Listen to it," he shouted in excited tones to Harry and St. Clair. "Hark to the thudding of the great guns. It's war, the greatest of all games." Harry felt an intense excitement also. These were his people. He was of their bone and sinew, and he was with them heart and soul. He did his part at the guns, and although his excitement grew, he said nothing. He saw that the return fire from the fort was far inferior to that of the South Carolinians, and that it was doing no damage. "Using their light guns only," he heard Colonel Talbot say during a momentary lull. "They must be short of ammunition." The morning wore slowly on. From every battery along the mainland and on the islands, the storm of projectiles yet beat upon Sumter, and at intervals the fort replied, still using the light guns. Once Harry heard the whistle of a shell over his head, and he ducked automatically, while the others laughed. Another time a solid shot sent the dirt flying in all their faces, stinging like driven sand, but that was the nearest any missile ever came to them. Beauregard, after a while, gave an order for the firing to cease, and the city and harbors rose again, clear and distinct in the pale sunlight. The great crowd of people was still there, all watching and waiting. The fort was battered and torn, but above it still hung the defiant flag, and there was no offer of surrender. "Look, look!" Langdon cried suddenly, reckless of all discipline, as he pointed a forefinger toward the sea. Harry saw a column of smoke rising and defining itself clearly against the pale blue sky. "The Yankee fleet!" cried one of the officers, as he put his glasses to his eyes. General Beauregard, General Ripley, and officers in every other battery also were watching that new column of smoke through glasses. The dark spire in truth rose from the Baltic, the chief ship of the Union, having on board the energetic Fox himself and 200 soldiers. But chance and the elements seemed to have conspired against the secretary. One of his strongest ships had gone to the relief of another fort further south. Others had been scattered by a storm, and the Baltic had only 2 sister vessels as she approached over a rolling gray sea, the fiery volcano that was once the peaceful harbor of Charleston. Harry saw the first column of smoke increase to 3, and they knew then that the number of Union vessels was far less than had been expected. "Will they undertake to force the harbor and reach Sumter?" he asked of Colonel Talbot, who was then in the battery. "If they do," replied the colonel, "it will be a case of the most reckless folly. They would be sunk in short order, as they come right into the teeth of our guns. The sea itself is against them. The waves are rolling worse than ever." Colonel Talbot knew what he was saying. Vainly the men in Sumter looked for relief by sea. They too had seen the 3 ships off the harbor, and they knew whence they came and for what purpose. But they had reached the end of their journey, and had fallen short with the object of it in sight. They were compelled to swing back and forth while they watched the circle of batteries pour a continuous fire upon the crumbling fort. After the Southern officers had taken a long look at the Union ships and had seen that they could do nothing, the fire on Sumter was renewed with increased volume. It lasted all through the day, and the vast crowd of spectators did not diminish in numbers. Many of the wealthier were in carriages. If one went away for food or refreshment, another took his place. When the wind at times lifted the smoke, Harry saw that the wooden buildings standing on the esplanade of the fort were burning fiercely, set on fire by the bursting shells. The iron cisterns, too, although he did not know it until later, were smashed, and columns of smoke from the flaming buildings were pouring into the fort, threatening its defenders with destruction. Night came on, and most of the people lining the harbor were compelled to go to their homes, but the fire of the southern batteries continued, always converging upon the scarred and blackened walls of Sumter, from which came an occasional shot in return. Harry had now grown used to the incessant rolling crash. He could hear his comrades speak, their voices coming in under note, and now and then they discussed the result. They agreed that Sumter was bound to fall. The Union fleet could bring it no relief, and such a continuous rain of balls and shells must eventually pound it to pieces. They ate and drank after dark. They had food in abundance and delicacies of many kinds from which to choose. Charleston poured forth its plenty for its heroes, and in those days of fresh young enthusiasm there was no lack of anything. "The Yankees hold out well," said Langdon, "but I'm willing to bet 100 to 1 that nobody sleeps in that fort tonight. You can't see the smoke of the ships any more. I suppose that for safety in the night they've had to go further out to sea. I'm glad I'm not on one of them, rolling and tumbling in those high waves. Well, everything's for the best, and if Sumter doesn't fall into our laps tonight, she'll fall tomorrow. And if she doesn't fall tomorrow, she'll fall the next day. What do you say to that, old wait-and-see?" "Wait-and-see," replied Harry so naturally that the others laughed. The bombardment went on all through the night. Harry continually breathed smoke and the odor of burned gunpowder, which seemed to keep his nerves keyed to a great pitch and to maintain the heat of his blood. Yet after a while he lay down when his turn at the gun ceased, and slept through sheer exhaustion. His eyes closed to the thunder of cannon, and they awoke at dawn to the same heavy thudding. The fire had not ceased in any time in the course of the night, and Sumter looked like a ruin, but the flag still floated over it. St. Clair and Langdon were awakened a few minutes later, and they also stood up, rubbed their eyes, stared at the fort, and listened to the firing. Harry laughed at their appearance. "You fellows are certainly grimy," he said. "You look as if you hadn't seen water for a month." "We can't see ourselves, old wait-and-see," retorted Langdon, "but I guess we're beauties alongside of you. If I didn't have the honor of your acquaintance, I wouldn't know whether you came from the Indian Territory, Ashanti, or the Cannibal Islands." "And the music goes merrily on," said St. Clair. "I went to sleep with the cannon firing, and I wake up with them still at it. I suppose a fellow will get used to it after a while." "You can get used to anything," said an officer who heard them. "Now, you boys eat your breakfast. Your turn at the guns will come again soon." They took breakfast willingly, although they found a strong flavor of smoke, sand, and burned gunpowder in everything they ate and drank. Then they went to their guns, but when a few more shots were fired, a trumpet blew a signal, and it was echoed from battery to battery. Every cannon ceased, and in the silence and under the lifting smoke, Harry saw a white flag going up on the fort. Sumter was about to yield. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Rocca.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 7. The Homecoming. A great and exultant cheer went up from the massed thousands in Charleston. A smile passed over Beauregard's swarthy face as he showed his white teeth. Colonel Leonidas Talbot regarded the white flag with feelings in which triumph and sadness were mingled strangely. But the emotions of Harry and his comrades were, for the moment, those of victory only. Boats put out both from the fort and the shore. Discipline was relaxed now. Harry, St. Clair, and Langdon went outside the battery. A light breeze had sprung up, and it was very grateful to Harry, who for hours had breathed the heavy odors of smoke and burned gunpowder. The smoke itself, which had formed a vast cloud over the harbor, forts, and city, was now drifting out to sea, leaving all things etched sharply in the dazzling sunlight of a southern spring day. "Well, old wait and see, you have watched and you have seen," said Langdon to Harry. "That white flag and those boats going out mean that Sumter is ours. Everything is for the best, and we win everywhere and all the time." Harry was silent. He was watching the boats. But the negotiations were soon completed. Sumter, a mass of ruins, was given up, and the Stars and Bars, taking the place of the Stars and Stripes, gaily snapped defiance to the whole North. "It begins to look well here," said Beauregard, gazing proudly at the new flag. All the amenities were preserved between the captured garrison and their captors. Anderson was sent to the Baltic, which still hovered outside, and the Union vessels disappeared on their way back to the north. Peace, but now the peace of triumph settled over Charleston, and throughout the South went the joyous tidings that Sumter had been taken. The great state of Virginia, mother of presidents, went out of the Union at last, and North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas followed her. But Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri still hung in the balance. Lincoln had called for volunteers to put down a rebellion, but Harry heard everywhere in Charleston that the Confederacy was now secure. The Southerners were rising by the thousands to defend it. The women, too, were full of zeal and enthusiasm, and they urged the men to go to the front. With the full consent of the Lower South, the capital was to be moved from Montgomery to Richmond, the capital of Virginia, on the very border of the Confederacy, to look defiantly, as it were, across at Washington over a state which was to become the vast battlefield of America, although few then dreamed it. The progress of President Davis to the new capital, set in the very face of the foe, was to be one huge triumph of faith and loyalty. Harry heard nothing in Charleston but joyful news. There was not a single note of gloom. Europe, which must have its cotton, would favor the success of the South. Women who had never worked before sewed day and night on clothing for the soldiers. Men gave freely and without asking to the new government. An extraordinary wave of emotion swept over the South, carrying everybody with it. Charleston shouted anew as the newspapers announced the news of the distinguished officers who had gone out with the Southern states. There were the two Johnstons, the one of Virginia and the other of Kentucky, Lee, Bragg of Buena Vista fame, Longstreet, and many others, some already celebrated in the Mexican War, and others with a greater fame yet to make. Harry heard it all, and it was transfused into his own blood. Now a letter came from his father. That obstinate faction in Kentucky still held the state to the Union. Since Sumter had fallen and Charleston was safe, he wished his son to rejoin him in Pendleton, whence they would proceed together to Frankfort to help the Southern party. His personal account of the glowing deed that had been done in Charleston harbor would help. He was sure that his friend General Beauregard would release him for this important duty. Harry's heart and judgment alike responded to the call. He took the letter to General Beauregard, finding him at the Charleston Hotel, with Governor Pickens and officers of his staff, and stood aside while the general read it. Beauregard at once wrote an order. "This is your discharge from the Palmetto Guards," he said. "Colonel Kenton writes wisely. We need Kentucky, and I understand that a very little more may bring the state to us. Go with your father. I understand that you have been a brave young soldier here, and may you do as well up there." Harry, feeling pride but not showing it, saluted and left the room, going at once to Madame Delaunay's, where he had left his baggage. He intended to leave early in the morning, but first he sought his friends and told them goodbye. "Don't forget we're going to have a great war," said Colonel Leonidas Talbot, "and the first battle line will be far north of Charleston. I shall look for you there." "God bless you, my boy," said Major Hector St. Hilaire. May you come back some day to this beautiful Charleston of ours and find it more beautiful than ever. I'll meet you at Richmond later on," said Arthur St. Clair, "and then we'll serve together." "I'll join you at the White House in Washington," said Tom Langdon, "and I'll give you the next best bed to sleep in with your boots on." Harry gave his farewells with deep and genuine regret. Whether their manner was grave or frivolous, he knew that these were good friends of his, and he sincerely hoped that he would meet them again. Madame Delaunay spoke to him almost as if he was a son of hers, and there was dew in his eyes, because he could never forget her kindness to the lad who had been a stranger. He resumed his civilian clothing, and put his gray uniform, fine and new, of which he was so proud, in his saddlebags. Kentucky had declared herself neutral ground, warning the armies of both North and South to keep off her sacred soil, and he did not wish to invite undue attention. He intended, moreover, to leave the train when he neared Pendleton, at the same little station which he had taken it when he started south. It was a different Harry who started home late in April. 4 months had made great changes. He bore himself more like a man. His manner was much more considered and grave. He had seen great things, and he had done his share of them. He gazed upon a world full of responsibilities and perils. But he looked back at Charleston, the gay, the volatile, and the beautiful, with real affection. It was almost buried now in flowers and foliage. Spring was at the full, and every breeze was sharply sweet with grassy flavors. The very triumph and joy of living penetrated his soul. Youth swept aside the terrors of war. He was going home after victory. He soon left Charleston out of sight. A last roof or steeple glittered for a moment in the sun, and then was gone. Before him lay the uplands and the ridges, and in another day he would be in another land. He crossed now the low mountains, passed through Nashville again, although he did not stop there, his train making immediate connection, and once more, and with a thrill, he entered his own state. He learned from casual talk on the trains that affairs in Kentucky were very hot. The special session of the legislature, called by Governor Magoffin, was met at Frankfort early in May. The women of the state had already prepared an appeal to the legislature to save them from the horrors of civil war. Harry saw that he had not left active life behind him when he came away from Charleston. The feeling of strife had spread over a vast area. The atmosphere of Kentucky, like that of South Carolina, was supercharged with intensity and passion, but it had a difference. All the winds blew in the same direction in South Carolina, and they sang one song of triumph. But in Kentucky, they were variable and conflicting, and their voices were many. He felt the difference as soon as he reached the hills of his native state. People were cooler here, and they were more prone to look at the two sides of a question. The air, too, was unlike that of South Carolina. There was a sharper tang to it. It whipped his blood as it blew down from the slopes and crests. It was afternoon when he reached the little station of Winton, and left the train, a tall, sturdy boy, the superior of many a man in size, strength, and agility. His saddlebags over his arm, he went at once to the liveryman, with whom he had left his horse on his journey to Charleston, and asked for another, his best, for the ride to Pendleton. The liveryman stared at him for a moment or two, and then burst out into an exclamation of surprise. "Why, Harry Kenton," he said. "Harry, you've changed a lot in so short a time. You were at the bombardment of Fort Sumter, they tell me. It's made a mighty stir in these parts. There were never before such times in old Kentucky. Yes, Harry, I'll give you the best horse I've got. There ain't one more powerful in the state. But pushing as hard as you will, you can't reach Pendleton before dark, and you look out." "Look out for what?" "Bill Skelly and his gang. Them mountaineers are up. They say they're going to beat the rich men of the lowlands and keep Kentucky in the Union. But between you and me, Harry, it's the hate they feel for them that think harder and work harder and make more than themselves. Bill Skelly is the worst man in the mountains, and he has gathered about him a big gang of toughs. They're caring mighty little for the Union or for the freedom of the slaves, but they expect to make a lot out of this for themselves. And now I tell you again, Harry, to look out as you go through the dark to Pendleton. This country is mighty troubled." "I will," replied Harry, with vivid recollection of his ride from Pendleton to Winton. "I am armed, Mr. Collins, and I have seen war. I served in one of the batteries that reduced Fort Sumter." He did not say the last as a boast, but merely as an assurance to the liveryman, who he saw was anxious on his account. "If you've got pistols, just you think once before you shoot," said Collins. "Things are surely mighty troubled in these parts, and they're going to be worse." "Have you heard anything about my father? Is he at Pendleton?" "He was 2 days ago. He'd been up to Louisville, where the Southern leaders had a meeting, but he couldn't make them go as he wanted them to go. So he come back to Pendleton. People are telling that he's going to Frankfort soon." Harry thanked him, threw his saddlebags across the horse, a powerful bay, and giving a final wave of his hand to the sympathetic liveryman, rode away. He had little fear. He carried a pair of heavy double-barreled pistols in his holsters, and a smaller weapon in his pocket. The horse, as he soon saw, was of uncommon power and spirit, and he snapped his fingers at Skelly and his gang. He rode first at a long, easy walk, knowing too well to push hard at the beginning, and the afternoon passed without anything worthy of notice, save the loneliness of the road. In the 2 hours before sundown, he met less than half a dozen persons. All were men, and with a mere nod they went on quickly, regarding him with suspicion. This was not the fashion of a year ago, when they exchanged a friendly word or two, but Harry knew its cause. Now nobody could trust anybody else. The setting sun was uncommonly red, tinting all the forest with a fiery glow, and Harry looked apprehensively at the line of blue hills now on his right, whence danger had come before. But he saw nothing that moved there. No signal lights twinkled. The intervening space was a mass of heavy green foliage, which the eye, now that the twilight was at hand, could penetrate only a few score yards. A northeast wind off the distant mountain tops was cold and sharp, and Harry, who wore no overcoat, shivered a little. End of Chapter 7, Part 1 of 2. Recording by Michael Packard. Chapter 7, Part 2 of 2, of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 7. The Homecoming, Part 2. Young though he was, he remembered the liveryman's caution, and he watched the forest on either side as well as he could. But he depended more upon his keenness of ear. He did not believe the stirring of any large force in the thickets could pass him unheard, and, having nursed the strength of his great horse, he felt that he could leave almost any pursuit far behind. The twilight sank into a dark and heavy night. The moon and stars lay behind drifting clouds, and now and then came a swish of cold rain. Harry was not able to see more than a few yards to right or left, when the road ran through the woods, as it did most of the time, and not much further when fields chanced to lie on either side. He was within a mile of Pendleton, and his heart began to throb, not with thoughts of Skelly, but because he would soon be in his old home again. 10 or 15 minutes more, and he would see the solid red brick house rising among the clipped pines. But as he passed the junction of a small road coming down from the hills, his attentive ear gave warning. He heard the sound of hoofs, and many of them. He drew in for a moment under the boughs and listened. Harry's instinct warned him against the troop of men that he heard. Collins, the liveryman, had told him that the country was full of trouble. This region was neither north nor south. It was debatable land, of which raiding bands would take full advantage, and, despite the risk, he wished to know what was on foot. He was almost invisible under the boughs of a great oak which hung over the road, and the horse, after so many miles of hard riding, was willing enough to stand still. The rain swished in his face, and the leaves gave forth a chilly rustle, but he held himself firmly to his task. The hoofbeats came nearer and then ceased. The horsemen stopped at the point where the narrower road merged into the larger, and as they were clear of the foliage, Harry caught a view of them. There was no moonlight, but his eyes had grown so well used to the darkness that he was able to recognize Skelly, who was in advance, an old army rifle across his saddle bow. Behind him were at least 50 men, and Harry knew they were all mountaineers. They rode the scrubby mountain horses, more like ponies, and every man carried a rifle. Harry divined instantly that they had come down from the hills to make a raid upon the Confederate stronghold, Pendleton. War was on, and here was their chance to take revenge upon the more civilized people of the lowlands. Skelly was giving his final orders, and Harry could hear him. "We'll leave the main road, pull down the fences, and ride across the field," he said. "We'll first take the house of that rebel and traitor Colonel Kenton. It'll be helping the cause if we burn it clean down to the ground. If anyone tries to stop you, shoot. Then we'll go on to the others." A growl of approval came from the men, and some shook their rifles as a sign of what they would do. Harry knew them, mostly moonshiners and fugitives from justice. They cared far more for revenge and spoil than for the Union. He shuddered as he heard their talk. His own home was to be their first point of attack, and those who resisted were to be shot down. He waited to hear no more, but, keeping in the shadow of the boughs and riding at first in a walk, he went on towards Pendleton. He was sure that Skelly's men had not heard his hoofbeats, as there was no sound of pursuit, and 300 or 400 yards further he changed from a walk to a gallop. Careless of the dark and of all the risks of the road, he drove the horse faster and faster. He was on familiar ground. He knew every hill and dip, almost every tree, and he did not pause to notice anything. Soon he saw a light, then a dark outline, and his heart throbbed greatly. It was his father's house, standing among the clipped pines, and he was in time. Now his horse's feet thundered on the brief stretch of road that was left, and in another minute he was at the gate opening on the lawn. A man, rifle in hand, stood on the front steps and demanded to know who had come. "It is I, Harry, father," cried Harry. "Skelly and his crowd are only a mile behind me, coming to destroy the place." Harry heard his father mutter, "Thank God," which he knew was for his coming. Then he quickly led the horse inside the gate, turned him loose, and ran forward. Colonel Kenton was already coming to meet him, and the hands of father and son met in a strong and affectionate clasp. "We will still have to get out and go into the town," said Harry. "You and I alone can't hold them off. Skelly has at least 50 men. I saw them in the road." "I'm not afraid since you got safely through," replied Colonel Kenton. "We had a hint that Skelly was coming. That's why you see me with this rifle. I'd have sent you a telegram to stop at Winton, but I couldn't reach you in time. Come into the house. Some friends of ours are here, ready to help us hold it against anybody and everybody Skelly may bring." Harry, with his saddlebags and holsters over his arm, entered the front hall with his father, who closed the door behind him. A single lamp burned in the hall, but 15 men, all armed with rifles, stood there. He saw among them Steve Allison, the constable, Bracken, the farmer, Senator Culver, and even old Judge Kendrick. Most of them, beside their rifles, carried pistols, and the party, though small, was resolute and grim. They greeted Harry with warmth, but said few words. "We got food and hot coffee here," said Colonel Kenton. "After your long ride, Harry, you'd better eat." "A cup of coffee will do," replied the boy. "But let me have a rifle. Skelly and his men will be here in 10 minutes. Old Judge Kendrick smiled. "You can't complain, Colonel," he said, "that your son has not inherited your temperament." A rifle, loaded and ready, was handed to Harry, and at the same time he drank a cup of hot coffee, brought by a trembling black boy. Allison, meanwhile, had opened the door a little and was listening. "I can't hear 'em yet," he said. "They'll approach cautiously," said Colonel Kenton. "I think they're likely to leave their horses at the edge of the wood and enter the lawn on foot. We'll put out the light and go outside." "Good tactics," said Culver, as he promptly blew out the single light. Then all went upon the great front portico, where they stood for a few moments waiting. They could neither see nor hear anything hostile. Drifting clouds still hid the moon and stars, and a swish of light, cold rain came now and then. There were piazzas on both sides of the house, and a porch in the rear. Colonel Kenton disposed his men deftly in order to meet the foe at any point. The stone pillars would afford protection for the riflemen. He, his son, and old Judge Kendrick held the portico in front. Harry crouched behind a pillar, his fingers on the trigger of a rifle, and his holster, containing the double-barreled pistols, lying at his feet. Impressionable, and with a horror of injustice, his heart was filled with rage. It was merely a band of outlaws who were coming to plunder and destroy his beautiful home, and kill any who resisted. He had respected those who held Sumter so long, but these fought only for their own hand. A slight sound came from the road, a little distance to the south. He waited until it was repeated, and then he was sure. "They're out there," he whispered to his father at the next pillar. "I heard them," replied the colonel. "They'll come upon the lawn hiding behind the pines, hoping to surprise the house. I fancy the surprise will be theirs, not ours. When you shoot, Harry, shoot to kill, or they will surely kill us. Keep as much as you can behind the pillar, and don't get excited." Colonel Kenton was quite calm. The old soldier had returned to his work. Wary and prepared, he was not loath to meet the enemy. Harry, keeping his father's orders well in mind, crouched a little lower and waited. Presently he heard a slight rustling, and he knew Skelly's men were among the dwarf pines on the lawn. The rustling continued and came nearer. Harry glanced at his father, who was behind the pillar not 10 feet away. "Who are you, and what do you want?" called Colonel Kenton into the darkness. There was no answer, and the rustling ceased. Harry heard nothing but the gentle fall of the rain. "Speak up!" called the colonel once more. "Who are you?" The answer came. 40 or 50 rifles crackled among the pines. Harry saw little flashes of fire and heard bullets hiss so venomously that a chill ran down his spine. There was a patter of lead on every side of the house, but most of those shots came from the front lawn. It was well that the Colonel, Harry, and the judge were sheltered by the big pillars, or 2 or 3 shots out of so many would have hit their mark. Harry's rage, which had cooled somewhat while he was waiting, returned. He began to peer around the edge of a pillar and seek a target, but the colonel whispered to him to hold his fire. Getting no reply, "They'll creep a little closer presently and fire a second volley," he said. Harry pressed closer to the pillar, kneeling low, as he had learned already that 9 out of 10 men fire too high in battle. He heard once more the rustling among the pines, and he knew that Skelly's men were advancing. Doubtless they believed that the defenders had fled within the house at the first volley. He suddenly heard the clicking of gunlocks, and the rifles crashed together again, but now the fire was given at much closer range. Harry saw a dusky figure beside a pine not 30 feet away, and he instantly pulled a trigger upon it. His father's own rifle cracked at the same time, and 2 cries of pain came from the lawn. The boy, hot with the fire of battle, snatched the pistols out of the holster and sent 4 more shots. Rapid reports from the other side of the house showed that the defenders were also repelling attacks. But Skelly's men, finding that they could not rush the house, kept up a siege from the ambush of the pines. Bullets rattled like hailstones against the thick brick walls of the house, and several times the smashing of glass told that windows had been shot in. Harry's blood now grew feverishly hot, and his anger mounted with it. It was intolerable that these outlaws should attack people in their own homes. Lying almost flat on the floor of the portico, he reloaded his rifle and pistols. As he raised his head to seek a new shot, a bullet tipped his ear, burning it like a streak of fire, and flattened against the wall behind him. He fired instantly at the base of the flash, and a cry of pain showed that the bullet had struck a human target. Harry, in his excitement, raised himself a little for another shot, and a second bullet cut dangerously near. A warning came from his father, a veteran warrior of the plains, to keep down, and he obeyed promptly. Then followed a period of long and intensely anxious waiting. Harry thought that if the night would only lighten, they could get a clean sweep of the lawn and drive away the mountaineers. But it grew darker instead, and the wind rose. He heard the boughs of the clipped pines rustle as they were whipped together, and the cold drops lashed him in the face. He had become soaking wet lying on the floor of the portico, but he did not notice it. Harry saw far to his left a single dim light in the dip beyond the forest, and he knew that it shone through a window in one of the houses of Pendleton. It seemed amazing that so bitter a combat should be going on here while the people slept peacefully in the town below. but there was not one chance in 1,000 that they would hear of the battle on such a night. Then an idea came to him, and creeping to his father, he made his proposition. Colonel Kenton opposed it vigorously, but Harry insisted. He knew every inch of the grounds. Why should he not? He had played over them all his life. He could be in the fields and away in less than 2 minutes. Colonel Kenton finally consulted Judge Kendrick, and the judge agreed with Harry. Besieged by so many, they needed help, and the boy was the one to bring it. Then Colonel Kenton consented that Harry should go, but pressed his hand and told him to be very careful. The boy went back into the house, passing through the dark rooms to the rear. As he went, he heard the sound of sobbing. It was the colored servants crying with terror. He found the constable and Senator Culver on watch on the back porch, and whispered to them his errand. "For God's sakes, be careful, Harry," the senator whispered back. "Bad blood is boiling now. Some of Skelly's men have been hit hard, and if they caught you, they'd shoot you without mercy." "But they won't catch me," replied the boy with confidence. Thinking it would be in the way in his rapid flight, he gave his rifle to the senator, and taking the heavy pistols from the holsters, thrust them in the pockets of his coat. Then he dropped lightly from the porch, and lay for a few moments in the darkness and on the wet ground, absolutely still. A strange thrill ran through Harry Kenton when his body touched the damp earth. The contact seemed to bring him strength and courage. Doubts fled away. He would succeed in the trial. He could not possibly fail. His great-grandfather, Henry Ware, had been a renowned borderer and Indian fighter, one of the most famous in all the annals of Kentucky, gifted with almost preternatural power, surpassing the Indians themselves in the lore and craft of forest and trail. It was said, too, that the girl, Lucy Upton, who became Henry Ware's wife, and who was Harry's great-grandmother, had received this same gift of forest divination. His own first name had been given to him in honor of that redoubtable great-grandfather. Now, all the instincts of Harry's famous ancestors became intensely alive in him. The blood of those who had been compelled for so many years to watch and fight poured in a full tide through his veins. His bearing became sharper. His eyes saw through the darkness like those of a cat, and a certain sixth sense, hitherto a dormant instinct which would warn of danger, came suddenly to life. 2 parallel rows of honeysuckle bushes ran back some distance to a vegetable garden. He reckoned that the mountaineers would be hiding behind those, and therefore he turned away to the right, where dwarf pines, clipped into cones, grew as on the front lawn. The grass, helped by a wet spring, had already grown to a height of several inches, and Harry was surprised at the ease with which he drew his body through it. Every inch of garment upon him was soaked with rain, but he took no thought of the fact. He felt a certain fierce joy in the wilderness of night and storm, and he was ready to defy any number of mountaineers. The sixth and new sense suddenly gave warning as he lay flat in the wet grass just under one of the pines. Then he saw 3 men rise from their shelter behind a honeysuckle bush, walk forward, and stand in a group talking about 10 feet behind him. Although they were not visible from the house, he saw them clearly enough. One of them was Skelly himself, and all 3 were of villainous face. Straining his ear, he could hear what they said, and now he was very glad indeed that he had come. It was the plan of Skelly to wait in silence and patience a long time. The defenders would conclude that he and his men had gone away, and then the mountaineers could either rush the house or set it on fire. If the final resort was fire, they could easily shoot Colonel Kenton and his friends as they ran out. It was Skelly who spoke of this hideous plan, laughing as he spoke, and Harry's hand went instinctively toward the butt of one of the pistols. But his will made him draw it away again, and, motionless in the grass, laying flat upon his face, he continued to listen. Skelly's plan was accepted, and they moved away to tell the others. Harry rose a little and crept rapidly through the grass towards the vegetable garden. Again he was surprised at his own skill. Acute of ear as he had become, he could scarcely hear the brushing of the grass as he passed. As he approached the garden, he saw 2 more men, rifles in hand, walking about. But paying little heed to them, he kept on until he lay against the fence enclosing the garden. It was a fence of palings, spiked at the top, and climbing it was a problem. Studying the question for a moment or two, he decided that it was too dangerous to be risked, and moving cautiously along, he began to feel the paulings. At last he came to one that was loose, and he pulled it entirely free at the bottom. Then he slipped through and into the garden. Here were long rows of grapevines fastened on sticks, and for a few moments he lay flat behind one of the rows. He knew that he was not yet entirely safe, as the mountaineers were keen of eye and ear, and an outer guard of skirmishers might be lying in the garden itself. But he was now even keener of eye and hearing than they, and he could detect nothing living near him. The house also, and all about it, was silent. Evidently, Skelly's men had settled down to a long siege, and Harry rejoiced in the amount of time they gave him. He rose to his feet, but stooped to only half his height. He ran swiftly behind the row of grapevines to the far end of the garden, leaped over the fence, and continued his rapid flight toward Pendleton, where the single light still burned. He surmised that his father had received the warning too late to gather more than a few friends, and that the rest of the town was yet in deep ignorance. The first house he reached, the one in which the light burned, was that of Gardner, the editor, and he beat heavily upon the door. Gardner himself opened it, and he started back in astonishment at the wild figure covered with mud, a heavy pistol clutched in his right hand. "In heaven's name, who are you?" he cried. "Don't you know me, Mr. Gardner? I'm Harry Kenton, come back from Charleston. Bill Skelly and 50 of his men have ridden down from the mountains and are besieging us in our house, intending to rob and kill. The constable is there, and so is Judge Kendrick, Senator Culver, and a few others. But we need help, and I've come for it." He spoke in such a rapid, tense manner that every word carried conviction. "Excuse me for not knowing you, Harry," Gardner said, "but you're calling at a rather unusual time and in a rather unusual manner, and you have the most thorough mask of mud I have ever seen on anybody. Wait a minute and I'll be with you." He returned in half the time, and the two of them soon had the town up and stirring. Pendleton was largely Southern in sympathy, and even those who held other views did not wholly relish an attack upon one of its prominent men by a band of unclassified mountaineers. Lights sprang up all over the town. Men poured from the houses, and there was no house that did not contain at least one rifle. In a half hour, 60 or 70 men, well armed with rifles and pistols, were on their way to Colonel Kenton's house. Only a few drops of rain were falling now, and the thin edge of the moon appeared between the clouds. There was a little light. The relieving party advanced swiftly without noise. They were all accustomed to outdoor life and the use of weapons, and they needed few commands. Gardner came nearer than anyone else to being the leader, although Harry kept by his side. They went on Harry's own trail, passing through the garden and hurrying toward the house. 3 or 4 dim figures fled before them, running between the rows of vines. The Pendleton men fired at them, and then raised a great shout as they rushed for the lawn. The mountaineers took to instant flight, making for the woods where they had left their horses. Colonel Kenton and his friends came from the house, shaking hands joyfully with their deliverers. Lanterns were produced, and they searched the lawn. 3 men lay stiff and cold behind the dwarf pines. Harry shuddered. He was seeing for the first time the terrible fruits of civil war. It was not merely the pitched battles of armies, but often neighbor against neighbor, and sometimes the cloak of North or South would be used as a disguise for the basest of motives. They also found 2 sanguinary trails leading to the wood in which the mountaineers had hitched their horses, indicating that the defenders of the Kenton house had shot well. By the next morning, Skelly's men had made good their flight far into the hills where no one could follow them. They sent no request for their own dead, who were buried by the Pendleton people. But the town raised a home guard to defend itself against raiders of any kind, and Colonel Kenton and Harry promptly made ready for their journey to Frankfort, where the choice of state must soon be made, and whither Raymond Bertrand, the South Carolinian, had already gone. Colonel Kenton feared no charge because of the fight with Skelly's men. He was but defending his own home, and here, as in the motherland, a man's house was his castle. End of Chapter 7, Part 2 of 2. Recording by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. Chapter 8, Part 1 of 2, of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. The Guns of Bull Run. A Story of the Civil War's Eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 8. The Fight for a State. Colonel Kenton and Harry avoided Louisville, which was now in the hands of Northern sympathizers, and, traveling partly by rail and partly by stage, reached Frankfort early in May to attend the special session of the legislature called by Governor Magoffin. Although the skirmishing had taken place already along the edge of the highland and lowland, the state still sought to maintain its position of neutrality. There was war within its borders, and yet no war. In feeling, it was Southern, and yet its judgment was with the Union. Thousands of ardent young men had drifted southward to join the armies forming there, and thousands of others, equally ardently, had turned northward to join forces that would oppose those below. Harry, young as he was, recognized that his own state would be more fiercely divided than any other by the great strife. But Federal and Confederate alike preserved the semblance of peace as they gathered at Frankfort for the political struggle over the state. Colonel Kenton and his son took the train at a point about 40 miles from the capital, and they found it crowded with public men going from Louisville to Frankfort. It was the oldest railroad west of the Alleghenies, and among the first ever built. The coaches swung around curves, and dust and particles flew in at the windows. But the speed was a relief after the crawling of the stage, and Harry stretched himself luxuriously on the plush seat. A tall man in civilian attire, holding himself very stiffly despite the swinging and swaying of the train, rose from his seat and came forward to greet Colonel Kenton. "George," he said, his voice quivering slightly, "you and I have fought together in many battles in Mexico and in the West. But it is likely now that we shall fight other battles on this own soil of ours against each other. But, George, let us be friends always, and let us pledge it here and now." The words might have seemed a little dramatic elsewhere, but not so under the circumstances of time and place. Colonel Kenton's quick response came from the depths of a generous soul. "John," he said, as their hands met in the grip of brothers of camp and field, "you and I may be on opposing sides, but we can never be enemies. John, this is my son Harry. Harry, this is Major John Warren of Mason County and the regular army of the United States. He does not think as we do, but even at West Point he was a stubborn idiot. He and I were continually arguing, and he would never admit that he was always wrong. I never knew him to be right in anything except mathematics, and then he was never wrong." Major Warren smiled and sat down by his old comrade. "You've a fine boy there, George," he said, "and I suppose he probably takes his opinions from his father, which is a great mistake. I think if I were to talk to him, I could show him his, or rather your, error. Not by your system of mathematical reasoning, John. Your method is well enough for the building of a fortress or calculating the range of a gun, but it won't do for the actions of men. You allow nothing for feeling, sentiment, association, propinquity, heredity, climate, and... Get a dictionary or a book of synonyms, George." "Perhaps I should. I understand how we happen to differ, but I can't explain it well. Well, maybe it will all blow over. The worries of today are often the jokes of tomorrow." Major Warren shook his head. "It may blow over," he said, "but it will be a mighty wind, and it will blow a long time, and many things for which you and I care, George, will be blown away by it. When that great and terrible wind stops blowing, our country will be changed forever. Don't be so downcast, John. You are not dead yet," said Colonel Kenton, clasping his friend on the shoulder. "You've often seen big clouds go by without either wind or rain. How about that attack on your house and you and your friends? The clouds had something in them then. Merely mountain outlaws taking advantage of unsettled conditions." Harry had listened closely, and he knew that his father was only giving voice to his hopes, not to his beliefs. But as they ceased to talk of the great question, his attention wandered to the country through which they were passing. Spring was now deep and green in Kentucky. They were running through a land of deep, rich soil, with an outcrop of white limestone showing here and there above the heavy green grass. A peaceful county and prosperous. It seemed impossible that it should be torn by war between those who lived upon it. Then the train left the grasslands, cut through a narrow but rough range of hills, entered a gorge, and stopped at Frankfort, the little capital beside the deep and blue Kentucky. Frankfort had only a few thousand inhabitants, but Harry found there much of the feeling that he had seen in Nashville and Charleston, with an important difference. There it was all Southern, or nearly so, but here North struggled with South on terms that certainly were not worse than equal. Although the place was crowded, he and his father were lucky enough to secure a room at the chief hotel, which was also the only one of any importance. The hotel itself swarmed with the opposing factions. Senator Culver and Judge Kendrick had a room together across the hall from theirs, and next to them 4 red-hot sympathizers with the Union slept on cots in one apartment. Further down the hall, Harvey Whitridge, a state senator, huge of stature, much whiskered, and the proud possessor of a voice that could be heard nearly a mile, occupied a room with Samuel Fowler, a tall, thin, quiet member of the lower house. The two were staunch Unionists. Everybody knew everybody else in this dissevered gathering. Nearly everybody was kin by blood to everybody else. In a state affected little by immigration, families were more or less related. If there was to be a war, it would be, so far as they were concerned, a war of cousins against cousins. Colonel Kenton and Harry had scarcely bathed their faces and set their clothing to rights when there was a sharp knock at the door, and the colonel admitted Raymond Bertrand, the South Carolinian, dark of complexion, volatile, and wonderfully neat in apparel. He seemed at once to Harry to be a messenger from that Charleston which he had liked, and the life of which he had had a share. Bertrand shook hands with both with great enthusiasm, but his eyes sparkled when he spoke to Harry. "And you were there when they fired on Sumter," he exclaimed. "And you had a part in it! What a glorious day! What a glorious deed! And I had to be here in your cold state, trying to make these descendants of stubborn Scotch and English see the right, and follow gladly in the path of our beautiful star, South Carolina." "How goes the cause there, Bertrand?" asked Colonel Kenton, breaking in on his prose epic. Bertrand shrugged his shoulders, and his face expressed discontent. "Not well," he replied. "Not as well as I had hoped. There is still something in the name of the Union that stirs the heart of the Kentuckians. They hesitate. I have worked, I have talked, I have used all the arguments of our illustrious President, Mr. Davis, and of all the other great men who have charge of Southern fortunes, and they still hesitate. Their blood is not hot enough. They do not have the vision. They lack the fire and splendor of the South Carolinians." Harry felt a little heat, but Colonel Kenton was not disturbed at all by the criticism. "Perhaps you're right, Bertrand," he said thoughtfully. "We Kentuckians have a reputation of being very quick on the trigger, but we are conservative in big things. This is going to be a great war, a mighty great war, and I suppose our people feel like taking a good long look, and then another equally as long before they leap." Bertrand, hot-blooded and impatient, bit his lip. "It will not do! It will not do!" he exclaimed. "We must have this state. Virginia has gone out. Kentucky is her daughter. Then why does not she do the same?" "You must give us time, Bertrand," said Colonel Kenton, still speaking slowly and thoughtfully. "We are not starting upon a summer holiday, and I can understand how the people here feel. I'm going with my people, and I'm going to fire on the old flag, under which I have fought so often. But you needn't think it comes so easy. This thing of choosing between sections is the hardest task that was ever set for a man." Harry had never heard his father speak with more solemnity. Bertrand was silent, overawed by the older man. But to the boy the words were extremely impressive. His youthful temperament was sensitive to atmosphere. In Charleston he shared the fire, zeal, and enthusiasm of an impressionable people. They saw only one side, and for a while he saw only one side too. Here in Frankfort the atmosphere was changed. They saw two sides, and he saw two sides with them. "But you need not fear about us, Bertrand," continued Colonel Kenton. "My heart is with the South, and so is my boy's. I thought that Kentucky would go out of the Union without a fight. But since there is to be a struggle, we'll go through with it and win it. Don't be afraid, the state will be with you yet." They talked a little longer, and then Bertrand left. Harry politely held the door open for him, and as he went down the hall, he saw him pass Whitridge and Fowler. Contrary to the custom which still preserved the amenities, they did not speak. Bertrand gave them a look of defiance. It seemed to Harry that he wanted to speak, but he pressed his lips firmly together and, looking straight ahead of him, walked to the stairway, down which he disappeared. As Harry stood in the open doorway, Whitridge and Fowler approached. "Can we come in?" Whitridge asked. "Yes, Harvey," said Colonel Kenton over the boy's shoulder. "Both of you are welcome here at any time." The two men entered, and Harry gave them chairs. Whitridge creaked beneath him with his mighty weight. "George," said the senator pointedly, without animosity, "you and I have known each other a good many years. We are 8th or 10th cousins, which counts for something in this state. Now you have come here to Frankfort to pull Kentucky out of the Union, and I've come to pull it so hard against you that you can't. You know it and I know it. All square and above board, but why do you bring here that South Carolina Frenchman to meddle in the affairs of the good old state of Kentucky? Is it any business of his, or of any other people down there? Can't we decide it ourselves? We're a big family here in Kentucky, and we oughtn't to bring strangers into the family council even if we do have a disagreement. Besides, he represents the Knights of the Golden Circle, and what they're planning is plumb foolishness. Even if you are bound to go out and split up the Union, I think you wouldn't have anything to do with the wholesale grabbing of Spanish-speaking territories to the southward." "There's a lot in what you say, Harvey," replied Colonel Kenton, speaking with the utmost good humor. "But I didn't bring Bertrand here. He came of his own accord. Besides, while I'm strong for the South, I think his Knights of the Golden Circle business is bad, just as you do." "I'm glad you've got that much sense left, George," said Whitridge. "You army men never do know much about politics. It's easy to pull the wool over your eyes." "Have you and Fowler come here for that purpose?" asked the colonel, smiling. It was the preliminary to a long argument carried on without temper. Harry listened attentively, but as soon as it was over and Whitridge and Fowler had gone, he tumbled into his bed and went to sleep. He rose up early the next morning, before his father, in fact, as he was eager to see more of Frankfort, ate a solid breakfast almost alone, and went into the streets, where the first person he met was his own cousin and schoolmate, Dick Mason. The two boys started, looked first at each other with hostile glances, then changed the next instant to looks of pleasure and welcome, and then shook hands with power and heartiness. They could not be enemies. They were boys, together again. "Why, Dick," exclaimed Harry, "I thought you'd gone east to save the Union." "So I have," replied Dick Mason, "but not as far east as you thought. We've got a big camp down in Garrett County, where the forces of the Kentuckians who favor the Union are gathering. General Nelson commands us. I suppose you've heard that you rebels are gathering on the other side of Frankfort in Owen County under Humphrey Marshall." "Yes, Yank, I've heard it," replied Harry. "Now what are you doing in Frankfort? What business have you got here?" "Since you asked me a plain question, I'll give you a plain answer," replied Dick. "I'm here to scorch you rebels. You don't think you can run away with a state like this, do you?" "I don't know yet," replied Harry, "but we're going to try. Say, Dick, let's not talk about such things any more for a while. I want to see the town. We can take a look at it together." "The plan suits me," said Dick promptly. "Come on. I've been here 2 days, and I guess I can be guide." "We'll take in the capital first," said Harry. Dick led the way, and Harry approached with awe and some curiosity the old building which was famous to him. Erected far back when the state was in its infancy, it still served well its purpose. He and Dick walked together upon the lawns among the trees, but as soon as the doors were open, they went inside and entered with respect the room in which the great men of their state, the Clays, the Marshalls, the Breckinridges, the Crittendens, the Hardens, and so many others had begun their careers. They were great men not to Kentucky alone, but to the nation as well, and the hearts of the two boys throbbed with pride. They sat down in 2 of the desks where the members were to meet the next day and fight over the question whether Kentucky was northern or southern. It was very early. Besides themselves, there was nobody about but the caretaker. They were sitting in the house, and the room was still warmed in winter by great stoves. But they were not needed now, as the windows were open, and the fresh breeze of the grass-scented May morning blew in and tumbled the hair of the 2 youths of the same blood who sat side by side, close friends of their school days again, but who would soon be facing each other across red fields. The wind which blew so pleasantly on Harry's forehead reminded him of that other wind which had blown so often upon his face at Charleston, but it was not heavy and languorous here. It did not have the lazy perfumes of the breeze that floated up from the warm shores of the Gulf. It was sharp and penetrating. It whipped the blood like a torch of frost. It stirred to action. His cousin's emotions were evidently much like his own. "Harry," said Dick, "I never thought that Kentucky would be fighting against Kentucky, that Pendleton would be fighting against Pendleton." Harry was about to reply when his attention was attracted by a heavy footstep. A third person had entered the chamber of the house, and he stood for a while in the aisle, looking curiously about him. Harry saw the man before the stranger saw him, and with an instinctive shudder he recognized Bill Skelly. There he stood, huge, black, hairy, and lowering. 2 heavy pistols shone openly in his belt. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Michael Packard. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Packard of Western Colorado. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 8, The Fight for a State, Part 2. The boys were sitting low in the desks, and it was a little while before Skelly noticed them. His attitude was that of triumph, that of one who expects great spoils, like that of a buccaneer who finds his profit in troubled times, preying upon friend and foe alike. Presently he caught sight of the 2 boys, but his gaze fastened on Harry, and a savage glint appeared in his eyes. Then he strode down the wide aisle and stood near them, but he looked at Harry alone. "Are you Colonel Kenton's son?" he said. "I am," replied Harry, meeting his fierce stare boldly. "The same whom you tried to murder on the way to Winton, the same who helped to hold our house against you and your gang of assassins." Skelly's face grew darker as the blood leaped to his very eyes, but he choked down his passion. The mountaineer was not lacking in cunning. "Your father and his friends killed some of my men," he said. "I ain't here now to argue with you about rights and wrongs of it, but I want to tell you that all the people of the mountains are up for the Union. With them from the lowlands that are the same way, we'll chase you rebels, Jeff Davis and all, clean to the Gulf of Mexico." Harry deliberately turned his head away and stared out a window at the green of lawns and trees. Skelly filled him with abhorrence. He felt as if he were in the presence of a creeping panther, and he would have nothing more to say to him. Skelly looked at him for a few minutes longer, drew himself together in the manner of a savage wild beast about to spring, but relaxed the next moment, laughed softly, and strode out of the chamber. "That's one of your men," said Harry. "I hope you're proud of him." "All the mountain people are for us," replied Dick judiciously, "and we can't help it if some of the rascals are on our side. You're likely to have men just as bad as ours. I heard about the attack he made upon Uncle George's house, but it was war, I suppose. And this which we have here in Frankfort is only an armed truce. You can't do anything." "I suppose not. Do you know how long he has been here?" "He arrived at Camp Dick Robertson only 2 or 3 days ago, and I suppose he has taken the first chance to come in and have a look at the capital, with the idea of looting it later on." Dick laughed. "Don't be bitter, Harry," he said. "It's going to be a fair fight." "Well, I hope so. Here in this little town as well as on the greater field of the country." "Are you staying long in Frankfort, Dick?" "Only today. I'm going back tomorrow to Camp Dick Robertson." "Well, don't you make friends with that fellow Skelly, even if he is on the same side you are." "I won't, Harry. Have no fear of that." The 2 went together to the hotel and found Colonel Kenton at breakfast. He welcomed his nephew with great affection and made him sit by him until he had finished his breakfast. While he was drinking his coffee, Harry told him of Skelly's presence. The colonel frowned, but merely uttered 3 words about him. "We'll watch him," he said. Then the 3 went out and saw the little town grow into life and seethe with the heat of the spirit. Although actual skirmishing had taken place already in the state, there was no violence here except of speech. All the members of the House and Senate were gathered, and so far as Harry could observe, the Southerners were in the majority. Others thought so too. Bertrand was sanguine. His eyes burned with the fire of enthusiasm, lighting up his olive face. "We'll win, we'll surely win," he said. "This state, which we need so much, will be out of the Union inside of 2 weeks. But Senator Culver was more guarded in his opinion, or at least in the expression of it. "It's going to be a mighty hot fight," he said. Harry and Dick together watched the convening of the legislature, having taken seats in the upper lobby of the house. Harry looked for Skelly, but not seeing him, he inferred that the mountaineer's leave of absence was short and he had gone back to camp. Dick himself left the next morning for Camp Dick Robertson, and Harry shook his hand over and over again as he departed. The feeling between the cousins was strong, and it had been renewed by their meeting under such circumstances. "I may go east," said Dick as he mounted his horse. "Big things are going to happen there first." Harry watched him as he rode away, and he wondered when they would meet again. Like Colonel Leonidas Talbot, he felt now that this was going to be a great war, wide in its sweep. Harry returned to his hotel very thoughtful. The second parting with his cousin, who had been his playmate all his life, was painful, and he realized that while he was wondering when and where they would meet again, it might never occur at all. He found his father and his friends holding a close conference in his room at the hotel. Senator Culver, Mr. Bracken, Gardner the editor, and others yet higher in the councils of the Confederacy were there. Bertrand sat in a corner, saying little, but watching everything with ardent, burning eyes. Letters had come from the chief Southern leaders. There was one from Jefferson Davis himself, another from the astute Benjamin, another from Toombs, bold and brisk as benefited his temperament, and yet more from Stevens and Slidell and Yancey and others. Colonel Kenton read them one by one to the 20 men who were crowded in the room. They were appealing, insistent, urgent. Their tone might vary, but the tenor was the same. They must take Kentucky out of the Union and take her out at once. In the West, the line of attack upon the South would lead through Kentucky. But if the state threw in her fortunes with the South, the advance of Lincoln's troops would be blocked. The force of example would be immense, and 100,000 valiant Kentuckians could easily turn the scale in the favor of the Confederacy. Harry listened to them a long time, but growing tired at last, he went out again into the fresh air. Young though he was, he realized that it was one thing for the Southern leaders to ask, but it was another thing for the Kentuckians to deliver. He saw all about him the signs of a powerful opposition, and he saw, too, that the forces scattered at first were consolidating fast, presenting a formidable front. The struggle began, and it was waged for days in the picturesque old capital. There was no violence, but feeling deepened. Men put restraint upon their words, but their hearts behind them were full of bitterness. Bitterness on one side because the Northern sympathizers were so stubborn, and bitterness on the other because the Southern sympathizers showed the same stubbornness. Friends of a lifetime used but cold words to each other and saw widening between them a gulf which none could cross. Supporters of either cause poured into the little capital. Tremendous pressure was brought to bear upon House and Senate. Members were compelled to strive with every kind of emotion or appeal, love of the Union, cool judgment in the midst of alarms, state patriotism, kinship, and all the conflicting ties which pull at those who stand upon the borderline on the eve of a great civil war. Yet they could come to no decision. Day after day they fought back and forth over points of order and resolutions, and the result was always the same. North and South were locked fast within the rooms of one little capital. They were rimmed around, meanwhile, by a fiery horizon that steadily came closer and closer. The guns reducing Sumter had been a sufficient signal. North and South were sharply arrayed against each other. The Southern volunteers, full of ardor and fire, continued to pour to their standards. The North, larger and heavier, moved more slowly, but it moved. The whole land swayed under an immense agitation. The news of skirmishes along the border came, magnified and colored in the telling. Men's minds were inflamed more every day. When Harry had been in Frankfort about a week, he received a letter from St. Clair written from Richmond urging him, if he could, to get an assignment to the east, to come to that city which was to be the permanent capital of the South. "We are here," he said, "looking the enemy in the face. Langdon and I are in the same company, and I see Colonel Talbot and Major St. Hilaire every day. We are going to the front soon, and before the summer is out, there will be a big battle followed by our taking of Washington. But you must come, Harry, to Richmond, to join us before we march. This is a fine town, and all the celebrities are crowding in. You never saw such confidence and enthusiasm. Virginia was slow in joining us, but since she has joined, she is with us heart and soul. Troops are pouring in all the time. Cannon and wagons loaded with ammunition and supplies are hurrying to the front. The Yankees are not threatening Richmond. We are threatening Washington. Be sure to get yourself transferred to the east, Harry, where the great things are going to happen. Friends are waiting for you here. Colonel Talbot and Major St. Hilaire have a lot of power, and they will use it for you. Harry was walking on the hills that looked down on the capital when he read the letter, and its warm words made his pulses leap with pleasure. He felt now the pull of opposing magnets. He wanted to remain in Frankfort with his father and see the issue, and he also wanted to join those South Carolina comrades of his in the east, where the battlefronts now lowered so ominously. He thought long over the letter, and, at last, sat down by the monument to the Kentucky volunteers who fell at the Battle of Buena Vista. The pull of the east was gradually growing the stronger. He did not see what he could do at Frankfort, and he wanted to be off on the Virginia fields where the bayonets would soon meet. The curious feeling that the war could not come here to his own land persisted in Harry. It was late in the afternoon, with the lower tip of the sun just hid behind the far hills, and the landscape that he looked upon was soft and beautiful. The green of spring was deep and tender. Everything rough or ugly was smoothed away by the first mellow touch of the advancing twilight. The hills were clothed in the same robe of green that lay over the valleys, and through the center of the circle flowed the deep Kentucky, serene and blue. While Harry's thoughts at the moment were on war, he really had no feeling against anybody. It was all general and impersonal. There is something pure and noble about a boy who comes out of a good home, something lofty to which the man later looks back with pride, not because the boy was wise or powerful, but because his heart was good. The twilight slowly darkened over green fields and blue river, but the noble stone, with its sculpted lines by the side of which Harry sat, seemed to grow whiter, despite the veil of dusk that was drooping slowly over it. The houses of the town below began to sink out of sight, and lights appeared in their place. Night came, and found the boy still at his place. He could see only the tint of the blue river now, and the far hills were lost in the darkness. The chill of evening was coming on and rising. He shook himself a little. Then he followed a path down the steep hill along the edge of the river. But he paused, standing by the side of a great oak that grew at the water's margin, and looked up the Kentucky. Harry could see from the point where he stood no sign of human life. He heard only a murmur of deep waters as they flowed slowly and peacefully by. The spirit of his great ancestor, the famous Henry Ware, who had been the sword of the border, was strong upon him. The Kentucky was to him the most romantic of all rivers, clustered thick with the facts and legends of the great days, when the first of the pioneers came and built homes upon its bank. It flowed out of mountains still mysterious, and for a few moments Harry's thoughts floated from the strife of the present to a time far back when the slightest noise in the canebrake might mean to the hunter the coming of his quarry. A faint musical sound, not more than a sigh of a stray breeze, came from a point far up the stream. He listened, and the sound pleased him. The lone, weird note was in full accord with the night and his mood, and presently he knew it. It was some mountaineer on a raft, singing a plaintive song of his own distant hills. Huge rafts launched on the headwaters of the stream in the mountains, in the eastern part of the state, came in great numbers down the river, but oftenest at this time of year. Some stopped at Frankfort, and others went into the Ohio, for the cities down that stream. Harry waited, while the song grew a little in volume, and, penned now between high banks, gave back soft echoes. But the raft came very slowly, only as fast as the current of the river. He thought he would see a light as the men usually cooked and slept in a rude little hut built in the center of the raft, but all was yet in darkness. The singer, however rude and unlettered a mountaineer he may have been, had a voice and ear, and Harry still listened with the keenest pleasure to the melodious note that came floating down the river. The spell was upon him. His imagination became so vivid that it was not a mountaineer singing. He had gone back into another century. It was one of the great borderers, perhaps Boone himself, who was paddling his canoe upon a stream, the name of which was Danger, and Kenton, and Logan, and Herod, and the others were abroad in the woods. He was engrossed so deeply that he did not hear a heavy step behind him, nor did he see a huge bewhiskered figure in the path, holding a clubbed rifle. Yet he turned. It was perhaps the instinct inherited from his great ancestor, who was said to have a sixth sense. Whatever it had been, he faced suddenly about, and saw Bill Skelly aiming at him a blow with the clubbed rifle, which would at once crush his skull and send his body into the deep stream. The same inherited instinct made him leap within the swing of the rifle and clutch at the mountaineer's throat. The heavy butt swished through the air, and the very force of the blow jerked the weapon from Skelly's hands. The next instant he was struggling for his life. Harry was a powerful youth, much stronger than many men, and at that instant the spirit and strength of his great ancestor were pouring through his veins. The treacherous attempt upon his life filled him with rage. He was, in very truth, the forest runner from the earlier century, and he strove with all his great might to slay his enemy. Skelly, 6 feet 2 inches tall and 200 pounds of muscle and sinew, struck the boy fiercely on the side of the head, but the terrible grasp was still at his throat. He was the larger and the stronger, but the sudden leap upon him gave his younger and smaller antagonist an advantage. He had a pistol in his belt, but with that throttling grip upon his throat he forgot it. The hunter had suddenly become the hunted. Filled with rage and venom, he had expected an easy triumph. Instead, he was now fighting for his life. Skelly struck again and again at the boy, but Harry, with instinctive wisdom, pressed his head close to the man's chin, and Skelly's blows at such short range lacked force behind them. All the while Harry's youthful but powerful arms were pouring strength into his hands that grasped the man's throat. The mountaineer choked and gasped, and, changing his aim from his head, struck Harry again and again in the chest. Then he remembered to draw his pistol, but Harry, raising his knee, struck him violently on the wrist. The pistol dropped to the ground, and Skelly, in the fierce struggle, was unable to regain it. Neither had uttered a cry. There was not a single shout for help. Skelly would not want to call attention, and Harry recalled it afterward that in the tremendous tension of the moment the thought of it never occurred to him. He continued to press savagely upon Skelly's throat while the mountaineer rained blows upon his chest, blows that would have killed him had Skelly been able to get full purchase of his arms. He heard the heavy, gasping breath of a man, and he saw the dark, hideous face close to his own. He was so hairy that it was like the face of some huge arthropod, with the lips wrinkled back from strong and cruel white teeth. It seemed to Harry, in very truth, that he was fighting a great wild beast. His own breath came in short gasps, and at every expansion of the lungs a fierce pain shot through his whole body. A bloody foam rose to his lips. The savage pounding upon his chest was telling. He still retained his grasp upon Skelly's throat, where his fingers were sunk into the flesh, but it was only the grimmest kind of resolution that enabled him to hold on. Harry saw the fierce light in Skelly's eyes turn to joy. The man foresaw his triumph, and he began to curse low but fast with the savage unction. Harry felt himself weakening, and he made another mighty effort to retain his hold, but the fingers still slipped, and as Skelly struck him harder than ever in the chest, they fell loose entirely. He knew that if Skelly had room for the full play of his arm that he would be knocked senseless at the next blow, and to ward it off he seized the man by his huge chest, tripping him at the same time with all his might. The two fell, rolled over in their struggling, and then Harry felt himself dropping from a height. The next moment the deep waters of the Kentucky closed over the two, still locked fast in a deadly combat, and the waves circled away in diminishing height from the spot where they had sunk. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Michael Packard of Western Colorado.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 9.
Best pour a little of this down his throat. It'll cut and burn, but if there's a spark of life left in him, it'll set it to blazing."
Harry became conscious of the cutting and burning, and struggling weakly, he sat up.
"That's better,"
continued the deep, masculine voice.
"You've been laying on your face, letting the Kentucky River run out of your mouth while we was pounding you on the back to increase the speed of the current. It's all out of you now, and you're going to keep your young life."
The man who spoke was standing almost over Harry, holding a flask in one hand and a lantern in the other. He was obviously a mountaineer, tall, with powerful chest and shoulders, and a short red beard. Near him stood a stalwart boy about Harry's own age. They were in the middle of a raft which had been pulled to the south side of the Kentucky and then tied to the shore. Harry started to speak, but the words stopped at his lips. His weakness was still great.
"Wall,"
said the man whimsically.
"What was it? Suicide? Or did you fall in the river, being awkward? Or was you trying to swim the stream, believing it was fun to do it? What do you think, Ike?"
"It wasn't no suicide," replied the youth, whom he called Ike. "Boys don't kill theirselves, and it wasn't no awkwardness, 'cause he don't look like the awkward kind, and I guess he wasn't trying to swim the Kentucky, else he would have took off his clothes."
"Which cuts out all three of my guesses, leaving me nothing to go on. Now, I ain't in the habit of picking floating and unconscious boys out of the middle of the river. That leaves me in unpleasant doubt, me being of an inquiring turn of mind."
It was murder," said Harry at last, finding strength to speak.
Murder!
exclaimed the man and boy together. "Yes, murder. That is, an attempt at it. A man set upon me to kill me, and in the struggle we fell into the river, which, with your help, saved my life. Look here." He tore open his coat and shirt, revealing his chest, which looked like pound beef.
"Somebody has surely been getting in good hard licks on you," said the man sympathetically, "and I reckon you're telling nothing but the truth, these being such times as this country never heard of before. My name's Sam Jarvis, and I came with this raft from the mountains. This lunkhead here's my nephew, Ike Simmons. We was drifting along into Frankfort as peaceful as you please and singing with joy, 'cause our work is about over. I hears a splash, and says I to Ike, 'What's that?' Says he to me, 'I dunno.' Says I to Ike again, 'Was it a big fish?' Says he to me again, 'I dunno.' He's getting a reputation for being real smart, 'cause he's always saying 'I dunno,' and he's never wrong. Then I see something with hair on top of it floating on the water. Says I, 'Is that a man's head?' Says he, 'I dunno.' But he reaches way out from the raft, grabs you with one hand by them brown locks of yours, and hauls you in. I guess you owe your life all right enough to this lunkhead, Ike, my nephew, the son of my sister Jane."
Ike grinned sympathetically. "Ain't it time to offer him some dry clothes, Uncle Sam?" he asked.
"Past time, I reckon,"
replied Jarvis.
"But I forgot it, asking questions, me having such an inquiring turn of mind."
Harry rose with the help of a strong and friendly hand that Jarvis lent him. His chest felt dreadfully sore. Every breath pained him, and all the strength seemed to have gone from his body.
"I don't know what became of the other feller,"
said Jarvis.
"Guess he must have swum out all by himself."
"He undoubtedly did so," replied Harry. "He wasn't hurt, and I fancy that he's some distance from Frankfort by this time. My name is Kenton, Harry Kenton, and I'm the son of Colonel George Kenton, who is here in Frankfort helping to push the ordinance of succession. You saved my life, and he'd repay you."
"We don't need no money,"
said Jarvis shortly.
"Me and Ike here will have a lot of money when we sell this raft, and we don't lack for nothing."
"I didn't mean money," said Harry, understanding their pride and independence. "I meant in some other ways, including gratitude. I've been fished out of a river, and a fisherman is entitled to the value of his catch, isn't he?"
We'll talk about that later on. But me being of an inquiring turn of mind, I'm wondering what your father will say about you when he sees you. I guess I better doctor you up a little before you leave the raft."
Ike returned from the tiny cabin with an extra suit of clothes of his own, made from the roughest kind of gray jeans,
Home-knit yarn socks,
and a pair of heavy brogan shoes. A second trip brought underclothing of the same rough quality, but Harry changed into them gladly. Jarvis, meanwhile, produced a bottle filled with a brown liquid.
"You may think this is hoss liniment," he said, "and perhaps it has been used for them purposes, but it is better for men than animiles. Old Aunt Suse, who is nigh to 100, got it from the Injuns, and it's warranted to kill or cure. It'll sting at first, but you just stand it, and afore long it'll do you a power of good."
Harry refused to wince while the mountaineer kneaded his bruised chest with the liquid ointment. The burning presently gave way to a soothing sensation. Harry noticed that neither Jarvis nor Ike asked him the name of his opponent nor anything at all about the struggle or its cause. They treated it as his own private affair, of which he could speak or not as he chose. He had noticed this quality before in mountaineers. They were among the most inquisitive of people, but an innate delicacy would suppress questions which an ordinary man would not hesitate to ask.
"Button up your shirt and coat,"
said Jarvis at last,
"and you'll find your chest well in a day or two. Your being so healthy helps you a lot. Feeling better already, boy? Don't 'pear as if you was tearing out a lung or two every time you drawed breath."
"I'm almost well," said Harry gratefully. "And, Mr. Jarvis, I'd like to leave my wet clothes here to dry while I'm gone. I'll be back in the morning with my father."
"All right," said Samuel Jarvis, "but I wish you'd come bright and early. Me and this lunkhead Ike, my nephew, ain't used to great cities, and me being of an inquiring turn o' mind, we'll be anxious to see all that's to be seed in Frankfort."
"Don't you fear," replied Harry, full of gratitude. "I'll be back soon in the morning."
"But don't forget one thing," continued Jarvis. "I hear there's a mighty howdy-do here about the state going out of the Union or staying in it. The mountains are just humming with talk about the question, but don't make me take any part in it. Me and this lunkhead Ike, my nephew, are here just to sell logs, not to decide the fatal states."
"I'll remember that, too," said Harry as he shook hands warmly with both of them, left the raft, climbed the bank, and entered Frankfort. The little town had few lights in those days, and the boy moved along in the dusk until he came near the Capitol. There he saw the flame of lamps shining from several windows, and he knew that men were still at work, striving to draw a state into the arms of the North or the South. He paused a few minutes at the corner of the lawn and drew many long, deep breaths. The soreness was almost gone from his chest. The oil with which Samuel Jarvis had kneaded his bruises was certainly wonderful, and he hoped that Aunt Suse, who got it from the Indians, would fill out her second 100 years. He reached the hotel without meeting anyone whom he knew. He went up the stairway to his room, where he found his father writing at a small desk. Colonel Kenton glanced at him and noticed at once his change of costume.
"What does this clothing mean, Harry?" he asked. "It's jeans, and it doesn't fit."
"I know it's jeans, and I know it doesn't fit, but I was mighty glad to get it, as everything else I had was soaked with water." Colonel Kenton raised his eyebrows. "I was hunting the bottom of the Kentucky River," continued Harry.
"Fall in?"
"No, thrown in." Colonel Kenton raised his eyebrows higher than ever. Harry sat down and told him the whole story, Colonel Kenton listening intently and rarely interrupting.
"It was great good fortune that the men on the raft came just at the right time," he said when Harry had finished. "There are bad mountaineers and good mountaineers. Jarvis and his nephew represent one type and Skelly the other. Skelly hates us because we drove back his band when they attacked our house. In peaceful times we could have him hunted out and punished, but we cannot follow him into his mountains now. We shall be compelled to let this pass for the present.
But as your life would not be safe here, you must leave Frankfort, Harry. I can't go back to Pendleton, said the boy, and stay there doing nothing. I had no such purpose. I know that you are bound to be in active life, and I was already meditating a longer journey for you. Listen clearly to me, Harry. The fight here is about over, and we are going to fail. It is by the narrowest of margins, but still we will fail. We who are for the South know it with certainty. Kentucky will refuse to go out of the Union, and it is a great blow to us. I shall have to go back to Pendleton for a week or two, and then I will take command. But since you are bent upon service in the field, I want you to go to the East. Harry's face flushed with pleasure. It was his dearest wish. Colonel Kenton, looking at him out of the corner of his eyes, smiled. I fancied that you would be quite willing to go, he said. I had a letter this morning from a man who likes you well, Colonel Leonidas Talbot. He is at Richmond, and he says that President Davis, his cabinet, and all of the equipment of a capital will arrive there about the last of the month. The enemy is massing before Washington, and also toward the west, in the Maryland and Virginia mountains. A great battle is sure to be fought in the summer, and he wants you on his staff. General Beauregard, whom you knew at Charleston, is to be in supreme command. Can you leave here in a day or two for Richmond? Harry's eyes were sparkling, and the flush was still in his face. I could go in an hour, he replied. Such an abrupt departure as that is not needed. Moreover, the choice of a route is of great importance and requires thought. If you were to take one of the steamers up the Ohio, say to Wheeling in West Virginia, you would almost surely fall into the hands of the Northern troops. The North also controls about all the railway connections there are between Kentucky and Virginia. Then I must ride across the mountains. These new friends of yours who saved you from the river, are they going to stay long in Frankfort? Not more than a day or two, I think. I gathered from what Jarvis said that they were not willing to remain long where trouble was thick. How are their sympathies placed in this great division of our people? Harry laughed. I inferred, he replied, from what Jarvis said, that they intend to keep the peace. He intimated to me that the silence of the mountains was more welcome to him than the cause of either North or South. Colonel Kenton smiled again. Perhaps he is wiser than the rest of us, he said. But in any event, I think he is our man. He will sell his logs and pull back up the Kentucky in a small boat. I gather from what you say that he came down the most southerly fork of the Kentucky, which in a general way is the route you wish to take. You can go with him and his nephew until they reach their home in the mountains. Then you must take a horse, strike south into the old wilderness road, cross the ranges into Virginia, and reach Richmond. Are you willing? He spoke as father to son, and also as man to man. I am more than willing, replied Harry. I don't think we could choose a better way. Jarvis and his nephew, I know, will be as true as steel, and I'd like that journey in the boat. Then it's settled, provided Jarvis and his nephew are willing. We'll see them before breakfast in the morning, and now I think you'd better go to sleep. A boy who was fished out of the Kentucky only an hour or two ago needs rest. Harry promptly went to bed, but sleep was long in coming. Their mission to Frankfort had failed. An action awaited his young footsteps. Virginia, the mother state of his own, was a mighty name to him, and men already believed the great war would be decided there. The mountains, too, with their wild forest and streams, beckoned to him. The old inherited blood within him made the great pulses leap. But he slept at last and dreamed of far-off things. End of Chapter 9, Part 1 of 2. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California. Chapter 9, Part 2 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty on the Central Coast of California. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 9. Harry and his father rose at the first silver shoot of dawn and went quickly through the deserted street to a quiet cove in the Kentucky, where Samuel Jarvis had anchored his raft. It was a crisp morning, with a tang in the air that made life feel good. A thin curl of smoke was rising from the raft, showing that the man and his nephew were already up and cooking in the little hut on the raft. Harry stepped upon the logs, and his father followed him. Jarvis was just pouring coffee from a tin pot into a tin cup, and Ike was turning over some strips of bacon in an iron skillet on an iron stove. Both of them, watchful like all mountaineers, had heard the visitors coming, but they did not look up until they were on the raft. "Morning," called Jarvis cheerfully. "Look, Ike, it's the big fish that we hooked out of the river last night, and he's got company." "I want to thank you for saving my son's life," said the colonel. "I reckon, then, that you're Colonel George Kenton," said Jarvis. "Wall, you don't owe us no thanks. I'm of an inquiring turn of mind, and whenever I see a man or boy floating along in the river, I always fish him out, just to see who and what he is. My curiosity's powerful strong, Colonel, and it leads me to do a lot of things that I wouldn't do if it wasn't for it. Set and take a bite with us. This air is nipping, and it makes my teeth tremendous sharp." "We're with you," said the colonel, who was adaptable and who saw at once that Jarvis was a man of high character. "It's cool on the river, and that coffee will warm one up mighty well." "It's fine coffee," said Jarvis proudly. "Aunt Sue's taught me how to make it. She learned when you didn't get coffee often, and you had to make the most of it when you did get it." "Who's Aunt Sue's?" "Aunt Susan, or Suze as we call her for short, is back home in the hills. She's a good 100, Colonel, and 2 or 3 yards more to boot, I reckon, but as spry as a kitten. Full of tales o' the early days and the wild beasts and the Injuns. She says you couldn't make up any story of them times that ain't beat by the truth. When she come up the Wilderness Road from Virginia in the Revolution, she was already a young woman. She's knowed Dan'l Boone and Simon Kenton and all them grand old fellers. A tremendous interesting old lady is my Aunt Sue's, Colonel." "I have no doubt of it, Mr. Jarvis," said Colonel Kenton. "But I don't think I can wait a second longer for a cup of that coffee of yours. It smells so good that if you don't give it to me, I'll have to take it from you." Jarvis grinned cheerfully. Harry saw that his father had already made a skillful appeal to the mountaineer's pride. "Ike, you lunkhead," he said to his nephew, "I told the colonel to set, but we didn't give him anything to set on. Pull up them blocks of wood for him and his son. Now you'll take breakfast with us, won't you, Colonel? The bacon and the corn cakes are ready, too." "Of course we will," said the colonel, "and gladly, too. It makes me young again to eat this way in the fresh air of a cool morning." Samuel Jarvis shone as a host. The breakfast was served on a smooth stump put on board for that purpose. The coffee was admirable, and the bacon and thin corn cakes were cooked beautifully. Good butter was spread over the corn cakes, and Harry and his father were surprised at the number they ate. Ike, addressed by his uncle variously and collectively as lunkhead, nephew, and Ike, served. He rarely spoke, but always grinned. Harry found later that while he had little use for his vocal organs, he invariably enjoyed life. "Colonel," said Jarvis, at about the 10th corn cake, "be you fellers down here a-goin' to fight?" "I suppose we are, Mr. Jarvis." "And is your son there going right into the middle of it?" "I can't keep him from it, Mr. Jarvis, but he isn't going to stay here in Kentucky. Other plans have been made for him. When are you going back up the Kentucky, Mr. Jarvis?
This raft was bargained for before it started. All I've got to do is turn it over to its new owners today. Go to the bank and get the money. Then me and this lunkhead, Ike, my nephew, both being of an inquiring mind, want to do some sightseeing, but I reckon we'll start back in about 2 days in the boat that you see tied to the stern of the raft.
Would you take a passenger in the boat? It's a large one.
Samuel Jarvis pursed his lips. Depends on who it is, he replied. It takes a lot of time going upstream to get back to our start, and a cantankerous passenger in as narrow a place as a rowboat would make it mighty unpleasant for me and this lunkhead, Ike, my nephew. Wouldn't it, Ike?
Ike grinned and nodded. The passenger I'm speaking of wouldn't be a passenger altogether, said Colonel Kenton. He'd like to be one of the crew also, and I don't think he'd make trouble. Anyway, he's got a claim on you already. Having fished him out of the river, where he was unconscious, it's your duty to take care of him for a while. It's my son Harry, who wants to get across the mountains to Virginia, and will be greatly obliged to you if you'll take him. Colonel Kenton had a most winning manner. He already liked Jarvis, and Jarvis liked him.
I reckon your son is all right, said Jarvis, and if he gets cantankerous, we can just pitch him overboard into the Kentucky. But I can't undertake such a contract without consulting my junior partner, this lunkhead, my nephew, Ike Simmons. Ike, are you willing to take Colonel Kenton's son back with us? If you're willing, say yes. If you ain't willing, say no.
Ike said nothing, but grinned and nodded.
The resolution is passed and Harry Kenton is accepted, said Jarvis. We start day after tomorrow morning, early.
Breakfast was finished and Colonel Kenton rose and thanked them. He still said nothing about pay. But after he and Harry had entered the town, he said, "You couldn't have better friends, Harry. Both the man and the boy are as true as steel, and as they have no intention of taking part in the war, they will just suit you as traveling companions." They spent the larger part of the day in buying the boy's equipment, doing it as quietly as possible, as the colonel wished his son to depart without attracting any notice. In such times as those, secrecy was much to be desired. A rifle, pistols, plenty of ammunition, an extra suit of clothes, a pair of blankets, and a good supply of money were all that he took. One small package which contained $100 in gold coins he put in an inside pocket of his waistcoat. "You are to give that to Jarvis just after you start," said the colonel. "We cannot pay him directly for saving you, because he will not take it. But you can insist that this is for your passage." They were all at the cove before dawn on the appointed morning. Colonel Kenton was to say Harry's good-bye for him to his friends. The whole departure had been arranged with so much skill that they alone knew of it. The boat was strong, shaped well, and had 2 pairs of oars. A heavy canvas sheet could be erected as a kind of awning or tent in the rear, in case of rain. They carried plenty of food, and Jarvis said that in addition they were more than likely to pick up a deer or 2 on the way. Both he and Ike carried long-barreled rifles. The 3 stepped into the boat. "Good-bye, Harry," said the colonel, reaching down a strong hand that trembled. "Good-bye, father," said Harry, returning the clasp with another strong hand that trembled also. People in that region were not demonstrative. Family affection was strong, but they were reared on the cold, stern Puritan plan, and the handshake and the brief words were all. Then Jarvis and his silent nephew bent to the oars, and the boat shot up the deep channel of the Kentucky. Harry looked back, and in the dusk saw his father still standing at the edge of the cove. He waved a hand, and the colonel waved back. Then they disappeared around a curve of the hills, and the first light of dawn began to drift over the Kentucky. Harry was silent for a long time. He was becoming used to sudden and hard traveling and danger, but the second parting with his father moved him deeply. Since he had been 12 or 13 years of age, they had not been only father and son, but comrades, and in the intimate association he had acquired more of a man's mind than was usual in one of his years. He felt now, since he was going to the east and the colonel was remaining in the west, that the parting was likely to be long, perhaps forever. It was no morbid feeling. It was the consciousness that a great and terrible war was at hand. Although but a youth, he had been in the forefront of things. He had been at Montgomery and Sumter, and he had seen the fire and zeal of the South. He had been at Frankfort, too, and he had seen how the gathering force of the massive North had refused to be moved. His father and his friends, with all their skill and force, strengthened by the power of kinship and sentiment, had been unable to take Kentucky out of the Union. Harry was so thoroughly absorbed in these thoughts that he did not realize how very long he remained silent. He was sitting in the stern of the boat, with a face naturally joyous, heavily overcast. Jarvis and Ike were rowing, and with innate delicacy they did not disturb him. They, too, said nothing, but they were powerful oarsmen, and they sent the heavy skiff shooting up the stream. The Kentucky, a deep river at any time, was high from the spring floods, and the current offered but little resistance. The man of mighty sinews and the boy of sinews almost as mighty pulled a long and regular stroke without any quickening of the breath. The dawn deepened into the full morning. The silver of the river became blue, with a filmy gold mist spread over it by the rising sun. High banks, crested with green, enclosed them on either side, and beyond lay higher hills, their slopes and summits all living green. The singing of birds came from the bushes on the banks, and a sudden flash of flame told where a scarlet tanager had crossed. The last house of Frankfort dropped behind them, and soon the boat was shooting along the deep channel cut by the Kentucky through the bluegrass. Then the richest and most beautiful region of the West, abounding in famous men and in the height of its glory. It had never looked more splendid. The grass was deeply luxuriant, and young flowers bloomed at the water's edge. The fields were divided by neat stone fences, and far off Harry saw men working on the slopes. Jarvis and Ike were still silent. The man glanced at Harry and saw that he had not yet come from his absorption. But Samuel Jarvis was a joyous soul. He was 40 years old, and he had lived 40 happy years. The money for his lumber was in his pocket. He did not know ache or pain, and he was going back to his home in an inmost recess of the mountains, from which high point he could view the Civil War passing around him and far below. He could restrain himself no longer, and lifting up his voice he sang. But the song, like nearly all songs the mountaineers sing, had a melancholy note.
Nita, Nita, Juanita, be my own fair bride.
He sang, and the wailing note, confined between the high walls of the stream, took on a great increase in volume and power. Jarvis had one of those uncommon voices sometimes found among the unlearned, a deep, full tenor without a harsh note. When he sang, he put his whole heart into the words, and the effect was often wonderful. Harry roused himself suddenly. He was hearing the same song that he had heard the night he went into the river locked fast in Skelly's arms.
Nita, Nita, Juanita,
rang the tenor note, rising and falling and dying away in wailing echoes as the boat sped on. Then Harry resolutely turned his face to the future. The will has a powerful effect over the young, and when he made the effort to throw off sadness, it fell easily from him. All at once he was embarked with good comrades upon a journey of tremendous interest. Jarvis noticed the change upon his face, but said nothing. He pulled with a long, slow stroke, suited to the solemn refrain of Juanita, which he continued to pour forth with his soul in every word. They went on, deeper into the bluegrass. The blue sky above them was now dappled with golden clouds, and the air grew warmer, but Jarvis and his nephew showed no signs of weariness. When Harry judged that the right time had come, he asked to relieve Ike at the oar. Ike looked at Jarvis, and Jarvis nodded to Ike. Then Ike nodded to Harry, which indicated consent. But Harry, before taking the oar, drew a small package from his pocket and handed it to Jarvis. "My father asked me to give you this," he said, "as a remembrance, and also as some small recompense for the trouble that I will cause you on this trip." Jarvis took it, and heard the heavy coins clink together.
"I know without opening it that this is money," he said, "but being of an inquiring turn of mind, I reckon I've got to look into it and count it."
He did so deliberately, coin by coin, and his eyes opened a little at the size of the sum.
"It's too much,"
he said.
"Besides, you take your turn at the oars."
"It's partly as a souvenir," said Harry, "and it would hurt my father very much if he did not take it. Besides, I should have to leave the boat the first time it tied up if you refuse." Jarvis looked humorously at him.
"I believe you're a stubborn sort of feller," he said, "but somehow I took kind of liking to you. I suppose it's because I fished you out of the river. You always think that the fish you catch yourself are the best. Do you reckon that's the reason why we like him, Ike?"
Ike nodded.
"Then, being as we don't want to lose your company, and seeing that you mean what you say, we'll keep the gold, though half of it must go to that lunkhead, Ike, my nephew."
"Then it's settled," said Harry, "and we'll never say another word about it. You agree to that?"
"Yes,"
replied Jarvis, and Ike nodded. Harry took his place at the oar. Although he was not as skillful as Ike, he did well, and the boat sped on upon the deep bosom of the Kentucky. The work was good for Harry. It made his blood flow once more in a full tide, and he felt a distinct elation. Jarvis began singing again. He changed from Juanita to Poor Nellie Gray.
"And poor Nellie Gray, she's up in heaven, they say, and I shall never see my darling any more."
Harry found his oar swinging to the tune as Ike's had swung to that of Juanita, and he did not feel fatigue. They met few people on the river. Once a raft passed them, but Jarvis, looking at it keenly, said that it had come down from one of the northern forks of the Kentucky, and not from his part of the country. They saw skiffs 2 or 3 times, but did not stop to exchange words with their occupants, continuing steadily into the heart of the bluegrass. They relieved one another throughout the day, and at night, tired but cheerful, drew up their boat at a point where there was a narrow stretch of grass between the water and the cliff, with a rope ferry 300 or 400 yards further on.
"We'll tie up the boat here, cook supper, and sleep on dry ground,"
said Jarvis. End of Chapter 9, Part 2 of 2. Recorded by Marty on the Central Coast of California.
Chapter 10, Part 1 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Brubaker. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 10. The boat was secured firmly among the bushes, and finding an abundance of fallen wood along the beach, they pulled it into a heap and kindled a fire. The night, as usual, was cool,
but the pleasant flames dispelled the chill, and the cove was very snug and comfortable after a day of hard and continuous work. Jarvis and Ike did the cooking, at which they were adepts. After pulling a boat 10 or 12 hours, there's nothing like something warm inside you to make you feel good, said Jarvis. Ike, you lunkhead, hurry up with the coffee pot. Me and Harry can't wait more'n a minute longer. Ike grinned and hurried. A fine bed of coals had now formed, and in a few minutes a great pot of coffee was boiling and throwing out savory odors. Jarvis took a small flat skillet from the boat and fried the corn cakes. Harry fried bacon and strips of dried beef in another. The homely task, in good company, was most grateful to him. His face reflected his pleasure. Providin' it don't rain on you, campin' out is stimulating to the body and soul, said Jarvis. You don't know what a genuine appetite is until you live under the blue sky by day and a starry sky by night. Harry, you'll find 3 tin plates in the locker in the boat. Fetch 'em. Harry abandoned his skillet for a moment and brought the plates. Ike, the coffee now being about ready, produced 3 tin cups, and with these simple preparations they began their supper. The flames went down, and the fire became a great bed of coals, glowing in the darkness, and making a circle of light, the edges of which touched the boat. Harry found that Jarvis was telling the truth. The long work and the cool night air, without a roof above him, gave him a hunger, the like of which he had not known for a long time. He ate cake after cake of the cornbread, and piece after piece of the meat. Jarvis and Ike kept him full company. "Didn't I tell you it was fine?" said Jarvis, stretching his long length and sighing with content. "I feel so good that I'm near bustin' into song." "Then bust," said Harry. "Soft o'er the fountain, lingering falls the southern moon. Far o'er the mountain breaks the day too soon. And thy dark eyes' splendor, where the warm light loves to dwell, weary looks yet tender, speak their fond farewell. Nita, Juanita, ask thy soul if we should part. Nita, Juanita, lean thou on my heart." The notes of the old melody swelled, and, as before, the deep channel of the river gave them back again in faint and dying echoes. Time and place and the voice of Jarvis, with its haunting quality, threw a spell over Harry. The present rolled away. He was back in the romantic old past, of which he had read so much, and Boone and Kenton and Herod and the other great forest rangers. The darkness sank down, deeper and heavier. The stars came out presently and twinkled in the blue. Yet it was still dim in the gorge, save where the glowing bed of coals cast a circle of light. The Kentucky, showing a faint tinge of blue, flowed with a soft murmur. Harry and Ike were lying on the grass, propped each on one elbow, while Jarvis, sitting with his back against a small tree, was still singing. "When in thy dreaming moons like these shall shine again, and daylight beaming prove thy dreams are vain, wilt thou not, relenting, for thy absent lover sigh, in thy heart consenting to a prayer gone by? Nita, Juanita, let me linger by thy side. Nita, Juanita, be thou my own fair bride." The song ceased, and the murmur of the river came more clearly. Harry was drawn deeper and deeper into the old, dim past. Lying there in the gorge, with only the river to be seen, the wilderness came back, and the whole land was clothed with the mighty forests. He brought himself back with an effort when he saw Jarvis looking at him and smiling. "'Tain't so bad down here on a spring night, is it, Harry?" he said. "Always providin', as I said, that it don't rain." "Where did you get that song, Sam?" asked Harry. They had already fallen into the easy habit of calling one another by their first names. "From a travelin' feller that wandered up into our mountains. He could play it and sing it most beautiful, and I took to it right off. It grips you about the heart some way or other, and it sounds best when you are out at night on a river like this. Harry, I know that you're going through our mountains to get to Richmond in the war. Me and that lunkhead, Ike, my nephew, he've a liking to you. Now what do you want to get your head shot off for? Suppose you stop up in the hills with us. The hunting's good there, and so's the fishing." Harry shook his head, but he was very grateful. "It's good of you to ask me," he said, "but I'm bound to go on." "Wall, if you're bound to do it, I reckon you just have to. But we're leaving the invite open. If you change your mind on the trip, all you've got to do is say so, and we'll take you in. Ain't that so, Ike?" Ike grinned and nodded. His uncle looked at him admiringly. "Ike's a lunkhead," he said, "but he's great to travel with. You kin just talk, and he never puts in. But he agrees with all you say. Now, fellas, we'll put out the fire and roll in our blankets. I guess we don't need to keep any watch here." Harry was soon in a dreamless sleep, but his momentary reversion to the wilderness awoke him after a while. He sat up in his blankets and looked around. A mere mass of black coals showed where the fire had been, and two long dark objects, looking like logs in the dim light, were his comrades. He cast the blankets aside entirely and walked a little distance up the stream. The instinct that had awakened him was right. He heard voices and saw a light. Then he remembered the rope ferry and had no doubt that someone was crossing, although it was midnight and past. He went back and touched Jarvis lightly on the shoulder. The mountaineer awoke instantly and sat up, all his faculties alert. "What is it?" he asked in a whisper. "People crossing the river at the ferry above," Harry whispered back. "Then we'll go see who they are. Like as not, there's soldiers in this war that people seem bound to fight, when they could have a lot more fun at home. Just let Ike sleep on. He's my sister's son, but I don't believe anybody would ever think of kidnapping him." The two sat silently among the bushes toward the ferry, which crossed the river at a point where the hills on either side dipped low. As they drew near, they heard many voices, and the lights increased to a dozen. Jarvis's belief that it was no party of ordinary travelers seemed correct. "Let's go a little nearer. The bushes will still hide us," whispered the mountaineer to the boy. "They ain't no enemies of ours, but I guess we'd better keep out of their business. Though my inquiring turn of mind makes me anxious to see just who they are." They walked to the end of the stretch of bushes, and, while yet in shelter, could see clearly all that was going on, especially as there was no effort at concealment on the part of those who were crossing the stream. They numbered at least 200 men, and all had arms and horses, although they were dismounted now, and the horses, accompanied by small guards, were being carried over the river first. Evidently, the men understood their work, as it was being done rapidly and without much noise. Harry's attention was soon concentrated on 3 men who stood near the edge of the bushes, not more than 30 feet away. They wore slouch hats and were wrapped in heavy dark cloaks, though they stood with their backs to him, and although they seemed to be taking no part in the management of the crossing, they watched everything intently. 2 of them were very tall, but the third was shorter and slender. The moon brightened presently, and some movement at the ferry caused the 3 men to turn. Harry started and checked an exclamation at his lips, but the watchful mountaineer had noted his surprise. "I guess you know 'em, Harry," he said. "Yes," replied the boy. "See the one in the center, with the drooping mustaches and the splendid figure? People have called him the handsomest man in the United States. He was a guest at my father's house last year, when he was running for the presidency. It is the man who received more popular votes than Lincoln, but fewer in the Electoral College. Breckinridge? Yes, John C. Breckinridge. Why, he's younger than I expected. He don't look more'n 40. Just about 40, I should say. The other tall man is named Morgan, John H. Morgan. I saw him in Lexington once. He's a great horseman. The third, the slender man, who looks as if he were all fire, is named Duke, Basil Duke. I think that he and Morgan are related. I fancy they are going south, or maybe to Virginia. Harry, these are your people." "Yes, Sam, they are my people." The mountaineer glanced at the tall youth who had found so warm a place in his heart, and hesitated, but only for a moment. Then he spoke in a decided whisper. "Since they are your people, and are going on the same business that you are, though maybe not by the same road, now is your time to join 'em, 'stead of working your way across the hills with 2 ignorant mountaineers, like me and that lunkhead Ike, my nephew." "No, Sam. I'll confess to you that it's a temptation, but it's likely that they're not going where I mean to go, and where I should go. I'm going to keep on with you unless you and Ike throw me out of the boat." "Well spoke, boy," said Jarvis. He did not tell Harry that Colonel Kenton had asked him to watch over his son until he should leave him in the mountains, and that he had given him his sacred promise. He understood what a powerful pull the sight of Breckinridge, Morgan, and Duke had given to Harry, and he knew that if the boy were resolved to go with them, he could not stop him. All the horses were now across. The 3 leaders took their places in the boat, reached the farther shore, and the whole company rode away in the darkness. Despite his resolution, Harry felt a pang when the last figure disappeared. "Our curiosity being gratified, I think we'd better go back to sleep," said Jarvis. "The anchor's weighed. Farewell, farewell." "We're seeing 'em going south, Harry. I dream ahead sometimes, and I dream with my eyes open. And I seen the horsemen riding in the night, as I see 'em by the thousands, riding over 100 battlefields, their horses' hooves treading on dead men. Those are good men, brave and generous. Oh, I don't mean them in particular, not for a minute. I mean a whole nation, struggling and struggling, and a-swaying and a-swaying. I see things that people neither north nor south ain't dreamed of yet. But sure, what am I running on this way for? That lunkhead, Ike, my nephew, ain't such a lunkhead as he looks. Them that say nothing ain't ever got nothing to take back, and don't ever make fools of theirselves. It's time we was back in our blankets sleeping sound, 'cause we've got another long day of hard rowing before us." Ike had not awakened, and Jarvis and Harry were soon asleep again. But they were up at dawn, and, after a brief breakfast, resumed their journey on the river, going at a good pace toward the southeast. They were hailed 2 or 3 times from the bank by armed men, whether of the north or south, Harry could not tell. But when they revealed themselves as mere mountaineers on their way back, having sold a raft, they were permitted to continue. After the last such stop, Jarvis remarked rather grimly, "They don't know that there are 3 good rifles in this boat, backed by 5 or 6 pistols, and that at least 2 of us, meaning me and Ike, are about the best shots that ever come out of the mountains." But his good nature soon returned. He was not a man who could retain anger long, and before night he was singing again. "As I strayed from my cot at the close of the day to muse on the beauties of June, 'neath a jessamine shade I espied a fair maid, and she sadly complained to the moon." "But it's not June, Sam," said Harry. "There is no moon." "No, but June's a-comin' next month, and the moon's a-comin' tonight. That is, if them clouds straight ahead don't conclude to join and make a fuss." The clouds did join, and they made quite a fuss, pouring out a great quantity of rain, which a rising wind whipped about sharply. But Jarvis first steered the boat under the edge of a high bank, where it was protected partly, and they stretched the strong canvas before the first drops of rain fell. It was sufficient to keep the 3 and all their supplies dry, and Harry watched the storm beat. Sullen thunder rolled up from the southwest, and the skies were cut down the center by burning strokes of lightning. The wind whipped the surface of the river into white, foamy waves, but Harry heard and beheld it all with a certain pleasure. It was good to see the storm seek them, and yet not find them, behind their canvas cover. He remained close in his place and stared out at the foaming surface of the water. Back went his thoughts again to the far-off troubled time, when the hunter, in the vast wilderness, depended for his life on the quickness of eye and ear. He had read so much of Boone and Kenton and Herod and his own great ancestor, and the impression was so vivid that the vision was translated into fact. "I'm a-feelin' your feelin's too," said Jarvis, who, glancing at him, had read his mind with almost uncanny intuition. "Times like these, the Injuns and the wild animals all come back, and I've felt 'em stronger way up in the mountains, where nothing of the old days is gone, 'cept the Injuns. Ike, well, I guess it's cold grub for us tonight. We can't cook anything in all this rain. Reach into that locker and bring out the meat and bread. This ain't so bad after all. We're snug and dry, and we've got plenty to eat. So let the storm howl." They bore him away when the day had fled, and the storm was rolling high, and they laid him down in his lonely bed by the light of an angry sky. The lightning flashed, and the wild sea lashed the shore with its foaming wave, and the thunder passed on the rushing blast as they howled over the rover's grave. The full tenor rose and swelled above the sweep of wind and rain, and the man's soul was in the words he sang. A great voice, with the accompaniment of storm, the water before them, and the lightning blazing at intervals, and the thunder rolling in a sublime refrain, moved Harry to his inmost soul. The song ceased, but its echo was long in dying on the river. "Did you pick up that, too, from a wandering fiddler?" asked Harry. "No, I don't know where I got it. I suppose I found scraps of it here and there, but I like to sing it when the night is behaving just as it's doing now. I ain't never seen the sea, Harry, but it must be a mighty sight, particularly when the winds are making the high waves run." "Very likely you'd be seasick if you were on it then. I like it best when the waves are not running." The thunder and lightning ceased after a while, but the rain came with a steady driving rush. The night had now settled down, thick and dark, and as the banks on either side of the river were very high, Harry felt as if they were in a black canyon. He could see but dimly the surface of the river. All else was lost in the heavy gloom. But the boat had been built so well, and the canvas cover was so taut and tight that not a drop entered. His sense of comfort increased, and the regular, even musical thresh of the rain promoted sleep. "We won't be waked up tonight by people crossing the river, that's sure," said Jarvis, "'cause there ain't no crossing for miles. And if there was a crossing, people wouldn't use the crossing nohow on a night like this. So, boys, just wrap your blankets around yourselves and go to sleep. And if you don't hurry, I'll beat you to that happy land." The three were off to the realms of slumber within 10 minutes, running a race about equal. The rain poured all through the night, but they did not awake until the young sun sent the first beams of day into the gorge. Then Jarvis sat up. He had the faculty of awakening all at once, and he began to furl the canvas awning that had served them so well. The noise awoke the boys, who also sat up.
End of Chapter 10, Part 1 of 2. Chapter 10, Part 2 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Brubaker. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve, by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 10. "Get to work, you sleepy heads," called Jarvis cheerfully. "Look what a fine world it is. Here's the river, all washed clean, and the land, all washed clean too. Stir yourselves. We're going to have hot food and coffee here on the boat. I'm dreaming now of Hallie, sweet Hallie, for the thought of her is one that never dies. She's sleeping in the valley, and the mockingbird is singing where she lies. Listen to the mockingbird singing o'er her grave. Listen to the mockingbird singing where the weeping willows wave." "You sing melancholy songs for one who is as cheerful as you are, Sam," said Harry. "That's so. I like the weepy ones best, but they don't really make me feel sad, Harry. They just fill me with a kind of longing to reach out and grab something that always floats just before my hands. A sort of pleasant sadness, I'd call it. Well I yet remember when we gathered in the cotton side by side. 'Twas in the middle of September, and the mockingbird singing far and wide.
Oh, listen to the mockingbird, still singing o'er her grave. Oh, listen to the mockingbird, still singing where the weeping willows wave. Now that ain't what you'd call a right merry song, but I've never felt better in my life than I did when I was singing it. Here you are, breakfast all ready. We'll eat and drink away. I'm anxious to see our mountains again. The boat soon reached a point where the lower banks ran for some time, and from the center of the stream they saw the noble country outspread before them, a vast mass of shimmering green. The rain had ceased entirely, but the whole earth was sweet and clean from its great bath. Leaves and grass had taken on a deeper tint, and the crisp air was keen with blooming odors. Although they had a considerable current to fight, they made good headway against it. Harry's practice with the oar was giving his muscles the same quality like steel wire which those of Jarvis and Ike had. So they went on for that day and others, and drew near to the hills. The eyes of Jarvis kindled when he saw the first dark green slopes massing themselves against the eastern horizon. The blue grass is mighty fine, and so is the pennyroyal, he said. And I ain't got nothing agin 'em. I admit their claims before they make 'em. But my true love, it's the mountains and my mountain home. Maybe some night, Harry, when we tie up to the bank, we'll see a deer coming down to drink. What do you say to that? Harry's eyes kindled too. I say that I want the first shot. Jarvis laughed. True spirit, he said. Nobody will set up a claim against you, less it's that lunkhead Ike, my nephew. Are you willing to let him have it, Ike? Ike grinned and nodded. The Kentucky narrowed, and the current grew yet stronger. But changing oftener at the oars, they still made good headway. The ranges, dark green on the lower slopes, but blue on the higher ridges beyond them, slowly came nearer. Late in the afternoon, they entered the hills, and when night came, they had left the lowlands several miles behind. They tied up to a great beech growing almost at the water's edge, and made their camp on the ground. Harry's deer did not come that night, but it did on the following one. Then Jarvis and he, after supper, went about a mile up the stream, stalking the best drinking places, and they saw a fine buck come gingerly to the river. Harry was lucky enough to bring him down with the first shot, and an achievement that filled him with pride, and Jarvis soon skinned and dressed the animal, adding him to their larder. I don't shoot deer, except when I need 'em to eat, said Jarvis. And we do need this one. We'll broil strips of him over the coals in the morning. Don't your mouth water, Harry? It does. The strips proved the next day to be all that Jarvis had promised, and they continued their journey with renewed elasticity, fair weather keeping them company. Deeper and deeper they went into the mountains. The region had all the aspects of a complete wilderness. Now and then they saw smoke, which Jarvis said was rising from the chimneys of log cabins, and once or twice they saw cabins themselves in sheltered nooks, but nobody hailed them. The news of the war had spread here, of course, but Harry surmised that it had made the mountaineers cautious, suppressing their natural curiosity. He did not object at all to their reticence, as it made traveling easier for him. They were now rowing along a southerly fork of the Kentucky. Another deer had been killed, falling this time to the rifle of Jarvis, and one night they shot 2 wild turkeys. Jarvis and his nephew would arrive home full-handed in every respect, and his great tenor boomed out joyously over the stream, speeding away in echoes among the lofty peaks and ridges that had now turned from hills into real mountains. They towered far above the stream, and everywhere there were masses of the deepest and densest green. The primeval forest clothed the whole earth, and the war to which Harry was going seemed a faint and far thing. Traveling now became slow, because they always had a strong current to fight. Harry, at times, when the country was not too rough, left the boat and walked along the bank. He could go thus for miles without feeling any weariness. Naturally very strong, he did not realize how much his work at the oar was increasing his power. The thin, vital air of the mountains flowed through his lungs, and when Jarvis sang, as he did so often, he felt that he could lift up his feet and march as if to the beat of a drum. They left the fork of the Kentucky at last and rode up one of the deep and narrow mountain creeks. Peaks towered all about them, a half-mile over their heads, covered from base to crest with unbroken forest. Sometimes the creek flowed between cliffs, and again it opened out into narrow valleys. In a 2 days' journey up its course, they had passed only 2 cabins. In ordinary water, we'd have stopped there, said Jarvis, at the second cabin. I know the man who lives in it, and he's to be trusted. We'd have left the boat and the things with him, and we'd have walked the rest of the way. But the creek is so high now that we can make at least 20 miles more and tie up at Bill Rudd's place. There's no going further on the water, 'cause the creek takes a full 15 feet there, and this boat is too heavy to be carried around it. They reached Rudd's place about dark. He was a hospitable mountaineer with a double-roomed log cabin, a wife, and 2 small children. He volunteered gladly to take care of the boat and its belongings, while Jarvis and the boys went on the next day to Jarvis's home about 10 miles away. Rudd and his wife were full of questions. They were eager to hear of the great world which was represented to them by Frankfort, and of the war in the lowlands concerning which they had heard vaguely. Rudd had been to Frankfort once and felt himself a traveler and a man of the world. He and his wife knew Jarvis and Ike well, and they glanced rather curiously at Harry. He's a-going across the mountains and down into Virginia on some business of his own, which I ain't inquired into much, said Jarvis. Harry slept in a house that night for the first time in days, and he did not like it. He awoke once with a feeling as if walls were pressing down upon him, and he could not breathe. He arose, opened the door, and stood by it for a few minutes, while the fresh air poured in. Jarvis awoke and chuckled. I know what's the matter with you, Harry, he said. After you've lived outdoors a long time, you feel penned up in houses. If it wasn't for rain and snow, I'd do without roofs, except in the winter. Leave the door wide open, and we'll both sleep better. Nothing, of course, would wake that lunkhead, Ike, my nephew. I guess you might fight the whole of Buena Vista right over his head, and if it was his sleeping time, he'd sleep right on. They left the next morning, taking with them all of Harry's baggage. Jarvis's boat would remain in the creek at this point, and he and Ike would return in due time for their own possessions. They followed a footpath now, but the walk was nothing to them. It was, in truth, a relief after so much traveling in the boat. "My legs are long, and they need straightening," said Jarvis. "The 10 miles before us will just about take out the kinks." Jarvis was a bachelor, his house being kept by his widowed sister, Ike's mother, and old Aunt Sue's. Now, as they swung along in Indian file at a swift and easy gait, his joyous spirits bubbled forth anew. Lifting up his voice, he sang with such tremendous volume that every peak and ridge gave back an individual echo. "I live for the good of my nation, and my sons are all growing low, but I hope that the next generation will resemble old Rosin the bow. I've traveled this country all o'er, and now to the next I will go, for I know that good quarters await me to welcome old Rosin the bow." "I suppose you don't know how you got that song either," said Harry. "No, it just wandered in, and I picked it up in parts, here and there. See that clump of laurel across the valley there, Harry? I killed a black bear in it once, the biggest seen in these parts in our times, and I can point you at least 5 spots in which I've killed deer. You can trap lots of small game all through here in the winter, and the furs bring good prices. Oh, the mountains ain't so bad. Look, see the smoke over that low ridge, the thin black line agin the sky? It comes from the house of Samuel Jarvis, Esquire. It ain't no bad place either. A double log house with downstairs and upstairs and a frame kitchen behind. It's fine to see it again, ain't it, Ike?" Ike smiled and nodded. In another half hour, they crossed the low ridge and swung down into a beautiful little valley, a mile long and 1/4 of a mile broad, that opened out before them. The smoke still rose from the house, which they now saw clearly, standing among its trees. A brook, glinting with gold in the sunshine, flowed down into the middle of the valley. A luscious greenness covered the whole valley floor. No snugger nook could be found in the mountains. "As fine as pie," exclaimed Jarvis exultantly. "Everything straight and right. I think I see Jane, your mother, standing in the porch. I'll just give her a signal." He lifted up his voice and sang, "Home, Sweet Home," with tremendous volume. He was heard as Harry saw a sunbonnet waved vigorously on the porch. The travelers descended rapidly, crossed the brook, and approached the house. A strong woman of middle years shouted joyously and came forward to meet them, leaving a little weazened figure crouched in a chair on the porch. Mrs. Simmons embraced her brother and son with enthusiasm and gave a hearty welcome to Harry, whom Jarvis introduced in the most glowing words. Then the 3 walked to the porch and the bent little figure in the chair. As they went up the steps together, old Aunt Sue's suddenly straightened up and stood erect. A pair of extraordinary black eyes were blazing from her ancient, wrinkled face. Her hand rose in a kind of military salute and looked straight at Harry, but she exclaimed in a high-pitched but strong voice, "Welcome, welcome, Governor, to our house. It's a long time since I've seen you, but I knew that you would come again." "Why, what's the matter with Aunt Suze?" asked Jarvis, anxiously. "It is he, the governor." "Governor where?" she exclaimed. "He, who was the great defender of the frontier against the Indians. But he looks like a boy again, yet I would have known him anywhere." The blazing eyes and tense voice of the old woman held Harry. She pointed with a withered forefinger which she held aloft, and he felt as if an electric current were passing from it to him. A chill ran down his back, and the hair lifted a little on his head. Jarvis and his nephew stood staring. "Walk in, Governor," she said. "This house is honored by your coming." Then, and all in a flash, Harry understood. The mind of the old woman, dreaming in the sun, had returned to the far past, and she was seeing again with the eyes of her girlhood. "I'm not Henry Ware, Aunt Susan," he said, "but I'm proud to say that I'm his great-grandson. My name is Kenton, Harry Kenton." The wrinkled forefinger sank, but the light in her eyes did not die. "Henry Ware, Henry Kenton," she murmured. "The same blood, and the spirit is the same. It does not matter. Come into our house and rest after your long journey." Still erect, she stood on one side and pointed to the open door. Jarvis laughed, but it was a laugh of relief rather than amusement. "She surely took you, Harry, for your great-grandfather, Henry Ware, the mighty woodsman and Injun fighter that later on became governor of the state. I guess you look as he did when he was near your age. I heard her tell tales about him by the mile. Aunt Suze, you know, is more'n 100. She's got the double gift of looking forward and backward. Come on in, Harry. This house will belong to you now, and if at times she thinks you're the great governor, or the boy that Governor Ware was before he was governor, just let her think it." With the wrinkled forefinger still pointing a welcome toward the open door, Harry went into the house. He spent 2 days in the hospitable home of Samuel Jarvis. He would have limited the time to a single day, because Richmond was calling to him very strongly now. But it was necessary to buy a good horse for the journey by land, and Jarvis would not let him start until he had the pick of the region. The first evening after their arrival, they sat on the porch of the mountain home. Ike's mother was with them, but old Aunt Suze had already gone to bed. Throughout the day, she had called Harry sometimes by his own name and sometimes Governor, and she had shown a wonderful pride whenever he ran to help her, as he often did. The twilight was gone some time. The bright stars had sprung out in groups, and a noble moon was shining. A fine, misty silver light, like gauze, hung over the valley, tinting the high green heads of the near and friendly mountains, and giving a wonderful look of softness and freshness to this safe nook among the peaks and ridges. Harry did not wonder that Jarvis and Ike loved it. "Aunt Suze gave me a big turn when she took you for the governor," said Jarvis to Harry. "But it ain't so wonderful after all. Often she sees the things of them early times a heap brighter and clearer than she sees the things of today. As I told you, she knowed Boone and Kenton and Logan and Henry Ware and all them grand hunters and fighters. She was in Lexington nigh unto 80 years ago when she saw Daniel Boone and the rest that lived through our awful defeat at the Blue Licks come back. It was not long after that her family came back into the mountains. Her dad 'lowed the people would soon be too thick round 'em down in that fine country. But they'd never crowd up nobody up here, and they ain't done it, neither. Did you ever hear her tell of Henry Ware's great friend, Paul Cotter? Asked Harry. Surely, lots of times. She knowed Paul Cotter well. He wasn't as tall and strong as Henry Ware, but he was great in his way, too. It was him that started that big university at Lexington, and that became the greatest scholar this state ever knowed. I've heard that he learned to speak 8 languages. Do you reckon it was true, Harry? Do you reckon that any man that ever lived could talk 8 different ways? It was certainly true. The great Dr. Carter, and doctor, in his case, didn't mean a physician. It meant an M.A. and a Ph.D. and all sorts of learned things, could not only speak 8 languages, but he knew also so many other things that I've heard he could forget more in a day and not miss it than the ordinary man would learn in a lifetime. Jarvis whistled. He was surely a big scholar, he said. But it agrees exactly with what old Sue says. Paul Cotter was always hunting for books, and books was mighty scarce in the Kentucky woods then. Henry Ware and Paul Cotter always lived near each other, resumed Harry. And in 2 cases, their grandchildren intermarried. A boy of my own age, named Dick Mason, who is the great-grandson of Paul Cotter, is also my first cousin. Now that's interesting, and me, being of an inquiring mind, I'd like to ask you where this Dick Mason is. Harry waved his hand over his head toward the north. Up there somewhere, he said. You mean that he's gone with the north? Took one side while you've took the other? Yes, that's it. We couldn't see alike, but we think as much as ever of each other. I met him in Frankfort, where he had come from the northern camp in Girard County. But I think he left for the east before I did. The northern forces hold the railways leading out of Kentucky, and he's probably in Washington now. Jarvis lighted his pipe and puffed a while in silence. At length, he drew the stem from his mouth, blew a ring of smoke upward, and said in a tone of conviction, It does beat the Dutch how things come about. Harry looked questioningly at him. I mean, your arriving here, being who you are, and meeting old Aunt Sue's, being who she is, and that cousin of yours, Dick Mason, didn't you say was his name? Being who he is, going off to the north. They sat on the porch later than the custom of the mountaineers, and the beauty of the place deepened. The moon poured a vast flood of misty silver light over the little valley, hemmed in by its high mountains, and Harry was so affected by the silence and peace that he had no feeling of anger toward anybody, not even toward Bill Skelly, who had tried to kill him.
End of Chapter 10, Part 2 of 2.
Chapter 17, Part 1 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallalee. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 17. In Virginia. Harry left the valley with the keenest feeling of regret, realizing at the parting how strong a friendship he had formed with his family. But he felt he could not delay any longer. Affairs must be moving now in the great world in the East, and he wished to be at the heart of them. He had a strong, sure-footed horse, and he had supplies and an extra suit of clothes in his saddlebags. The rifle across his back would attract no attention, as all the men in the mountains carried rifles. Jarvis had instructed Harry carefully about the road or path, and as the boy was already an experienced traveler with an excellent sense of direction, there was no danger of his getting lost in the wilderness. Jarvis, Ike, and Mrs. Simmons gave him farewells which were full of feeling. Aunt Suse had come down the brick wall, tap-tapping with her cane, as Harry stood at the gate ready to mount his horse. "Goodbye, Aunt Susan," he said. "I came a stranger, but this house has been made a home to me." She peered up at him, and Harry saw that once more her old eyes were flaming with the light he had seen there when he arrived. "Goodbye, Governor," she said, holding out a wrinkled and trembling hand. "I am proud that our house has sheltered you, but it is not for the last time. You will come again, and you will be thin and pale and in rags, and you will fall at the door. I see you coming with these 2 eyes of mine." "Hush, Aunt Suse," exclaimed Mrs. Simmons. "It is not Governor Ware, it is his great-grandson, and you mustn't send him away telling of terrible things that will happen to him." "I'm not afraid," said Harry, "and I hope that I'll see Aunt Susan and all of you again." He lifted her hand and kissed it, in the old-fashioned manner. She smiled, and he heard her murmur, "It is the great Governor's way. He kissed my hand like that once before when I went to Frankfort on the lumber raft." "Goodbye, Harry," repeated Jarvis. "If you're bound to fight, I reckon that it's just what you're bound to do, and it ain't no good for me to say anything. Be sure you follow the trail just as I laid it out to you, and in 2 days you'll strike the wilderness road. After that, it's easy." When Harry rode away, something rose in his throat and choked him for a moment. He knew that he would never again find more kindly people than these simple mountaineers. Then in vivid phrases he heard once more the old woman's prophecy. "You will come again, and you will be thin and pale and in rags, and you will fall at the door." For a moment it shadowed the sunlight. Then he laughed to himself. No one could see into the future. He was now across the valley, and his path led along the base of the mountain. He looked back and saw the 4 standing on the porch, Jarvis, Ike, Mrs. Simmons, and old Aunt Suse. He waved his hand to them, and all 4 waved back. A singular thrill ran through him. Could it be possible that he would come again, and in the manner that the old woman had predicted? The path in another minute curved around the mountain, and the valley was shut from view. Nor, as he rode on, did he catch another glimpse of it. One might roam the mountains for months and never see the home of Samuel Jarvis. The 2 days passed without event. The weather remained fair, and no one interfered with him. He slept the first night at a log cabin that Jarvis had named, having reached it in due time, and the second day he reached, also in due time, the old wilderness road. Thence the boy advanced by easy steps into Virginia until he reached a railroad, where he sold his horse and took a train for Richmond, having come in a few days out of the cool, peaceful atmosphere of the mountains into another, which was surcharged everywhere with the fiery breath of war. Harry realized as he approached the capital the deep intensity of feeling in everybody. The Virginians were less volatile than the South Carolinians, and they had long refused to go out. But now that they were out, they were pouring into the Southern army, and they were animated by an extraordinary zeal. He began to hear new or unfamiliar names, Early and Ewell, and Jackson and Lee, and Johnston and Hill and Stewart and Ashby, names that he would never forget, but names that as yet meant little to him. He had letters from his father, and he expected to find his friends of Charleston in Richmond or at the front. General Beauregard, whom he knew, would be in command of the army threatening Washington, and he would not go into a camp of strangers. It was now early in June, and the country was at its best. On both sides of the railway spread the fair Virginia fields, and the earth, save where the plowed land stretched, was in its deepest tints of green. Harry, thrusting his head from the window, looked eagerly ahead at the city rising on its hills. Then a shade smaller than Charleston, it, too, was a famous place in the South, and it was full of great associations. Harry, like all the educated boys of the South, honored and admired its public men. They were mighty names to him. He was about to tread streets that had been trod by the famous Jefferson, by Madison, Monroe, Randolph of Roanoke, and many others. The shades of the great Virginians rose in a host before him. He arrived about noon, and as he carried no baggage except his saddlebags and weapons, he was quickly within the city, his papers being in perfect order. He ate dinner, as the noonday meal was then called, and decided to seek General Beauregard at once, having learned from an officer on the train that he was in the city. It was said that he was at the residence of President Davis, called the White House, after that other and more famous one at Washington, in which the lank, awkward man Abraham Lincoln now lived. But Harry paused frequently on the way, as there was nothing to hurry him, and there was much to be seen. If Charleston had been crowded, Richmond was more so. Like all capitals on the verge of a great war, but as yet untouched by its destructive breath, it throbbed with life. The streets swarmed with people, young officers and soldiers in their uniforms, civilians of all kinds, and many pretty girls in white or light dresses, often with flowers in their hair or on their breasts. Lightheartedness and gaiety seemed predominant. Harry stopped a while to look at the ancient and noble State House, now the home also of the Confederate Congress, standing in Capitol Square, and the spire of the bell tower on Shockoe Hill. He saw important-looking men coming in or going out of the square, but he did not linger long, intending to see the sights another time. He was informed at the White House that General Beauregard was there, and sending in his card, he was admitted promptly. Beauregard was sitting with President Davis and Secretary Benjamin in a room furnished plainly, and the general, in his quick, nervous manner, rose and greeted him warmly. "You did good service with us at Charleston," he said, "and we welcome you here. We have already heard from your father, who was a comrade in war of both President Davis and myself." "He wrote us that you were coming across the mountains from Frankfort," said Mr. Davis. Harry thought that the president already looked worn and anxious. "Yes, sir," replied the boy. "I came chiefly by the river and the Wilderness Road." "Your father writes that they worked hard at Frankfort, but they failed to take Kentucky out," continued the head of the Confederacy. "The Southern leaders did their best, but they could not move the state." "And you wish, then, to serve at the front?" continued the president. "If I may," returned Harry. "In South Carolina I was with Colonel Leonidas Talbot. I have had a letter from him here, and if it is your pleasure and that of General Beauregard, I shall be glad to join his command." General Beauregard laughed a little. "You do well," he said. "I have known Colonel Talbot a long time, and although he may be slow in choosing, he is bound to be in the very thick of events when he does choose. Colonel Talbot is at the front, and you'll probably find him closer than any other officer to the Yankee army. We'll need everybody whom we can get, especially lads of spirit and fire like you. You shall be a second lieutenant in his command. A train will leave here in 4 hours. Be ready. It will take you part of the way, and you will march on for the rest." Mr. Benjamin did not speak throughout the interview, but he watched Harry closely. Neither did he speak as he left, but he offered him a limp hand. The boy's view of Richmond was in truth brief, as before night he saw its spires and roofs fading behind him. The train was wholly military. There were 4 coaches filled with officers and troops, and 2 more coaches behind them loaded with ammunition. Harry heard from some of the officers that the army was gathered at a place called Manassas Junction, where Beauregard had taken command on June 1st, and to which he would quickly return. But Harry did not know any of these officers, and he felt a little lonely. He slept after a while in the car seat, awakened at times by the jolting or stopping of the train, and arrived sometime the next day in a country of green hills and red clay roads, muddy from heavy rains. They left the train, marched over the hills along one of the muddy roads, and presently saw a vast array of tents, fires, and earthworks stretching to the horizon. Harry's heart leaped again. This was the great army of the South. Here were regiments and regiments, thousands and thousands of men, and here he would find his friends, Colonel Talbot and Major St. Hilaire and St. Clair and Langdon. The whole scene was inspiring in the extreme to the heart of youth. Far to the right he saw cavalry galloping back and forth, and to the left he saw infantry drilling. From somewhere in the front came the strains of a regimental band playing, "The hour was sad, and I left the maid, a lingering farewell taking. Her sighs and tears my steps delayed. I thought her heart was breaking. In hurried words her name I blessed, I breathed the vows that bind me, and to my heart in anguish pressed the girl I left behind me. It was a favorite air of the Southern bands, and, much as it stirred Harry now, he was destined to hear it again in moments far more thrilling. He presented his order from General Beauregard to a sentinel, who passed him to an officer, who in turn told him to go about a quarter of a mile westward, where he would find the regiment of Colonel Talbot quartered. "It's a mixed regiment," he said, "made up of Virginians, South Carolinians, North Carolinians, and a few Kentuckians and Tennesseans, but it's already one of the best in the service. Colonel Talbot and his second-in-command, Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire, have been thrashing it into shape in great fashion. They're mostly boys, and already they call themselves the Invincibles. You can see the tents of their commanding officers over there by that little creek." Harry's eyes followed the pointing finger, and again his heart leaped. His friends were there, the two colonels for whom he had such a strong affection, and the two lads of his own age. Theirs looked like a good camp, too. It was arranged neatly, and by its side flowed the clear, cool waters of Young's Branch, a tributary of the Little Manassas River. He walked briskly, crossed the brook, stepping from stone to stone, and entered the grounds of the Invincibles. A tall youth rushed forward, seized his hand, and shook it violently, meanwhile uttering cries of welcome in an unbroken stream. "By all the powers, it's our own Harry!" he exclaimed. "The new Harry of the West, whom we were afraid we should never see again. Everything is for the best, but we hardly hoped for this. How did you get here, Harry? And didn't you bring Kentucky rushing to our side after all? Well, I knew it wasn't your fault, old horse. Ho, St. Clair, come and see who's here." End of Chapter 17, Part 1 of 2. Chapter 17, Part 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Yallalee. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 17, Part 2. St. Clair, who had been lying in the grass behind a tent, appeared and greeted Harry joyfully. But while Langdon was just the same, he had changed in appearance. He was thinner and graver, and his intellectual face bore the stamp of rapid maturity. "It's like greeting one of our very own, Harry," he said. "You were with us in Charleston at the great beginning. We were afraid you would have to stay in the West." "Big things will begin here," said Harry. "There can be no doubt of it. Do you know, Harry, that we are less than 30 miles from Washington? If there were any hill high enough around here, we could see the white dome of the Capitol, which we hope to take before the summer is over. But we'll take you to the Colonel and Major Hector St. Hilaire, that was, but Lieutenant Colonel Hector St. Hilaire, that is." Colonel Talbot was sitting at a small table in a tent, the sides of which had been raised all around, leaving only a canvas roof. Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire sat opposite him across the table, and they were studying intently a small map of the region that was soon to be sown deep with history. They looked up when Harry came with his two friends and gave him the welcome that he knew he would always receive from them. "I've a letter from your father," said Colonel Leonidas Talbot, "and I've been expecting you. You are to be a lieutenant on my staff, and the quartermaster will sell you a new uniform, as glossy and fine as those of which St. Clair and Langdon are so proud." He asked him a few more questions about Kentucky and his journey over the mountains, and then, telling St. Clair and Langdon to take care of him, he and Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire went back to the study of their map. Harry noticed that both were tanned deeply, and that their faces were very serious. "Come along, Harry," said Langdon. "Let the colonel and the major bear all the troubles. For us, everything is for the best. We've got you on our hands, and we're going to treat you right. See that deep pool in the brook, where the big oak throws its shade over the water? It's partly natural, and it's partly dammed, but it's our swimming hole. You are covered with dust and dirt. Pull off your clothes and jump in there. We'll protect you from ribald attention. There are other swimming holes along here, but this swimming hole belongs to the Invincibles, and we always make good our rights." Harry was more than willing. In 3 minutes he jumped into the deep, cool water, swimming, diving, and shaking himself like a big dog. He had enjoyed no such luxury in many days, and he felt as if he were being recreated. Langdon and St. Clair sat on the bank and gave him instructions. "Now jump out," Langdon said at the end of 5 minutes. "You needn't think because you've just come and you are in a way a guest that you can keep the swimming hole all to yourself. A lot more of the Invincibles need bathing, and here comes some for their chance." Harry came out reluctantly, and in a few minutes they were on the way to the quartermaster, where the needed uniform, one that appealed gloriously to his eye, was bought. St. Clair was quiet, but Langdon talked enough for all three. "The Yankee vanguard is only a few miles away," he said. "You don't have to go far before you see their tents, though I ought to say that each side has another army westward in the mountains. There's been a lot of fighting already, though not much of it here. The first shots on Virginia soil were fired on our front the day General Beauregard arrived to take command of our forces." "How about those troops in the hills?" asked Harry. "They've been up and doing. A young Yankee general named McClellan has shown a lot of activity. He has beat us in some skirmishes, and he has organized troops as far west as the Ohio. Then he and his generals met our general, Garnett, at Rich Mountain. It was the biggest affair of the war so far, and Garnett was killed. Then a curious fellow of ours named Jackson and Stewart, a cavalry officer, lost a little battle at a place called Falling Waters." "Has luck been against us all along the line?" "Not at all. A cockeyed Massachusetts politician, one Ben Butler, a fellow of energy, though, broke into the Yorktown country, but Magruder thrashed him at Big Bethel. All those things, though, Harry, are just whiffs of rain before the big storm. We're threatening Washington here with our main army, and here is where they will have to meet us. Lincoln has put General Scott, a Virginian, too, in command of the northern armies, but as he's so old, somebody else will be the real commander." Harry felt himself a genuine soldier in his new uniform, and he soon learned his new duties, which, for the present, would not be many. The two armies, although practically face to face, refused to move. On either side, the officers of the old regular forces were seeking to beat the raw recruits into shape, and the rival commanders also waited, each for the other to make the first movement. Harry and St. Clair were sent that night far toward the front with a small detachment to patrol some hill country. They marched in the moonlight, keeping among the trees and listening for any sounds that might be hostile. "It's not likely, though, that we'll be molested," said St. Clair. "The men on both sides don't yet realize fully that they are here to shoot at one another. This is our place, along a little brook, another tributary of the Manassas." They stopped in a grove and disposed the men, 20 in number, along a line of several hundred yards, with instructions not to fire unless they knew positively what they were shooting at. Harry and St. Clair remained near the middle of the line, at the edge of the brook, where they sat down on the bank. The country was open in front of them, and Harry saw a distant light. "What's that?" he asked. "The campfire of a Yankee outpost. I told you they were very near." "And that, I suppose, is one of their bugles." A faint but musical note was brought to them by the light wind blowing in their faces. "That's what it is. It may be the signal of some movement, but they can't attempt anything serious without showing themselves. Our sentinels are posted along here for miles." The sound of the bugle continued faint and far away. It had a certain weird effect in the night and the loneliness. Harry wished to know who they were at that far campfire. His own cousin, Dick Mason, might be there. "Although we're arrayed for war," said St. Clair, "the sentinels are often friendly. They even exchange plugs of tobacco and news. The officers have not been able to stop it wholly. Our sentinels tell theirs that we will be in Washington in a month, and theirs tell ours that they've already engaged rooms in the Richmond hotels for July." "When two prophets disagree, both can't be right," said Harry. "How far away would you say that light is, Arthur?" "About 1.5 miles. Let's scout a little in that direction. There are no commands against it. Enterprise is encouraged." "Just what I'd like," said Harry, who was eager for action. Leaving their own men under the command of a reliable sergeant named Carrick, the two youths crossed the brook and advanced over a fairly level stretch of country toward the fire. Small clusters of trees were scattered here and there, and beyond them was a field of young corn. The two paused in one of the little groves, about 100 yards from their own outposts, and looked back. They saw only the dark lines of the trees, and behind them wavering lights, which they knew were the campfires of their own army. But the lights at the distance were very small, mere pinpoints. "They look more like lanterns carried by coons and possum hunters than the campfires of an army," said Harry. "Yes, "You'd hardly think they mark the presence of 20 or 30,000 men," said St. Clair. "Here we are at the cornfield. The plants are not high, but they throw enough shadow to hide us." They climbed a rail fence and advanced down the corn rows. The moon was good, and there was a plentiful supply of stars, enabling them to see some distance. To their right, on a hill, was a white colonial house, with all its windows dark. "That house would be in a bad place if a battle comes off here, as seems likely," said St. Clair. "And those who own it are wise in having gone away," said Harry. "I'm not so sure that they've gone. People hate to give up their homes even in the face of death. Around here they generally stay and put out the lights at dark." "Well, here we are at the end of the cornfield, and the light is not more than 400 or 500 yards away. I think I can see the shadows of human figures against the flames. Come, let's climb the fence and go down through this skirt of bushes." The suggestion appealed to the daring and curiosity of both, and in a few minutes they were within 200 yards of the northern camp. But they lay very close in the undergrowth. They saw a big fire, and Harry judged that 400 or 500 men were scattered about. Many were asleep on the grass, but others sat up talking. The appearance of all was so extraordinary that Harry gazed in astonishment. It was not the faces or forms of the men, but their dress that was so peculiar. They were arrayed in huge blouses and vast baggy trousers of a blazing red, fastened at the knee and revealing stockings of a brilliant hue below. Little tasseled caps were perched on the sides of their heads. Harry, remembering his geography and the descriptions of nations, would have taken them for a gathering of Turkish women if their masculine faces had been hidden. "What under the moon are those?" he whispered. "They do look curious," replied St. Clair. "They call themselves Zouaves, and I think they're from New York. It's a copy of a French military costume which, unless I'm mistaken, France uses in Algeria. They'd certainly make a magnificent target on the battlefield. A Kentucky or Tennessee rifleman who'd miss such a target would die of shame." "Maybe. But listen, they're singing. What do you think of that for a military tune?" Harry heard for the first time in his life an extraordinary choppy air, a rapid beat that rose and fell abruptly, sending a powerful thrill through his heart as he lay there in the bushes. The words were nothing, almost without meaning, but the tune itself was full of compelling power. It set the marching feet toward triumphant battle. "In Dixie's land I'll take my stand, cinnamon seeds and sandy bottom. Look away, down south in Dixie." 300 or 400 voices took up the famous battle song, as thrilling and martial as the Marseillaise, then fresh and unhackneyed, and they sang it with enthusiasm and fire, officers joining with the men. It was a singular fact that Harry should first hear Northern troops singing the song which was destined to become the great battle tune of the South. "What is it?" whispered Harry. "It's called Dixie. They say it was written by a man in New York for a Negro minstrel show. I suppose they sing it in anticipation, meaning that they will soon be in the heart of Dixie, which is the South, our South." "I don't think those baggy red legs will ever march far into our South," whispered Harry defiantly. "It is to be seen. Between you and me, Harry, I'm convinced there is no triumphant progress ahead for either North or South. Ah, another force is coming, and it's cavalry. Don't you hear the hoofbeats, Harry?" Harry heard them distinctly, and he and his comrade lay more closely than ever in the bushes, because the horsemen, a numerous body, as the heavy tread indicated, were passing very near. The two lads presently saw them riding 4 abreast toward the campfire, and Harry surmised that they had been scouting in strong force toward the southern front. They were large men, deep with tan, and riding easily. Harry judged their number at 200, and the tail of the company would pass alarmingly near the bushes in which his comrade and he lay. "Don't you think we'd better creep back?" he whispered to St. Clair. "Some of them taking a short cut may ride right upon us." "Yes, it's time to make ourselves scarce." They turned back, and going as rapidly as they dared, but that which Harry had feared came to pass. The rear files of the horsemen, evidently intending to go to the other side of the camp, rode through the low bushes. 4 of them passed so near the boys that they caught in the moonlight a glimpse of the 2 stooping figures. "Who is there? Halt!" sharply cried one of them, an officer. But St. Clair cried also, "Run, Harry, run for your life, and keep to the bushes." The 2 dashed at utmost speed down the strip of bushes, and they heard the thunder of horses' hoofs in the open on either flank. A half-dozen shots were fired, and the bullets cut leaves and twigs about them. They heard the northern men shouting, "Spies! Spies! After them! Seize them!" Harry, in the moment of extreme danger, retained his presence of mind. "To the cornfields, Arthur!" he cried to his comrade. "The fence is staked and ridered, and the horses can't jump it. If they stop to pull it down, they will give us time to get away." "Good plan," returned St. Clair. "But we'd better bend as we run. Those bullets make my flesh creep." A fresh volley was sent into the bushes, but owing to the wise precaution of bending low, the bullets went over their heads, although Harry felt his hair rising up to meet them. In 2 or 3 minutes they were at the fence, and they went over it almost like birds. Harry heard 2 bullets hit the rails as they leaped. They were in view then for a moment, but they merely increased his speed, and he and St. Clair darted side by side through the corn, bending low again. They heard the horsemen talking and swearing at the barrier, and then they heard the beat of hoofs again. "They'll divide and send a force around the field each way," said St. Clair, "and some of them will dismount and pursue us through it on foot." "We can distance anybody on foot. Harry, when I heard those bullets whistling about me, I felt as if I could outrun a horse or a giraffe or an antelope or anything on earth. And thunder, Harry, I feel the same way now." Bullets fired from the fence made the plowed land fly not far from them, and they lengthened their stride. Harry afterward said that he did not remember stepping on that cornfield more than twice. Fortunately for them, the field, while not very wide, extended far to the right and left, and the pursuing horsemen were compelled to make a great circuit. Before the thudding hoofs came near, they were over the fence again, and still, with wonderful powers of flight, were scuttling across the country toward their own lines. They came to one of the clusters of trees and dashed into it, lay close, their hearts pounding. Looking back, they dimly saw the horsemen, riding at random, evidently at a loss. "That was certainly close," gasped St. Clair. "I'm not going on any more scouts unless I'm ordered to do so." "Nor I," said Harry. "I've got enough for one night at least. I suppose I'll never forget those men with the red bags in place of breeches, and that tune, Dixie. As soon as I get my breath back, I'm going to make a beeline for our own army." "And when you make your beeline, another just as fast and straight will run beside it." They rested 5 minutes, and then fled for the brook and their own little detachment behind it. End of 17, Part 2 of 2.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of 2 of The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rocca. The Guns of Bull Run, a story of the Civil War's eve by Joseph A. ALTSHELER. Chapter 12, The Fight for the Fort. Before they reached the brook, they hailed Sergeant Carrick, lest they should be fired upon as enemies. And when his answer came, they dropped into a walk, still panting and wiping the perspiration from damp foreheads. They bathed their faces freely in the brook, and sat down on the bank to rest. The sergeant, a regular and a veteran of many border campaigns against the Indians, regarded them benevolently. "I heard firing in front," he said, "and I thought you might be concerned in it. If it hadn't been for my orders, I'd have come forward with some of the men." "Sergeant," said St. Clair, "if you were in the West again, and you were all alone in the hills or on the plains, and a band of yelling Sioux or Blackfeet were to set after you with fell designs upon your scalp, what would you do?" "I'd run, sir, with all my might. I'd run faster than I ever ran before. I'd run so fast, sir, that my feet wouldn't touch the ground more than once every 40 yards. It would be the wisest thing one could do under the circumstances. The only thing, in fact." "I'm glad to hear you say so, Sergeant Carrick, because you are a man of experience and magnificent sense. What you say proves that Harry and I are full of wisdom. They weren't Sioux or Blackfeet back there, and I don't suppose they'd have scalped us, but they were Yankees, and their intentions weren't exactly peaceful. So we took your advice before you gave it. If you examine the earth out there tomorrow, you'll find our footprints only 5 times to the mile." Far to the right and left, other scattering shots had been fired, where skirmishers in the night came in touch with one another. Hence the adventure of Harry and St. Clair attracted but little attention. Shots at long range were fired nearly every night, and sometimes it was difficult to keep the raw recruits from pulling trigger merely for the pleasure of hearing the report. But when Harry and St. Clair related the incident the next morning to Colonel Talbot, he spoke with gravity. "There are many young men of birth and family in our army," he said, "and they must learn that war is a serious business. It is more than that. It is a deadly business, the most deadly business of all. If the Yankees had caught you two, it would have served you right." "They scared us badly enough as it was, sir," said St. Clair. Colonel Leonidas Talbot smiled slightly. "That part of it, at least, will do you good," he said. "You young men don't know what war is, and you are growing fat and saucy in a pleasant country in June. But there is something ahead that will take a little of the starch out of you and teach you sense. No, you needn't look inquiringly at me, because I'm not going to tell you what it is, but go get some sleep, which you will need badly, and be ready at 4 o'clock this afternoon, because the Invincibles march then, and you march with them." Harry and St. Clair saluted and retired. They knew that it was not worth while to ask Colonel Talbot any questions. Since he had met him again in Virginia, Harry had recognized a difference in this South Carolina colonel. The kindliness was still there, but there was a new sternness also. The friend was being merged into the commander. They chose a tent in order to shut out the noise and make sleep possible. But on their way to it, they were waylaid by Langdon, who had heard something of their adventure the night before, and who felt chagrin because he had lacked a part in it. "Although everything generally happens for the best, there's a slip sometimes," he said. "And I want to be in on the next move, whatever it is. There's a rumor that the Invincibles are to march. You have been before the colonel, and you ought to know. Is it true?" "It is," replied Harry, "but that's all we do know. He was pretty sharp with us, Tom, and among our 3 cells we are not going to get any favors from Colonel Leonidas Talbot and Lieutenant Colonel Hector St. Hilaire, because we're friends of theirs, and would be likely to meet in the same drawing rooms if there were no war." Harry and St. Clair slept well, despite the noises of a camp, but they were ready at the appointed time, very precise in their new uniforms. Langdon was with them, and the 3 were eager for the movement, the nature of which officers alone seemed to know. The Invincibles were an infantry regiment, and the 3 youths, like the men, were on foot. They filed off to the left behind the front line of the Southern army, and marched steadily westward, inclining slightly to the north. Many of the men, or rather boys, not yet fast in the bonds of discipline, began to talk, and guessed together about their errand. But Colonel Talbot and Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire rode along the line and sternly commanded silence, once or twice making the menace of the sword. The lads scarcely understood it, but they were awed into silence. Then there was no noise but the rattle of their weapons and the steady tread of 800 men. The young troops had been kept in splendid condition, drilling steadily, and they marched well. They passed to the extreme western end of the Confederate camp and continued into the hills. The sun had passed its zenith when they started, and a pleasant cool breeze blew from the slopes of the western mountains. The sun set late, but the twilight began to fall at last, and they saw about them many places suitable for a camp and supper. But Colonel Talbot, who was now at the head of the line, rode on and gave no sign. "If I were riding a bay horse 15 hands high, I could go on too forever," whispered Langdon to Harry. "Remember your belief that everything happens for the best, and just keep on marching." The twilight retreated before the dark, but the regiment continued. Harry saw a dusky colonel on a dusky horse at the head of the line, and near by was Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire, also riding, silent and stern. The Invincibles were weary. It was now 9 o'clock, and they had marched many hours without a rest, but they did not dare to murmur, or at least not loud enough to be heard by Colonel Leonidas Talbot, and his lieutenant colonel, Hector St. Hilaire. "I wonder if this is going on all night," whispered Langdon. "Very likely," returned Harry, "but remember that everything is for the best." Langdon gave him a reproachable look, but trudged sturdily on. They halted about an hour later, but only for 15 or 20 minutes. They had now come into much rougher country, steep, with high hills and populated thinly. Westward, the mountains seemed very near in the clear moonlight. No explanation was given to the Invincibles, but the officers rode among the groups and made a careful inspection of arms and equipment. Then the word to march once more was given. They did not stop except for short rests until about 3 o'clock in the morning, when they came to the crest of a high ridge, covered with dense forest, but without undergrowth. Then the officers dismounted, and the word was passed to the men that they would remain there until dawn. But before they lay down on the ground, Colonel Talbot told them what was expected of them, which was much. "A strong northern force is encamped on the slope beyond," he said. "It is in a position from which the left flank of our main army can be threatened. Our enemies there are fortified with earthworks, and they have cannon. If they hold the place, they are likely to increase heavily in numbers. It is our business to drive them out." The colonel told some of the officers within Harry's hearing that they could attack before dawn, but night assaults, unless with veteran troops, generally defeated themselves through confusion and uncertainty. Nevertheless, he hoped to surprise the Northern soldiers over their coffee. For that reason, the men were compelled to lie down in their blankets in the dark. Not a single light was permitted, but they were allowed to eat some cold food, which they brought in their knapsacks. Although it was June, the night was chill on the high hills, and Harry and his two friends, after their duties were done, wrapped their blankets closely around themselves as they sat on the ground, with their backs against a big tree. The physical relaxation, after such hard marching and the sharp wind of the night, made Harry shiver, despite his blanket. St. Clair and Langdon shivered too. They did not know that part of it was that 3 o'clock in the morning feeling. Harry, sensitive, keenly alive to impressions, was oppressed by a certain heavy and uncanny feeling. They were going into battle in the morning, and with men whom he did not hate. The attacks on the Star of the West and Sumter had been bombardments, distant affairs, where he did not see the face of his enemy, but here it would be another matter. The real shock of battle would come, and the eyes of men seeking to kill would look into the eyes of others who also sought to kill. He and St. Clair were not sleepy, as they had slept through most of the day, but Langdon was already nodding. Most of the soldiers also had fallen asleep through exhaustion, and Harry saw them in the dusk lying in long rows. The faint moon throwing a ghostly light over so many motionless forms made the whole scene weird and unreal to Harry. He shook himself to cast off the spell, and closing his eyes, sought sleep. But sleep would not come, and the obstinate lids lifted again. It had turned a little darker, and the motionless forms at the far end of the line were hidden. But those nearer were so still that they seemed to have been put there to stay forever. St. Clair had yielded at last to weariness, and with his back against the tree, slept by Harry's side. He saw 4 figures moving up and down like ghosts through the shadows. They were Colonel Talbot, Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire, and 2 captains watching their men, seeing that silence and caution were preserved. Harry knew that sentinels were posted further down the ridge, but he could not see them from where he lay. Although it was a long time, the forest and human figures wavered at last, and he dozed for a while. But he soon awoke and saw a faint tint of gray low down in the east, the first timid herald of dawn. The young soldiers were awakened. They started to rise with a cheerful exchange of chatter, but were sternly commanded to silence. Nevertheless, they talked in whispers and told one another how they would wipe the Yankees off the face of the earth. Workers from the shops in the big cities of the North could not stand before them, the open-air sons of the South. They stretched their long limbs, felt their big muscles, and wondered why they were not led forward at once. But before they marched, they were ordered to take food from their knapsacks and eat. 5 minutes at most were allowed, and there was to be no nonsense, no loud talking. Some who had come north with Negro servants stared at these officers who dared to talk to them as if they were slaves. But the words of anger stopped at their lips. They would take their revenge instead on the Yankees. Harry and his 2 friends had fitted themselves already into military discipline and military ways. They ate not because they were hungry, but because they knew it was a necessity. Meanwhile, the faint gray band in the east was broadening. The note of a bugle, distant, mellow, and musical, came from a point down the slope. "The Yankee fort," said Langdon. "They're waking up, too. But I'm looking for the best, boys, and inside of 2 hours that Yankee fort will be a Confederate fort." The note of the bugle seemed to decide the Southern officers. The men were ordered to see to their arms and march. The officers dismounted as the way would be rough and left their horses behind. The troops formed into several columns, and 4 light guns went down the slope with them. Scouts who had been out in the night came back and reported that the fort, consisting wholly of earthworks, had a garrison of 1,000 men with 8 guns. They were New York and New England troops, and they did not suspect the presence of an enemy. They were just lighting their breakfast fires. The Southern columns moved forward in quiet, still hidden by the forest, which also yet hid the northern fort. Harry's heart began to beat heavily, but he forced himself to preserve the appearance of calmness. Pride stiffened his will and backbone. He was a veteran. He had been at Sumter. He had seen the great bombardment, and he had taken a part in it. He must show these raw men how a soldier bore himself in battle, and, moreover, he was an officer whose business it was to lead. The deep forest endured as they advanced in a diagonal line down the slope. The great Civil War of North America was fought mostly in the forest, and often the men were not aware of the presence of one another until they came face to face. They were almost at the bottom, where the valley opened out in grassland, and were turning northward when Harry saw 2 figures ahead of them among the trees. They were men in blue uniforms with rifles in their hands, and they were staring in surprise at the advancing columns in gray. But their surprise lasted only a moment. Then they lifted their rifles, fired straight at the Invincibles, and with warning shouts darted among the trees toward their own troops. "Forward, lads!" shouted Colonel Talbot. "We're within 400 yards of the fort, and we must rush it. Officers, to your places!" Their own bugle sang stirring music, and the men gathered themselves for the forward rush. Up shot the sun, casting a sharp, vivid light over the slopes and valley. The soldiers, feeling that victory was just ahead, advanced with so much speed that the officers began to check them a little, fearing that the Invincibles would be thrown into confusion. The forest ended. Before them lay a slope from which the bushes had been cut away, and beyond were trenches, the walls of fresh earth from which the mouths of cannons protruded. Soldiers in blue, sentinels and seekers of wood for the fires, were hurrying into the earthworks, on the crests of which stood men, dressed in the uniforms of officers. "Forward, my lads!" shouted Colonel Leonidas Talbot, who was near the front rank, brandishing his sword until the light glittered along its sharp blade. "Into the fort! Into the fort!" The sun, rising higher, flooded the slopes, the valley, and the fort with brilliant beams. Everything seemed to Harry's excited mind to stand out gigantic and magnified. Black specks began to dance in myriad before his eyes. He heard beside him the sharp, panting breath of his comrades and the beat of many feet as they rushed on. He saw the Northern officers on the earthwork disappear, dropping down behind, and the young Southern soldiers raised a great shout of triumph, which, as it sank on its dying note, was merged into a tremendous crash. The whole fort seemed to Harry to blaze with red fire as the heavy guns were fired straight into the faces of the Invincibles. The roar of the cannon was so near that Harry, for an instant, was deafened by the crash. Then he heard groans and cries and saw men falling around him. In another moment came the swish of rifle bullets, and the ranks of the Invincibles were cut and torn with lead. The young recruits were receiving their baptism of fire, and it was accompanied by many wounds and death. The earthworks in front were hidden for a little while by drifting smoke, but the Invincibles, mad with pain and rage, rushed through it. They were anxious to get at those who were stinging them so terribly, and fortunately for them the defenders did not have time to pour in another volley. Harry saw Colonel Talbot still in front, waving his sword, and near him Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire, also with an uplifted sword, which he pointed straight toward the earthwork. "On, lads, on!" shouted the colonel. "It is nothing. Another moment and the fort is ours." Harry heard the hissing of heavy missiles above him. The light guns of the Invincibles had unlimbered on the slope and fired once over their heads into the fort. But they did not dare to fire again, as the next instant the recruits, dripping red but still wild with rage, were at the earthworks, and driven on with rage climbed them and fired at the huddled mass they saw below. Harry stumbled as he went down into the fort, but quickly recovered himself and leaped to his feet again. He saw through the flame and the smoke faces much like his own, the faces of youth, startled and aghast, scarcely yet comprehending that this was war, and that war meant pain and death. The Invincibles, despite the single close volley that had been poured into them, had the advantage of surprise, and their officers were men of skill and experience. They had left a long red trail of the fallen as they entered the fort, but after their own single volley they pressed hard with the bayonet. Little as was their military knowledge, those against them had less, and they also had less experience of the woods and hills. As the Invincibles hurled themselves upon them, the defenders slowly gave way and were driven out of the fort. But they carried 2 of their cannon with them, and when they reached the wood opened a heavy fire upon the pursuing Southern troops, which made the youngsters shiver and reel back. "They too have some regular officers," said Colonel Talbot to Lieutenant Colonel St. Hilaire. "It's a safe wager that several of our old comrades of Mexico are there." Thus did West Pointers speak with respect of their fellow West Pointers. Exulting in their capture of the fort, and still driven by rage, the Invincibles attempted to rush the enemy, but they were met by such a deadly fire that many fell, and their officers drew them back to the shelter of the captured earthworks, where they were joined by their own light guns that had been hurried down the slope. Another volley was fired at them when they went over the earthen walls, and Harry, as he threw himself upon the ground, heard the ferocious whine of the bullets over his head, a sound to which he would grow used through years terrible long. Harry rose to his feet and began to feel of himself to see if he were wounded. So great had been the tension and so rapid their movements that he had not been conscious of any physical feeling. "All right, Harry?" asked a voice by his side. He saw Langdon with a broad red stripe down his cheek. The stripe was of such even width that it seemed to have been painted there, and Harry stared at it in a sort of fascination. "I know I'm not beautiful, Harry," said Langdon. "Neither am I killed or mortally wounded, but my feelings are hurt. That bullet, fired by some mill hand, who probably never pulled a trigger before, just grazed the top of my head, but it has pumped enough out of my veins to irrigate my face with a beautiful scarlet flow." "The mill hands may never have pulled trigger before," said Harry, "but it looks as if they were learning how fast enough. Down, Tom!" Again the smoke and fire burst from the forest, and the bullets whined in hundreds over their heads. 2 heavier crashes showed that the cannon were also coming into play, and one shell striking within the fort exploded, wounding a half a dozen men. "I suppose that everything happens for the best," said Langdon. "But having got into the fort, It looks as if we couldn't get out again. With the help of the earthwork, I can hide from the bullets, but how are you to dodge a shell which can come in a curve over the highest kind of wall, drop right in the middle of the crowd, burst, and send pieces in 100 directions? You can't, said St. Clair, who appeared suddenly. He was covered with dirt, and his fine new uniform was torn. What has happened to you? Asked Harry. I've just had practical proof that it's hard to dodge a bursting shell, replied St. Clair calmly. I'm in luck that no part of the shell itself hit me, but it sent the dirt flying against me so hard that it stung, and I think that some pieces of gravel have played havoc with my coat and trousers. Hark! There go our cannon, exclaimed Harry. We'll drive them out of those woods. None too soon for me, said St. Clair, looking ruefully at his torn uniform. I'd take it as a politeness on their part if they used bullets only and not shells. They had not yet come down to the stern discipline of war, but their talk was stopped speedily by the senior officers, who put them to work arranging the young recruits along the earthworks, whence they could reply with comparative safety to the fire from the wood. But Harry noted that the raking fire of their own cannon had been effective. The Northern troops had retreated to a more distant point in the forest, where they were beyond the range of rifles, but it seemed that they had no intention of going any further, as from time to time a shell from their cannons still curved and fell in the fort or near it. The Southern guns, including those that had been captured, replied, but, of necessity, shot and shell were sent at random into the forest, which now hid the whole Northern force. End of Chapter 12, Part 1 of 2.